for a hunt, fractured his leg. That becomes gangrenous, or basically, he becomes infected.
Well, he already had a clubfoot sepsis.
Yeah, he gets some congenital problem.
I can't see him having an easy time on a chariot in the first place.
No, the other thing I was thinking about this the other day, I haven't gone to the dentist. What do you do with your wisdom teeth? Just like, oh no, you're going to suffer with these the rest of your life, or they just gave them. I have a lot of admiration, respect, and I love the lore about it, and the history, and all that. I love to read about it. Don't really need to go visit these times.
Yeah,
I'm gonna keep saying that. But well, Henry VIII, he fell in a jousting accident, and his leg never really healed properly. And I just watched a documentary not too long ago that he's the king and they can't do much for him. You go to his chambers, and so the first thing he would hit you with is smell, because his leg is basically rotting on him. And he lived quite a ways after that accident, but he eventually succumbed to it. So there we go. I thank modern medicine every day for the advances we are able to enjoy. Okay, so this next one, it's really not so much the story, but as I mentioned at the top of the show, there's some interesting bits about it. We'll see how much of that is interesting because of what happened in the story. What I find what's interesting is that it starts from a really vague memory of years ago into a possible factoid, a fun fact, if you will, that we got the ARC involved, and I'm glad they did what they did, but I felt a little bad because they had some sketchy information about it.
You know what's funny about this?
Time, but they actually found something.
You had been telling me this story off and on for years.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Not like you repeat yourself.
No, right.
But I would say that you told it to me at least once or twice a year for the past 3 or 4 years.
As I've seen it, it's pretty amazing.
But then we went to look for it and couldn't find one character of a word about it. Why don't you explain how that all went down?
As we do research for the show, and as we draw you folks in that love to listen to this, I thank you for what you do. What you do, we're so thankful. Remembering something that's kind of vague, and I was close, and then actually seeing what the truth is about it. I'll ask you in a minute here what you remember about me telling the story, because again, this is how history is often written, as we just saw with the black satanic pig. So here's what happened. I got a gift in I don't know, 2008, 2010. I love those little fun tearaway page-a-day calendars.
Yeah, those are so cool.
Yeah, so they have fun facts.
Trivia.
Exactly. And every day you get a little fun fact or trivia or some historical thing. And this one was amazing coincidences. It was kind of interesting. I tore the page off, and then I immediately placed it under a potted plant so it didn't mark up the counter. And there it stayed for a few years. So, every year, you go to clean that out, you kind of take a look at it, and it kind of stuck in your head. I always remember it. But I remember it as there was a gentleman, and I thought it was Jacob Spencer. That's how I kind of remember the name vaguely. I remember the date 1787. As the story goes, and this is, again, as the facts get mutated, this guy had been shot through the chest 4 times, wearing this jacket. Now, he died, of course. What was interesting is that was his brother's jacket that he was wearing, and several years prior to that, his brother was also shot through the same 4 holes. So in a backward reveal here, he gets a jacket, his brother was killed, possibly shot 4 times. He puts the jacket on. He also gets shot through the same 4 bullet holes as his brother previously.
Right.
Amazing coincidence, right?
Yes.
So I thought, that's a pretty good death. I mean, it's interesting death that we should check into. I always remember that, gotta do something with that. That's fun.
Yeah.
So I said,
it wasn't fun for them.
No, it never is. Life was horrible back then. Nothing is fun. You crawled around in the dirt until you were 45 and then you died. So that's life. But you have your family. You enjoy that. Same kind of things we do today. But here's the point: is that I then turned over to Tess and the ARC, and I said, "Hey, did I preface it? I don't know how much of this I remember correctly. But here's some vague details. See what you can do with it." And I said, Jacob Spencer, 1787, late 1700s, late to 18th century, early 19th century, sometime around there. I knew it was that time frame, but I'm not sure about the name. So they did some digging, and some folks in the ARC finally came up with some answers. Okay, so we have some names. Some are real names, I believe. We have Druid Otaku, who's one of our participant members here.
ARC, but just quickly, if you're just joining the show, a lot of people know what the ARC is, but just restate it real quickly. It's an acronym for the Astonishing Research Corps, which is a group of volunteers and $25 level Patreon supporters who help us with research and do a really amazing job of it. So that's whenever we say ARC, that's what we're talking about, ARC, the Astonishing Research Corps.
Yes, thank you so much for all my misdirection in your efforts. But here's the thing.
Not your misguided efforts.
No. You're
misguided instruction.
I started everything, well, as Tom Waits said, everyone starts out with bad directions. So what happened is that I got the name close. So I believe, Drew Otaku as kind of his CV handle there.
Yes.
He found an entry in the Weekly World News. So it must be true. But you know what I'll say? Those kind of fun rags like that, every once in a while, they get something right.
Yeah.
To your point, that there being a kernel of truth.
Yes.
As it appeared in the supermarket tabloid, they got the basic story. Like, okay, now we have a lead. However, it was Jabez Spicer.
Right.
He was shot in 1787.
What was the name that you thought originally? Jacob Spencer.
Yeah,
it was Jabez Spicer.
I've seen it in a couple of other books. One's like Weird but True or Unusual but True. We'll have links to these that are kind of fun, and you read those. Here's the thing you always have to keep in mind. Because you see it in a book, don't mean it's true.
No, and it's funny because we've been doing the show. It's amazing the amount of misinformation we've uncovered.
Well, and
the sources don't even line up with each other.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you have to make your choice about which one is going to be the gospel on it.
You make a choice as to what makes sense to you, or something that kind of lines up, or it's the first mention.
Yeah.
And even then, you don't know. And here's where this story is going. So now we got some names, we got some dates. Then you can do a further search on it, and some other folks here. Skip Harvey and Terry Faber, they both did a little digging, and they both found some great articles and some entries in books. So now you're thinking like, okay, these guys did exist.
Yeah.
There is something to it. So
then you really want to find out what the real story was. At that point, you're like, okay, it's not a ghost of a story. It's an actual story. Something was there. So what did you guys find out?
So now there's an entry in Ripley's Believe It or Not, which I personally did and put more weight into.
Yeah.
It's Ripley's. Come
Well,
on.
they're betting more than most. Certainly more than the Weekly World News.
Yeah,
That's their reputation.
It's their reputation. People think it's silly, but it's been around for a long time. And here's my point.
For all we know, they own this jacket. They have it right over here in Hollywood.
It's good. It could be on display. That's exactly the kind of things that Ripley collected.
Yeah.
So you don't know where they're getting their information. And really, at the end of the day, does it matter if it's 4 bullets or 2? It's really not.
So how many bullets was it?
Well, I found, and some other guys in the art found, this book called The History of.
I've actually got it right here for us. It's History of Eastern Vermont from its earliest settlement to the close of the 18th century, Volume 2. This is dated January 1st, 1865 by J. Munsell or Munsell.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a early account, but within it is an excerpt from the Vermont Gazetteer of the time. So this is kind of an affidavit of what happened. Daniel Spicer was a Revolutionary War veteran, as were a lot of the folks around this town here in the hills of Massachusetts. All of colonial America was a lot of it was hard scrabble subsistence farming. What's fomenting here is a lot of dissension between the state governments, our very brand new national government, if you will, and who's getting shifted, who's getting screwed, as we say, and who's getting all the money. And there was a shortage of cash. It was kind of a very rocky time.
Yeah.
So this actually ties into Shays' Rebellion.
Yes.
Led by Daniel Shay. I believe he mounted 4,000 men in a.
I think it was 5,000.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
You're right. Yeah, so 4,000 to 5,000 men in an actual rebellion on the armory at Springfield, Massachusetts, and they were going to rob the arms, take the arms, and overthrow the government.
Theoretically, this is an army of farmers.
A lot of our founding fathers.
It oversimplifies it to say it was a farmers' rebellion, which some people did. And there are a lot of people that believe that Shays' Rebellion was part of the impetus for the Constitution.
Absolutely, because they realized that the Articles of Confederation that they had at the time were not satisfactory to everyone. It was very lacking.
These people were mad.
These people were mad because what happened is that people on the coast, who were the more successful merchants and businessmen, well, they seemed to get elected more, and they were calling the shots. So all the people that lived in the hills, and it's like, hey,
it really sounds familiar.
Dude, there's nothing new under the sun, is there? So same thing now. It's like we want representation and we're going to get it by hook or by crook or by musket. So they mounted an actual rebellion, which was put down by the cannons of the arsenal. But it was so tumultuous and such a big deal at the time that it actually got General George Washington out of retirement and said, all right, okay, settle down, everybody.
Yeah.
I will be president for what I ended up being 2 terms. Yeah. And some people wanted him to be king. It's like, no, we're not doing the king thing. We just got away from that. Let's not do that, okay? Not a great idea for our people and what we believe in. So here's a little bit of the background leading up to this bullet jacket baloney here. Yeah. And this is a thing that actually kind of happened. So Daniel Spicer was the brother of Jabez Spicer, and he was a Revolutionary War veteran. This is about the ending of the Revolutionary War, so 1784. He is helping out a friend get to another territory that he had been barred from to go see his wife and family. Again, between states, not a lot of unity. People believe different things. And back then, they were willing to kill and defend their area and basically just shoot at you. Yeah, because you weren't on board with their ideals. So his friend or acquaintance, this guy is named, I think it's Goodnow, but it's spelled good enough. And just imagine the jokes they put. It's like, no, good enough. It's good enough. Yeah. So he's trying to get back to see his wife and kids, but he can only travel at night. And they're trying to get back to the town of Guilford. So what happens, though, he gets stopped by a sentry at night, and, who goes there? And then suddenly appears a contingent of men who just would rather he was dead. Very kind of vicious guys. They start shooting at him. Daniel Spicer is hit in the hip, and he gets a bullet through the chest and the torso. And then some bad things happen instead of, giving him aid. They were wearing snowshoes. This guy is bleeding from 2 different places. He's got a potentially very painful and lethal wound. I don't know how bad the hip shot was, but you're talking about musket balls. These are 50 caliber ball bearings that tear a hole through you. Punch your fist through. Yeah. He's bleeding terribly, and they make him take his knife out and cut off his own snowshoes so they can steal them. And they rob him of everything. And instead of helping the guy, they dump him on some poor guy's doorstep and just kind of leave him there, all the while mocking him for his, let's say, territorial beliefs. He had nothing to do with it. It was really the other guy that was banned from the area. He was just kind of helping this guy along, right? And he told the guy ahead of time, I'm really paraphrasing here, but basically, hey, you know what, I'm not taking sides in this. I'll help you because you seem like a decent guy. I'll help you, but if it comes down to an argument, I'm not getting on anybody's side here. I'm just helping you out. He's the one who ends up getting shot. Good enough deed. No good enough deed. Yeah, no good enough deed. He ran off into the woods. He was able to escape. So Daniel Spicer was known as a very upright kind of stand-up guy. So a nice dude. He ends up taking the brunt. So here you go. He's got a jacket now. I believe that has 1, but I can see where it says 2. Holes, because again, all I can read here from this account is that he got shot in the hip. So that might be 2 holes, at least 1 fatal one. He dies. Got to 1787. His brother now takes up arms in the Shays Rebellion. He inherits the jacket. Yes. Now, he either gets cut down.
Some people might have considered maybe bad luck.
Well,
I'm just saying, he was wearing the jacket that my brother was shot to death in.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because he did die. You didn't say that, by the way, but he died.
He did die. Yeah, painful death. So his brother, and again, I was saying this to the art, like, do you want a blood-soaked jacket? Yeah. Clothes were hard to come by. Now, my other theory is that it might, a lot of these guys were wearing their Revolutionary War uniform. Right. Maybe after it could have been a uniform jacket. I don't know what he was wearing then, but basically, now, Jabez has got this jacket. He then, again, takes up arms during this rebellion. He gets cut down with either cannon fire shooting grape shot, or he gets a musket ball through the same hole. So now this is in the account, which we'll post. I don't think 4 shots, maybe at least 1. That's the account that we read here, is that there was 1 big bullet hole that he died with. Jabez gets shot to the same bullet hole. And this is my point, is that I think at the time, if that happened, you would have made a note of it.
We have the affidavit here.
There you go.
Let's read the affidavit. Okay. And you keep saying Jabez and Jabez. J-A-B-E-Z. I'm not sure.
If they are of European descent, and it's like with German, it's like the J is a game.
Yeah. All right.
The J is a
I'm just going to read it. Jabez Spicer of Leyden, Massachusetts, a brother of Daniel Spicer, served during a part of the years 1786 and 1787 in the well-known Shays Rebellion, and was killed on the 25th of January in the latter year, while engaged with others in an attempt to take the arsenal at Springfield. It is said that he wore on this occasion the same coat in which his brother was clad when wounded by the Vermonters, and that the fatal ball passed through the same hole which had been made by their bullet. Vermont Gazetteer, page 142. Holland.
Yeah, Holland's Historical, West Massachusetts. There we go.
So there is some truth to that story. That little page on your calendar took some license, and so did you, probably unintentionally.
It was all crumpled in the water.
Yeah.
Of course. So I threw it away eventually. But what's even a better story than that? One bullet hole. Four bullet holes. The more bullet holes, the better.
Yeah.
If you want a little topper on that story, what's better than that? Killed on the same, exactly 1 year to the day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
These are the details that start to come out.
It's a much better legend. It's even crazier. It's like President Lincoln having a secretary named Kennedy. President Kennedy having a secretary named Lincoln.
Yeah.
It's all those kind of things. It's the flip-flop. It's the connections we make that make it a good story. Now, that's an okay story. That's pretty interesting. He got shot through, in World War I, a lot of the shell-shock troops in the trenches would hide in the craters created by artillery hits, thinking that, well, two shells can't hit in the same place, and yes, they can.
Yeah.
So those guys cowering down in the craters got hit just exactly in the same place.
Yeah.
Because you think about it, that with wind, direction, the weight, all things being equal, it's very likely that it's going to hit the same place. So there you go. Yeah, I'm saying it can happen. So that's the origin of a little blip of the story.
So are you going to any holiday parties this year?
Does this recording session count?
Not really, no.
Then no. But I am wearing the watch I would wear if I was going to one. My Movement Chrono and gunmetal black with sandstone straps. It's pretty sharp looking, black and tan. Also one of my favorite beverages. What about you? Any fancy Hollywood parties?
It's not really our style, but I do put on something nice for Christmas dinner and New Year's, and I'm definitely taking my Movement watch to visit the in-laws this year. I'm hoping it'll improve my image with them.
Oh, I'm sure they think you're just fabulous. But it's always a good idea to look your best at any gathering because people do notice and they do make assessments. And that's one of the ideas behind Movement watches. Because starting at just $95, you can get a watch that goes with any outfit or style, and it'll definitely give a boost to your image.
Movement style is minimalist and modern, but it's also classic and chic, so it really doesn't look like anything else out there. It's a really clean design that makes for a distinctive look, and it also makes a distinctive gift for both men and women.
Why not start getting compliments like we've been getting? Just go to their website and see what we're talking about. And with free shipping and free returns, it's time to step up your watch game. You really have nothing to lose, except that slovenly image. Come on. Hey, I wasn't talking about you, as far as you know. Get 15% off today by going to movementwatches.com/legends. That's mvmtwatches.com/legends. Join the movement.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carly, and this is Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
Right, so here's a fun one.
Yeah.
Do you know what a cassowary is?
Oh, yes. It's a delicious layered dish, right?
No, that's casserole.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. No. We didn't have the lasagna. Oh, we had a lasagna. We had the chicken part. Yes, that's what I got down on the brain. No, I do know what it is. It is a large emu-like bird.
Yes.
Related to some other, the ostrich, I believe. I specifically looked up a picture of it. It's very prehistoric looking.
It's funny looking,
Yeah.
to be honest, but there's a thing about this bird that you need to know. You don't want to call it funny looking to its face, because it might kill you.
Oh, yeah.
Literally.
We'll try to have some pictures of it.
Yeah.
But what you notice is that, yes, it's got the kind of the dinosaur horned brow, bill
It's
on the top of its head.
It's a bony cask
Yeah.
that they use to bash their way through the thick brush.
So there's a purpose for that.
Yeah.
Aren't they the only armored bird in the world?
That's exactly right.
Okay, now
There is no other bird with armor. So just let that be your first one.
Yeah.
And it can weigh up to 130 pounds and be up to 5.5 feet or 2 meters tall.
Wow. Just punch that in, you'll see like cassowary attack or people, a human injured or killed by cassowary or other animals. Here's what you notice. You think of dinosaur, you look at its feet.
Yes.
And very much like a velociraptor, it's got a very long, sharp, pointed nail.
Yeah.
One of its 3 toes,
The
right?
middle toe is a dagger. They have been known to be able to disembowel an enemy with one kick.
Wow. Just like Bruce Lee.
Right. So you think you can run away, right? You can run away from it if you No, not really, because it can also run up to 32 miles per hour or 50 kilometers per hour.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
But that's okay. You'll be safe behind this fence. Note they can jump up to 5 feet. That's all right. I'll swim away from the damn thing in this water. Yeah, they're great swimmers. So they're apparently super smart too, like the velociraptors, which you just mentioned, and the ones in Jurassic Park. According to one website, they've actually been known to outflank groups of people trying to capture or hunt them. And they're very stealthy. Yeah. They move a lot like velociraptors in the movie anyway. Yeah. I mean, who knows what a velociraptor really would look like with speculation, but they can really blend in and disappear in the foliage, and they know how to flank you, and, it's
a scene around them. Yeah, you part the brush, and there's that giant eye just staring at you.
Yeah.
And then while you're staring at that, getting your gun ready, another one's coming up behind you.
Yeah, and then he says,
which, and the time it took to say that, you could have cocked the gun and shot at least one of them.
Yeah.
I totally believe that, because birds are smart. I've had a couple of cockatiels, and they're smart and they're cranky.
You had cockatiels?
Yeah, as a kid.
Oh, okay.
They're pretty gentle, but I gotta tell you, if they're angry or ornery, and you reach in there and they'll snap at you. So I can only imagine this thing if he's really hungry.
This thing is like the Terminator. Now, listen to this story. This is the story, and the reason that we first brought this up. This is the very first documented death of a human being at the hands. Sorry, it doesn't have hands. No offense, cassowary. No hands at all.
I'm going to be poking us at your bedroom window at night.
What'd you say about my hands? April 9th, 1926, from the Burwa News in New South Wales, Australia, which is where they are native, and also Papua New Guinea. Here's this very short article about Philip McLean. Philip McLean, a youth, was walking through a farm with a dog in the Mossman district on Tuesday when he encountered a cassowary. The dog bailed up the bird, which became infuriated and kicked the lad to death. Oh, dear. So it's the dog's fault. Yeah. Did he help? We should talk to Maria about this. She's keeping a running list of dog sidekicks. Snowball.
Well, dogs helping or not
Bandit.
helping? Yeah, and she's not sparing them any.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to do a line of t-shirts with this dog. This bird is funny looking, though, and I guess Philip was the first documented death by cassowary, but he's not the last. Our member Terry Faber, who we mentioned earlier tonight, really dug up some other good stories about these things attacking people. By the way, have you ever heard Kevin Hart's routine on ostriches?
Yeah.
That is funny.
Yes.
That is really funny.
Yeah.
You've got to look that up. If I can find a link to it, we'll put it in the show notes.
He's not a fan.
Yeah, he had an ostrich experience that it was hilarious.
Well, he's not he's not much more taller than him, but
I'm
serious. I'm not very tall myself. It's formidable, and until you actually, people don't know this about animals until you get up next to them.
Yeah.
This happens to people I've seen, like frightened, terrified of cows or horses.
Yeah.
They don't realize how big something is to get
Yeah.
next to it. So
Yeah.
this is a big dang bird.
Another thing about Papua New Guinea, by the way, that we should point out was that it was Amelia Earhart, the president's last departure.
That's right, where she barely got off the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keeping in mind that the cassowaries are generally shy, they don't attack unprovoked unless maybe you meet one that has experiencing mental illness.
It's a bad day.
Yeah, and there's actually villages in Papua where they are revered as mystical, and they are not hunted or traded. And in 2004, in the Guinness Book of World Records, listed them as the most dangerous bird in the world. And in fact, the zookeeper, Luke James, apparently was making fun of how dangerous, in quotes, a cassowary was in his care, and he killed him.
Oh, geez. Again, death by irony.
Yes, note to self, avoid large flightless birds.
Well, there was an Australian comedian, Rob something, and his emu. It was a pet emu, but basically it was a large puppet, so that he had a fake arm that went around the top of the emu, and of course his hand was operating the neck, and of course he would do a dumb joke, and the thing would immediately just punch him in the groin, and that was part of it. Like, it was an early sack tap joke, so but it was hilarious. So he was doing his Australian kind of humor, but they can be nasty.
It's birds. The joke you make about the groin. When we talk about this in other shows,
he was going after the geese.
I watched a huge white swan try to take my dad out in the twig and berries at a cemetery. We were paying our respects, and the swan just came after him.
No, that's another thing.
Saved by his belt buckle. It misfired him and person.
Yeah, I don't know if they know that's where your wedding dagger is. What I do know is that swans are vicious. We always think it's them like, beautiful creatures floating in a lake. I think this happened somewhere up in the Northwest here. We had some do-gooders. There was a park with a river, and they thought the Park Service was taking the beautiful swans out of this area.
Yeah.
I think they took a couple of swans from another area, placed it in this park, and what happened was this nice little piece of the river there, the little bay, had a lot of ducks in it. The swans ended up killing all the ducks. And I believe what they do is they grab the duck's head and they hold it underwater until they drown.
Oh my.
They're very territorial.
Yeah.
And so this is what I'm saying is like, people, you don't know what you're doing, don't mess with nature.
Yeah.
Don't throw things at buffalo. Don't surprise a moose.
Yeah.
These are not Disney
Also,
animals.
don't put the baby buffalo in the back of your SUV.
Don't, not from here, but you know what? Again, nature takes care of itself, and don't make fun of a cassowary.
Yeah.
Again, when you look at it, yeah, I can see why the Papua New Guineans revere them, because they're very prehistoric, just with a bone on the head, look like dinosaurs. You leave them alone, they'll probably leave you alone. That's the good of nature. So,
all right, so you can't really talk about unusual deaths without talking about Isadora Duncan.
well, she was pretty well known at the time.
She was a stunningly talented, world-famous dancer in the early 1900s. She was born in California, but she was famous worldwide. And she was also famous for being outspoken about all kinds of things that women did not talk about, including the fact that she was an atheist, she was bisexual, and a communist.
You go down to get a coffee, you're going to meet somebody at the coffee shop with, with all those traits. Yeah.
She actually apparently took a boob out on stage, and she had this really long, bright red scarf. She was waving it all around, and she yelled, "Red, and so am I."
Okay. So, I'm sorry, when I first read that, I didn't know what part was red. Yes, okay, yes. I mean, people didn't do that back then.
No, she was kind of a badass.
At the turn of the century, into the flapper age, women are feeling their oats, I guess, as you say, or just realizing, like, hey, we can speak out too.
Yeah, and she actually, at one point, she moved to Moscow and opened a dance school there, but I guess the Soviets failed to make good on their promises to help her with the school, so she left the country and left it to woman named Irma, who I remember reading about. I can't remember how they were related. Yeah. And she came back to the West. So let's come back to that red scarf we mentioned a few minutes ago. Isadora Duncan had a thing for scarves. You know, they were kind of her trademark. So to that end, and hers, sadly, on September 14th, 1927, which was a seminal year, the year one of my favorite movies, Metropolis, by Fritz Lang.
Yes.
And the first talkie, The Jazz Singer, was made. Metropolis cost over $1 million to produce.
In relative terms.
Yeah, in 1920. No, it was an actual million. I think. Or maybe it's a relative million. All I know is the German government,
because that's the GDP of a lot of countries.
Yeah, well, the German government went broke making it. I do know that.
Yeah.
But it proved to be profitable.
Well, we enjoy today.
Yeah, and The Jazz Singer was also released that year. But anyway, Isadora was off for a ride in Nice. We're back in Nice, friends, with a friend of hers, a mechanic, in a beautiful Emerald car. Yeah, by the way, it's a gorgeous car. The thing about these cars back then is that they were open wheel. They had the big wire wheels that stuck out. You could see the axles, all that, and it kind of had a boat body, almost like a Bugatti or an
that's what they're based on, actually.
Yeah, so you're sitting back there in the back, and she got this crazy long scarf
Flowing in the wind.
And actually, when she piled in this car with her mechanic friend to go for this drive, she was pulling away, and I guess one of her friends actually tried to warn her about the scarf. She was like, "This maybe doesn't seem like such a good idea."
Yeah. Please keep your hands and feet inside, headscarves inside the vehicle at all times.
Yeah, and I guess she didn't hear that. So along this drive, the scarf got caught up in the wheel and axle, wrapped around it, and according to some sources, yanked her out of the car by her neck, breaking it. Other sources say she was quickly strangled, almost to the point of decapitation. She was killed instantly. Yeah. This one's particularly gruesome, but you know what it reminds me of a little bit is, have you seen The Incredibles?
The superhero capes.
Yes, no capes. Remember, they go to meet their costume designer. Her name was Edna Mode. I think Edna Mode.
She's showing all the things that have gone wrong.
All the reasons you shouldn't have a cape. He's like, "Why do I want a cape on my new costume?" She's like, "We met the man, express elevator, diner guy, snagged on takeoff, slashed down, sucked into a vortex, no capes."
Exactly. They're making another one, right?
I can't wait.
So it should be great.
Anyway, we've already talked about cassowaries as terminators and astonishing legends. We've had more than a few discussions about artificial intelligence and robots becoming our evil overlords. So that's a segue, by the way, in case you guys haven't. So How long do you think, Forrest, it will be before the first robot kills a human being?
Well, you have to really define your terms because I see where you're going with this, and to the audience, it's probably not what you're thinking. I think everyone's thinking like, "Oh, iRobot, right? He murders somebody. Will Smith comes in the future and solves the case." But
Yeah.
are they so human that we must treat them like people?
Yeah.
That's not true. What you're talking about?
No, the first robot killed a man 38 years ago.
Okay. See, I think I thought it already happened.
Yeah. January 25th, 1979. This is the second time we're making a reference to January 25th.
That's right.
Yeah. That was the day Daniel Spicer was killed in 1780.
Yeah. See, again, it would have been another story if Jabez got shot on the same exact day.
Yes, of course.
3 years later, but
now this is 200 years later.
yes.
So 25-year-old Robert Williams was killed after a strong hit to the head by a robot at a Ford assembly line casting plant.
Yeah.
They were in a place where they were fetching parts. The robots were fetching parts alongside people fetching parts.
Right.
It just didn't work out well.
No, if you've ever seen them, I used to work on some automotive videos and films here and there, mostly as an editor. But if you see those things in action, not only are they whipping them around at precision speed, let me put it this way: that is the arena of the robot. Humans are not supposed to be in there. Also, there's fire coming out of the end of them. Massive sparks.
Yeah.
So it sounds like it's just terrible.
Yeah, they
industrial
weren't
accident.
planning it. It wasn't and they labeled it an industrial accident, but there was, of course, a court case. The jury ruled in favor of the family and awarded them $10 million.
Yeah, it all depends on was his workspace safe. You know, was he?
Obviously not.
Well, no, because how close you should be. Because have you seen these things? I've been to the Honda plant in Ohio.
Yeah.
When they step down, they do go lifeless, really, and they all kind of collapse and go to their resting state.
How does it know when to do that?
Well, when you turn it off, like if you're.
Oh, I was going to say, will it do it when a person is walking nearby?
No, I don't know. I think that the idea, though, is to let them do their job. You humans stay out of the way. So these industrial accidents happen, but often it's somebody being where they shouldn't. And it's not often their fault. It's not always their fault. How close is their workspace when you're putting them in danger?
Well, you want to hear something interesting about this? Do you believe in coincidences?
Should I say my oft-quoted phrase here?
Yes.
Okay. This was a Masterpiece Theater here, and it's Matthew McFadden, one of my favorite actors. Is also in MI5. That's a great film. He plays a detective. He's interrogating this woman who seems very suspicious. She was, not in the right place at the wrong time, and then she's very cagey. There's several coincidences that he brings up to her. You seem like a person of interest with this, and her response like, "Well, Inspector, coincidences do happen." And he says, "Yes, but they must not happen too often."
Yes.
So that's my whole. I love saying it because we've talked about this before. It's like, how many coincidences seemingly must occur before you personally, you have a number?
Yeah.
Is it 10? Is it 2? Probably, again, if it's a low number, 1 or 2, you kind of let it slide. If it's 10, 20, 30, you have to take notice.
Well, here's the interesting coincidence about Robert Williams, the 25-year-old killed on January 25th, 1979. His death was on the exact day of the 58th anniversary of the premiere of a play called RUR, which was an acronym for Rossum's Universal Robots. That play had been written by a Czech writer known as Karl Čapek. Now, here's the thing about that play. Big deal, whatever. It was 58 years to the day. That play introduced the word robot to the world.
That's right.
And prior to that, folks used the words automaton or android.
Yeah, automaton. Well, you're talking about Fritz Lang's Metropolis.
Exactly. Well, that's my whole point. So now, the play itself was considered somewhat dark, but a hopeful warning that robots might one day be a threat to humanity. And in fact, the play features a robot rebellion in it.
Oh, Will Smith's getting sued.
Yeah. So which was an acronym for Rossum's Universal Robots. His death was on the exact day of the 58th anniversary of the premiere of a play called RUR, which was an acronym for Rossum's Universal Robots. That play had been written by a Czech writer known as Karl Čapek. Now, here's the thing about that play. Big deal, whatever. It's 58 years to the day. That play introduced the word robot to the world.
That's right.
And prior to that, folks used the words automaton or android.
Yeah, automaton. Well, you were talking about Fritz Lang's Metropolis.
Exactly. Well, that's my whole point. So now, the play itself was considered somewhat dark, but a hopeful warning that robots might one day be a threat to humanity. And in fact, the play features a robot rebellion in it.
Oh, Will Smith's getting sued.
Yeah. So, and the play is believed to have inspired Philip K. Dick's novel To Android's Dream of Electric Sheep, which in turn inspired Blade Runner, which wouldn't have existed, at least in the form it did, without the German expressionist film movement, which was born from Fritz Lang's movie Metropolis, or made famous by it anyway, which we mentioned when we were discussing the year of Isadora Duncan's death. So, you see,
it's all connected.
There you go.
Yeah. In some way, we had somebody really kind of angrily, I think it was jokeless, but he said, and I know who he was talking about. He says, one of those two guys in that podcast really has that epiphany complex, which he misspelled. It's like, what is he talking? And I had to look it up, and again, that was a whole day of researching. I must know. And I think he was talking about me. That there's epiphanies and everything. There's connections. He said, not everything's connected. It's like, well, you don't have to believe that. Right. I guarantee you, young man, something's really where it's going to happen to you, and you're going to think differently about it. That's all I can say. But there are themes that run throughout. They repeat. They rhyme. There you go. Coincidence.
You know, one of the reasons we started this podcast is because of our passion for learning about the world we live in and the mysteries that surround us.
We really do love mystery, and that's why the Great Courses Plus is right up our alley, and why we think all of you listening will love it too.
In fact, all of our listeners can get a full month of free video courses from the Great Courses Plus when you sign up using our special URL, thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends.
You'll get access to over 8,000 engaging video lectures presented by award-winning professors, and more courses are added every month. And speaking of adding more every month, when the Great Courses Plus started sponsoring us, they had over 6,000 lectures, and now it's over 8,000. Which I find mind-blowing.
Well, that's why we always say there's going to be something in there for everyone. And with this offer, you can watch as many courses as you want on a vast number of topics ranging from history, religion, psychology, to photography, art, music, cooking, you name it.
Stream as many different lectures as you want, anytime, anywhere, from your smartphone, tablet, laptop, or TV. Start learning something new when you have some downtime, like we do.
For example, we just started watching a course called The Early Middle Ages, which deals with the time period from 300 to 1000 AD. And a lot of people have heard of the term the Dark Ages, but do you know why it's known to scholars as the Dark Ages?
Yeah, because we just watched the same course together.
No, I'm not asking you. Okay, it's rhetorical question to the audience.
Please continue.
All right, what's referred to as dark nowadays because there isn't much documentation from that time span for scholars to piece together and form a historical narrative. Empires were collapsing, urban life was stagnant, literacy was plummeting, Europe was becoming isolated, and all of this contributed to people living in that time period being in a dark age themselves.
Yes, the end of the ancient world. Well, I love that time period because to me, the world was still magical back then. And if you want to sound as smart as Scott seemingly does, you can check out the Great Courses Plus yourself with a special offer, which will really come in handy for changing the subject at the holiday dinner table.
Sign up today to get 1 month free as one of our listeners. Go to thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends.
That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends. You know, one of the things I like about Blue Apron, it makes you a better home chef.
I know. You learn tips and tricks that you can use to cook everything else. Like I learned to use sherry vinegar to pickle shallots, which really gives some zest to a dish.
Right, and I learned about fold, which is the brown bits and caramelized drippings at the bottom of the pan. Add a little wine to deglaze it, and it turns into a flavorful sauce.
Now, that's not really big news to someone who already knows what they're doing in the kitchen. But for people like us who want to get better at cooking, Blue Apron really makes creating delicious meals not only fun, but you also learn to be a better cook along the way.
That's why it also makes a great gift for beginner as well as the expert. And it doesn't matter where you are in the country because Blue Apron can be delivered to 99% of the continental U.S. and 99.5% of food deserts, where people just have trouble finding basic fresh ingredients.
You know, that reminds me of our friends that live on the ranch
on the food desert.
Yeah, and so they're down near the parallel there. What is it, the 33rd parallel?
It's close.
And where there's all the cows are being eaten.
Well, the beef is delicious.
But they have to drive drive well over an hour.
No, that's the
to
point.
get their groceries.
You're getting great fresh ingredients shipped directly to you, so you don't even have to go looking for them.
Well, speaking of ingredients, Blue Apron does that the right way too, because the meats are raised responsibly, the seafood is sourced. Why would you give me this? The seafood is sourced sustainably, and the produce is grown using regenerative farming. All that makes for high-quality ingredients, and these days it's important to know where your food is coming from.
It's also something the whole family can help out with. Let them put the kids to work, let them have fun, and teach them some basic cooking skills, while at the same time creating a stronger family bond. Research shows that Blue Apron families cook nearly 3 times more often, and it beats ordering out.
Yeah, that's something we were trying to do less of. Not only is it expensive, but it's just not good to be doing that all the time. With Blue Apron meals costing under $10 per person, and since we choose the delivery schedule and the menus we want, we're actually saving money, and it's more convenient.
Everybody wins.
Well, since I do most of the cooking in our house, I certainly feel like I'm winning. But seriously, the wife and kid are always asking if we're having Blue Apron tonight, because it really is something to look forward to.
So give the whole family a gift this season, or give it to another family you care about. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/astonishing. You'll love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron, so don't wait. That's at blueapron.com/astonishing.
Blue Apron, a better way to cook.
Forrest and Scott, thank you for supporting their sponsors. I'm Philback, and they've asked me to throw it back to them.
All right, so just a few more people here we wanted to touch on before we move on to Gloria Ramirez. This story was one that caught everyone's attention when it happened back in 2010. It was the Segway story.
Right.
The Segway was the invention that was supposed to change the world.
Well, if you don't like to walk much. But I will say, it does come in handy if you have to do a lot of walking. So you'll see Paul Blart and Paul Cobb. I think they make fun of it there.
Well, everyone makes fun of it because it's expensive and you look real silly when you're on it.
Yeah.
I mean, you just do. I'm sorry.
Because
I apologize to our listeners who have them.
the police officers that do, like I say, if you're doing patrols and you have a beat to do and you gotta move quickly all the time, it does.
I think it might undermine your authority.
It's like a bicycle cop, like if you get arrested when you have to ride on the handlebars.
Well,
so it's an amazing invention.
Yeah,
I've never ridden one, but we had one for an automotive film shoot. And that's what the guy was using, because he's trying to glide. When you're walking with a camera, once you have a really expensive Steadicam, you're going to get some shake. So he had a short version one without the tall handlebars that he could just kind of straddle. And it was amazing. He was able to glide around this car and keep the camera very smooth and steady.
Yeah.
And when you see it operate, it's like, what are the gyros and the mechanics going on in this thing are mind-blowing for you to be able to do that, because it moves with your body gestures.
It must take a little bit of skill, though, because when the guy who was the CEO of the company in 2010, this is not the inventor. A lot of people thought it was the inventor. The inventor was Dean Kamen,
That's right.
who I actually know a fair bit about because he was on 60 Minutes, and I actually watched that story sometime.
I did too.
Yeah, he flies himself everywhere in his own helicopter, and he's invented a lot of brilliant stuff. I think his first thing might have been a medical pump or something like that.
Yes.
Made him rich.
It's always one thing that he's hard on doing. Something that you had a line on it, an idea that I thought was brilliant, is it's a carriage or stroller that climbs stairs.
Oh, yeah, that was one of my...
Didn't he have something like that, where basically the triangular...
Yes, he made a wheelchair that the code name for it was called Fred Upstairs. Then the projects were collectively called Fred and Ginger, and everyone talked about Ginger was supposed to change the world.
Yeah.
Fred was the wheelchair, which I believe he did make, that can climb stairs, and also it can stand up. So for people who are in wheelchairs and they go into grocery stores and they want to be eye to eye with other people or reach high shelves, this wheelchair can stand them up.
It's really a life changer.
Ginger was the Segway. That was the code name for the Segway, I believe. And
For Sarah and Ginger Rogers.
but that was the thing. It was the Fred and Ginger project. Fred Upstairs, and then Ginger was the Segway. They all thought it was going to change the world, but the CEO of the company,
Who took it over after Dean Kamen.
who took it over, had one, and he rode it off a cliff to his death.
Well, look.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh at it.
No.
This guy was a sweetheart of a guy, by the way.
No, he was very
He was a multimillionaire. He was a philanthropist, a generous philanthropist, and he was on his Segway on a hiking and walking trail close to his estate near Boston Spa in West Yorkshire, England. When he saw a dog walker approaching on the same trail, and I guess it was kind of a narrow trail. So then dog walker saw him, and he was trying to back away so the guy coming up the hill could pass. And the guy who was coming up said he saw him kind of wobble and then drop from sight.
Again, it's the dog's fault.
There's another dog. Stop blaming on the dog.
No, I'm not. I said
I backed off a cliff.
Yes,
And
now here's the thing.
42 feet to his death in a river below.
It's not the stand-up two-wheeled one. I believe he was.
It
he was tested. It was.
No, the guy was on the stand-up two-wheel.
You're sure?
I'm absolutely positive. Researched it myself.
I know that he was also testing a four-wheel model. That was a sport model that went really fast. You could take it on jumps.
Yeah.
Of course, he's not wearing a helmet. I don't think at the time, but that's one that he was currently prototyping.
Yes.
But this is the stand-up one.
He was on a regular stand-up Segway. He went off the cliff.
There you go.
Yeah. That happened. That happened. Owner of the Segway company backed off a cliff on a Segway. Or the CEO.
Yeah.
It's a true story. But it's not Dean Kingman. Dean Kingman is still with us. All right, so now we're going to talk about one more person before we move on to Gloria Ramirez. This guy's name is Baron Brandis, or was, I should say.
Yeah. Well, still is. I don't know if he's taken his identity.
Yeah. Well, with Baron, there's strange ways to die, and there's strange ways to die. And this guy takes the cake. He was an engineer, I guess, with a cannibalism fetish. He answered a freaking internet ad where another cannibal, Armin Muse, had asked for someone willing to be killed and eaten to come on over for dinner. So Baron, apparently figuring he had nothing else he needed to do for the rest of his life, went over to Armin's house and was willingly murdered and then consumed over a period of 10 months by Armin. Armin is now serving life in prison in Germany. And that's a major what the what kind of story for me, I gotta be honest. Everyone's heard that story. It's like, what is going on?
Well, Scott, I will just say this without implicating or besmudging anybody, but there's a local morning, I think, Radio Zoo show that does a little gag where they read some outrageous news story.
Yeah.
Usually it involves biting or eating of things you shouldn't be biting or eating.
Yeah.
And it's entitled, Is It Florida or Germany? So that's kind of, yes, that just says enough of strange things. Because, again, statistically, if you look at like where things weird things actually happen, it's not just usually one place. It's that you hear about these sensational stories like this, and it's like, oh, there you go, strange place.
Yeah,
we have our own strange places here in the U.S. and Europe has their own strange countries, or just places where these things kind of seem to pop up occasionally. And this is one of the big ones. Yeah, this is what I'm wondering. It's like, we talked about this earlier before we kind of bullet pointed this. It brings up some moral questions. I mean, I'm sure there's some people out there like, well, he wanted that's how he wanted to go, and he found a guy, who that's how he wanted to consume somebody.
Yeah,
perfect match. But if this guy was depressed,
online dating,
not so much. At least they put it in the copy up front. Like, let's get to the point. I would like to eat somebody. Yeah, which you can't really survive that. Although, great show here, which I don't know the status of, but it's Hannibal. Yeah, with Mads Mikkelsen. I think he played the Schiffer in Casino Royale with Daniel Craig. You know what I'm talking about? No. The bad guy. He bled from the eye.
I can't remember.
Yeah. Oh, really? He's a great bad guy.
Yeah,
he plays Hannibal Lecter in the TV show. Very well done. Very dark. Well acted. Well shot. So in the show, though, Eddie Izzard is another copycat serial killer like Hannibal Lecter, and I think he incapacitates the Eddie Izzard character and serves up his own leg to him. He's like, well, it's already cooked, and this guy's a great chef. Might as well give it a try. But that's the thing. He didn't die for it. I think eventually he may have been killed. But I think the point of Hannibal was that, no, you're going to be alive to enjoy this. Yeah. So that's a whole other spread of weirdness I've not actually heard happening. This case, though, this is my point. If he was severely depressed and he wanted to kill himself, and that's the way he wanted to go out, well, the other guy who wants to eat the other guy, you're kind of taking advantage of somebody who's emotionally troubled and vulnerable that way. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like, well, he just decided he wanted to die and end up in my stomach.
Yeah.
Just wrong on all counts.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So let's talk about Gloria Ramirez, since you brought her up last week.
Like again, total accident. So this is again serendipitous.
Why don't you refresh our listeners' memories on the story of Gloria?
What we were talking about on the live YouTube show at some point was that sometimes you hear stories and you're not sure what the outcome was. Maybe you followed them for a while. And again, this is pre-internet era. I had heard this story that I was fascinated by because there didn't seem to be any answers at the time. I think just to cover myself, I just said, well, it was either a man or a woman brought into a local Los Angeles suburb area hospital that was giving off really noxious fumes.
Fruity garlic smell.
Now we find that out.
Yeah.
It's just a really odd smell, and people start getting woozy and nauseous, and then really seriously, one doctor on call there in the emergency room actually kind of passed out and then suffered like paralysis, like serious medical conditions here, which he never really recovered from. And I mean like serious. This all points to memory of things that you kind of flash on, and that you may remember some things, you may mishmash elements of other stories into it. It's just how the memory, how the brain works and how memory is preserved. So it was 22 years ago, and I was surprised I remembered as much as I did. You know, I look at the papers and news reports, and again, pre-internet, so you can't really keep up with it. I just remember like, well, they thought it was pesticides, possibly, that she had gotten into or gotten exposed to, because that does happen. And as I mentioned in the YouTube show last time, is that, you know, I have a friend who's a fireman, and he says you do have to watch out. If somebody has gotten accidentally ingested, or a lot of times they try to commit suicide, it will come out of the skin. It comes out of your pores, and it is toxic. So if it's arsenic or some of the other toxins, that can happen. And so I didn't know if it was a man, because I think at the time, the only thing they could compare it to is that a young man who was trying to commit suicide swallowed a bunch of ant poison, got brought into the ER, and he was emitting really noxious, toxic fumes coming out of his body. So yeah, you have to don the hazmat, the respirators and all that, because you will, it's like being gassed.
Yeah.
So that's how I kind of confused me. I couldn't remember. It's like, I don't want to say if it's a man or a woman, but it could be either. But it turns out it was Gloria Ramirez, who was brought into the Riverside General Hospital February of 1994, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so here I'm going to give you a very basic bullet-pointed outline of what happened on that night, and the ARC found some great articles about it. There's some theories that gets kind of medical and kind of chemical. So Chris Cogswell can understand it. He's got some interesting ideas, but I'm just going to tell you basically what happened, and as bullet pointed and culled together in the Wikipedia article, because basically they cull from a lot of the same article we found. Keep in mind, Riverside, California is about 60 miles due east of Los Angeles, and it's a fairly large community, fairly large city of its own. And on February 19th, 1994, about 8:15 p.m. in the evening, a woman was brought into the ER. She is Gloria Ramirez, and she's only 31 years old, but she is kind of delirious, confused, not making much sense. She's also suffering from cervical cancer, right? Yes, she is suffering from the advanced effects of cervical cancer, and she's brought into the emergency room by paramedics. She's extremely confused, and she's suffering from tachycardia and Shane-Stokes respiration, which basically just means she's got an elevated resting heartbeat, and she's breathing kind of erratically. So either really fast, very slow, it's going all over the place. So the medical staff injected her with diazepam, midazolam, and lorazepam to sedate her. So she's getting some chemicals already, and we're building into something here. She's getting some treatment with medications, but she's not really responding to them. She's responding very poorly. So the staff is trying to defibrillate her heart. And at that point, they remove her shirt, and they notice that she's got kind of an oily sheen covering her body, I think in the chest and stomach area. And some people started to notice a fruity garlic-like odor that they thought was coming from her mouth.
And they described the sheen as being like what you see on the ground, like at a gas station in the
An
water.
oily slip.
Yeah.
Yeah, because right, it's going to reflect it. It's a refracting light.
Multicolors, and yeah.
Some kind of weird oil or sheen. And at this point, this is, again, when the story's unfolding on the news and the newspaper, it's like they don't know if it's coming out of her skin,
Yeah.
if it's applied topically, or what's happening, because it smells kind of odd. A registered nurse named Susan Kane attempts to draw blood from her arm and noticed an ammonia-like smell coming from the tube, the little glass tube there. Then she passes the syringe to a medical resident, Julie Gorchinsky, who noticed that there's manila-colored particles floating in the blood. And at this point, the nurse, Susan Kane, she fainted and was removed from the room. And shortly thereafter, Dr. Julie Gorchinsky, the medical resident, she began to feel nauseated. And then she was complaining that she was lightheaded, and she had to leave the trauma room and sat down at a nurse's desk. And the staff member checked on her, "Are you okay?" And before she could even respond, she passes out. She faints. So then Maureen Welch, a respiratory therapist who was assisting in the trauma room at the time, she was the third person to pass out. So then it's like, okay, something's going on here. We don't know what it is, but medical protocol, they get the whole staff is ordered to evacuate the emergency room, and everybody goes out to the parking lot outside the hospital. Good protocol. We don't know what's going on, but everybody goes out. So overall, 23 people became ill and 5 were hospitalized. So then a small skeleton crew stays behind to stabilize her hair. So there are people with her. Make sure, she still needs help, right? Okay. So unfortunately, at about 8:50 p.m., after about 45 minutes of CPR and defibrillation, Ramirez was pronounced dead from kidney failure related to her cancer. So that's ultimately what she died of, is kidney failure. Now, this raises a bunch of questions. What is causing these people to pass out? And there's a few theories. There's really maybe 2 or 3 main ones, and they get kind of technical, but of course there's an investigation. The county health department called in 2 scientists, doctors Ana Maria Osorio and Kristen Waller. They're on the case, and they interviewed 3-4 hospital staff who've been working in the emergency room on February 19th, and they used kind of a standard questionnaire, which is meant to basically see what patterns are here. What's the base of this? Some people had developed severe symptoms as loss of consciousness, shortness of breath, muscle spasms. They all of a sudden kind of seem to have some things in common. And so people who had worked within 2 feet of Ramirez and handled her intravenous lines had been at the high risk area. So, and then there was other factors that correlated with the severe symptoms, but it didn't seem to match the scenario in which the fumes had been released. The other thing is you keep in mind, the paramedics were working on her on the way to the hospital. So she had people there close to her, who did not seem to get sick, but I think they noticed there was a smell. However, I don't think they drew any blood, and that's a big factor. Once you draw the blood, now there's this strong ammonia smell. There seem to be crystals in the blood. Small white crystals. Right. So here we're getting to something that we talk about on the show occasionally, and we don't delve into it because there's so many different factors with this, but basically it's the old buzzword mass hysteria, because it usually happens or starts with women, and it usually starts when one person senses something unusual, a smell. That's usually what it is, and they get kind of nauseous, or they don't know what it is. They just feel nauseous. They start to have symptoms. Somebody else also says, "I too feel nauseous. I think I smell what you're smelling. There's something weird about this," and it's a chain reaction. Next thing you know, 3, 4, 5 people, maybe 20, 30 people all get it. It's not just women, men, but a lot of times it'll start off that way. So that was the assessment of Doctors Osorio and Waller, that it may have been that, because it has all the earmarks for that. Right. However, I would say that, yes, you can pass out and get queasy, and that's kind of where that stays, but this Dr. Gorchinsky, she denied this claim of mass hysteria, and she evidenced her own medical history that this was unlikely. And after the exposure, she spent 2 weeks in intensive care unit with breathing problems. And she also developed hepatitis and avascular necrosis in her knees, and also in the bone marrow. That's pretty darn serious. Yeah. I don't think that, I'm not a doctor, but I would say that a sociogenic hysteria of some kind will lead to certain symptoms. That seems pretty extreme to me. Yeah, actual physical death of tissue in your bones and your knees. Yeah, something's going on. There's some kind of chemical that's going on. So there's a bunch of different factors here. Now, this one, I'm going to just go to Wikipedia because they explain it much better than I can rewrite it. What's the point? So I'm just going to read it. And this is the major possible theory, I believe, which I think Chris Coxwell, who's our resident chemical engineer grad student, has got a paper due. He's cramming on that. And he's really jammed, but he had time to weigh in on this. And you don't have to correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's kind of behind this main theory. Now, I am too, because it's not on paper, it's a thesis. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, it ends up on paper, doesn't it? Yes, it does. But I know what you're saying. People understand the immense pressure. No, he's not writing a book report. Okay. Yes, it's he's under tremendous pressure, but he didn't have time to weigh it. Yes, he did have time to weigh it. There's some essay volumes to it. Why should I be the chemical engineer? Like Chris Coxwell. Well, he could be doing this. He's a future as a podcaster, but I'm sure that pays better. So,
Yes.
All right, so here we go.
He does have a show, by the way, the Mad Scientist podcast.
Yes, check it out if you can. If you love this kind of stuff, he delves into a little bit of philosophy, a little bit of science. It's all great stuff. Yeah. Okay, so here we go on the theories part, and this is the possible role of dimethyl sulfoxide. So, again, from this paragraph here on Wikipedia, the Riverside Coroner's Office contacted Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory to investigate the incident. Now, one thing I didn't read that Chris said is, like, these guys are the creme de la creme, the smartest dudes in the room. We're talking the big guns here. So, if they're weighing in on this, they're credible. Yeah. May not get any more credible. Drove by, actually also a lovely area. So in the Bay Area here. So as we already said, she developed hepatitis and avascular necrosis in her knees. So now Lawrence Livermore labs are coming in, and they postulated that Ramirez had been using dimethyl sulfoxide, DMSO, which is a solvent used as a powerful degreaser and as a home remedy for pain. A little side from here, I actually know of it because back when I was in high school, I was on the wrestling team, believe it or not, and our big guy who wrestled at the unlimited weight, he had bad knees. You're wrestling on your knees a lot, so he had a lot of knee pain. And he would rub DMSO on it. At the time, not many people, I think dimethyl sulfoxide, right? Dimethyl sulfoxide, DMSO. So he would rub it on his knees and then, wear the knee pads. But I remember it had a funky smell to it. I don't know if I would exactly call it garlic with a fruity smell, but I do remember this, that he would always chew gum after he applied it to his knees. He wasn't drinking it, but it would come out of your pores, it would come out of his
He knew that, so he was trying to be considerate.
Yeah, because
whoever he was crushing.
you didn't want to get under him. Yeah. To roll you into a pretzel. But yeah, he knew that it made your breath funky. Yeah. I'm trying to remember back. There's a very specific smell, but I will attest that happens. Yeah. DMSO comes out of your skin. It comes out in your breath, and he would chew gum to kind of prevent that. But he claimed it worked. He did say it did alleviate a lot of knee pain.
Yeah, we read that whoever was studying it back when it first came out, I think it was Dr. Jacob. I can't remember who he was. But he had said that he was marveled at how quickly it would be absorbed into the body and it caused no damage to your skin. And so it would pass through it almost like it wasn't there.
It's also used to help administer other topical drugs because of this transport property through the dermis. Yeah, that's one of the magical properties of it. Now, I will say, just from that personal experience part, is that you don't know the dosage or whatever. I believe my wrestling friend, he got it at a local health food store. It got, I think a few years later, got kind of banned. You didn't really see much.
And it's another thing that's an important factor in the story is that it's also seen as a home remedy.
Yeah,
for serious illnesses.
Yeah, and that's another thing that the art was discussing is that when you have cancer, you're going to try anything. Yeah, if there's some magical oil that people are talking about, the black, what is it? I can't remember that. Yes, the black sludge. Yeah, there's all these kind of strange remedies that sound really way out there, but when you're that desperate, you're going to try it. So her family said that she did not, they never saw her use it. They don't believe she used it. But, people don't tell their families everything. Yeah. And she was termed a non-compliant patient, which means she wasn't taking her regular regimen prescribed. Well, we don't know if she actually got a prescription and wasn't doing it. Basically, what that means is that
she had not started any chemo either. That
exactly. Right. So a big thing for me, she does not seem to be on any kind of prescribed regular medical regimen. Yeah. She might be trying home remedies, but she has advanced cancer. The other thing was, I thought, man, when you introduce nuclear medicine, chemo, into this, all bets are off. It's so extreme, the things it does to your body. There's what they call cancer brain. It kind of affects your thinking. You get really talkative and jolly in some weird ways. Yeah. You have a metallic taste in your mouth as you're pouring. Your appetite's all screwed up. If you start introducing different chemicals like that, then crazy things can happen. So no chemo, I believe. I never read anywhere.
No, we read specifically that she has not started or done any chemo.
Okay, so here we go. I'm going to pick up again with this paragraph. Okay, here we go. Users of this substance report that it has a garlic-like taste. Again, I never took it myself. I've only said it did make your breath funky. So it's sold in gel form at hardware stores because, again, it's a powerful degreaser. It could also explain the greasy appearance of Ramirez's body. The Livermore scientists theorized that the DMSO in Ramirez's system might have built up owing to urinary blockage caused by her kidney failure. Oxygen administered by the paramedics would have combined with the DMSO to form dimethyl sulfone. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. It's SClFone, so we'll go with that. Or as it's known, DMSO2. Now, DMSO2 is known to crystallize at room temperature, and crystals were observed in some of Ramirez's own drawn blood. Electric shocks administered during emergency defibrillation could have converted DMSO2 into dimethyl sulfate, DMSO4, a powerful poisonous gas, exposure to which could have caused the reported symptoms of the emergency room staff. The Livermore scientists postulated on the new detectives that the change in temperature, which that's a TV show, by the way, yes, that the change in temperature of the blood drawn from the 98.6 Fahrenheit of Ramirez's body to the 64 degrees Fahrenheit of the emergency room may have contributed to its conversion from DMSO2 into DMSO4,
along with the introduction of the electricity from the defibrillator.
Which is interesting because, now you're introducing an electric shock, which is a catalyst of some kind.
Right. And then they're creating a noxious gas.
Nerve gas. Yeah. So and there's another theory that in the sink nearby, there may have been some urine mixed with ammonia.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, bleach. Yes. Yeah. Urine mixed with bleach. What I do know is you don't want to mix ammonia and bleach because you get some bad wartime gas.
But they looked into that and found out that it didn't hold up, that theory.
Yes. Right. So that's one alternative theory.
And this seems totally plausible. I mean, this seems like what's happened. I mean, I don't think we can call it solved. It's like Cog says about Lawrence Livermore, and these guys are certainly
have some,
smarter than we are.
Doesn't it all sound very smart? That's my point is that there are several factors, big words. The DMSO and the sulfates and the methyls and all that stuff. Again, I told her it's my favorite compound, maggot methyl. Yeah. Which will mess you up, man. Seriously, that chemistry is fascinating to me. I don't know a whole lot about it. I tend to glean the fascinating points. I just remember in college at the University of Washington, which I did go, we had, that's in Seattle. Yeah. Maybe not anywhere near where you're right now. Yes. We had a grad student there who was talking about, we're asking about accidents. We're just asking about the gruesome parts. And he said, well, our professor today, we got out and we're experimenting with magic methyl. And he tells this cautionary tale where I think a grad student, or maybe an associate professor, somebody who knew what they were doing, which you should be operating with gloves and under a flame hood or something. Yeah. He unknowingly had a drop of it on his shirt or his collar, and during the school day, and by the end of the day, he was dead. A drop. Again, this is powerful stuff. Like I said, there's different things going on. There's electricity, there's a lot of chemistry, and that sounds the most plausible. Now, there's other theories, of course. Now, the family has another one because they don't believe that she ever took DMSO. But like as I said earlier, sometimes people they do things that your family doesn't know about, and they may have another angle on it. They believe that the hospital had a gas leak, right? And that's what caused all the noxiousness and maybe her early expiration. Too early, but she was very well advanced in her cancer, and ultimately, like we said, it was kidney failure. Yeah. So generally,
right, but her body wasn't able to eliminate the DMSO.
Exactly.
I don't know if we said that.
Right. That was a good point.
Because it wasn't coming out. There was no way for it to come out because she was blocked. She couldn't urinate.
There was a renal breakdown of some kind. She wasn't able to pass that. And again, what we see with celebrities is that a lot of them expire when you start mixing chemicals unknowingly. Yeah. You don't know what could happen. Right. This is what we're left with, different kind of theories. And ultimately, I believe in my point of view, and I think you too, and maybe our resident scientist here, is that we have a pretty good theory. But as with all these cases and all these strange and unusual deaths, we just may never know what actually happened. That's going to wrap it up for tonight's show. We're recording this episode on December 7th, and we'd like to honor the men and women who lost their lives in Pearl Harbor 75 years ago today. We'd like to thank Warby Parker, The Great Courses Plus, Movement Watches, and Blue Apron for sponsoring us. Please remember that supporting our sponsors helps support the show. Special thanks to John Boland. Join us next week for our last show of the year, where we'll bring you the flip side of the coin that was tonight's episode by sharing some astonishing stories of survival.
Hi, I'm Matt Bulpin from Newcastle, Australia. I'm Brian.
Hi, I'm Carly Martin, and I give my permission to Astonishing Legends.
To use my voice, galaxy-wide in perpetuity. But if you ever expand the Andromeda Galaxy, permission denied.
Our show is edited by Sarah Voorhees, and the theme is by Judson Crane. Sound design is by Brian McCollum. Special thanks to the ARC and its lead researcher, Tess Feifel. But most importantly, we want to thank our listeners. You can find us online at astonishinglegends.com, as well as Facebook, Patreon, Twitter, Tumblr, Google+, and Instagram. Copyright Scott Philbrook and Forrest Burgess. Good night.
Then it really becomes alive. We're coming back with that. Let's check in with Amy. Live.
Just excellence is something.
Have you ever wanted to give back to your community, make a difference, help the next generation? You can have all of this and make a great paycheck too. EduStaff is hiring substitute teachers and paraprofessionals in your local school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute at edustaff.org.
Just excellence is something.
Sure, Marcus, David, turning something into the Lancaster Sheriff's Department.
Hey, Mel, Brian here. Gotta work from home today because the whole family caught a nasty. Hey, Mikey, if you're gonna puke, find the popcorn bowl. My availability is 110%. Incidentally, so is my fever. Mel, I'm so cold and hot. But I'm gonna get you that budget just as soon as. Mikey, popcorn bowl.
Press 1 to use Instacart to get your family sick day essentials delivered in as fast as 30 minutes. Press 2 to keep working. Do not press 2. Just use Instacart, Brian.
Just excellence is something.
Have you ever wanted to give back to your community, make a difference, help the next generation? You can have all of this and make a great paycheck too. EduStaff is hiring substitute teachers and paraprofessionals in your local school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute at edustaff.org.
Just excellence is something. Just excellence is something.
Your local school districts constantly face a shortage of substitute teachers and support staff. EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring people like you to help our school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute today at edustaff.org.
Just excellence is something.
This week's episode of Astonishing Legends is sponsored by the Great Courses Plus, Harry's.com, Blue Apron, and Sherry's Berries.
And we're back for the last show of 2016. This year has had no shortage of surprises, let me tell you. That it has, for Astonishing Legends especially. Tonight's episode will likely push us past 10 million downloads. It's difficult to convey how grateful we are for you guys and all the support you've given us since we started out a little over 2 years ago. We're taking the holidays to plan out 2017, and we wanted to let you know that it's our goal to make next year our best yet with a ton of intriguing topics as well as live appearances on YouTube and 1 or 2 more in person. Speaking of that, I'll be in New York City on business for the show February 25th and for a few days after. It's not firmed up yet. I'm planning a meetup for listeners while I'm there, so if you live in the Big Apple, listen to our January 2017 shows for more details on that. All right, let's get down to business. Welcome back to Astonishing Legends. I'm Scott Philbrook, and this is Forrest Burgess. It is not known precisely where angels dwell, whether in the air, the void, or the planets. It has not been God's pleasure that we should be informed of their abode. Voltaire. It's the end of the year, and last week we shared the stories of some extremely unusual deaths. This week we embrace hope and second chances that the new year brings as we take a look at some miraculous stories of survival. All right, so we're back at it, and the first thing that I want to point out is a correction to our last episode.
All right, what did they screw up?
Well, we were pretty buttoned up, but there was one thing. Remember when you mentioned Rod Hall and his puppet during the Killer Cassowary segment? Well, of course. Turns out he was British, not Australian.
Oh, yes, that's right. And I did see that one of our number one fans on Twitter, Scribbler Maxie, was very quick to point that out. However, in my defense, the last time I saw Rod Hull at his emu, and I think I actually called him Rob last week, was way back in 1974 on the Hudson Brothers Razzle Dazzle show. And my kid Logic back then knew that emus were from Australia. So I actually, in fact, much like the cassowaries in New Guinea, they're a very revered bird there. Yeah, by the indigenous people, but also it's on coins, I think.
I can't remember anything I saw on TV except that. But then again, I'm younger than you.
That's true. I think I was 9, maybe, so you were,
I was 5.
you were just over Todd. Yeah. But you asked me before, like, how do I remember things like that? It's like, I get close.
Yeah.
But it's a very funny act. I remember just doubling over laughter as a kid, especially.
Yeah.
Did you show it to your son, speaking of which?
No, I didn't. I need to show it to him. I did watch it when you sent it to me, and I was laughing. He was already in bed when I watched it.
It's 70s TV. But that's what I remembered because, I think he was also wearing the Outback jacket, the adventurer's jacket, the modified pit helmet. So I just assumed he was Australian. So, of course, now I had to dig way down deep for this one for the truth.
Yeah.
Because I would not let this rest until I found out what was really the deal. And when she said it, it's like, yeah, I think you're right. He's British. And of course, I had to look it up. Well, Rod Hull was British, but he did move to Sydney, Australia in 1961, and that's when he started his television career there on TCN Channel 9. It's also a very well-known fact that the emu kept his Australian citizenship, so so he's still Australian. Yes. So anyway, you get a blend there. So I think it's understandable that my 9-year-old self just assumed he was Australian. But thank you for the correction, Maxie. And how dare you make me look all that up? I'm just joking, but yes, I do owe her an apology.
Well, here's the interesting thing about that and your wonderful capitulation there.
Yeah.
The fact that we misstated his country of origin is not what I couldn't believe we overlooked.
Oh, you mean the fact that Bill Hudson from the Hudson Brothers show is actually American actress Kate Hudson's biological father from a time when he was briefly married to Goldie Hawn, is that true?
No, that's not it at all.
Okay,
there was something else we overlooked.
Oh, all right. I know what you're talking about. Well, after an episode about unusual deaths, we failed to mention that poor Rod apparently fell off the roof of his own house to his death while adjusting his TV antenna to take in a game of footy back in 1999, as Maxie tweeted at us.
Right, Maxie made it clear that in her eyes, and we imagined that of many, this was a sad death of a great entertainer. But still, we have to say, it fits firmly in the unusual ways to die column. She also said that reports say it wasn't clear if he simply lost his footing or maybe had a heart attack before falling.
Well, according to Wikipedia, on 17th March 1999, Hull climbed on the roof of his bungalow named Shepherd's Cottage in Winchelsea near Rye, Sussex, to adjust his television aerial during the second leg of the Champions League quarter-final football match between Internazionale and Manchester United at the San Siro. It was a procedure he carried out on a regular basis, as shown in home video footage included in the 2003 documentary Rod Hull, A Bird in the Hand. In his attempt to improve reception, he slipped from the roof and fell through an adjoining greenhouse. The 63-year-old entertainer suffered a severe skull fracture and chest injuries. He was pronounced dead on arrival at Conquest Hospital in Hastings.
Honestly, it does have a bit of an Andy Kaufman-esque feel to it, his death.
Yeah, especially if he disappeared right after that. Maybe he's coming back.
Ultimately, I think falling off a roof is not all that unusual of a way to go, but the fact that we made reference to him on an episode about unusual deaths, and even more specifically during a sequence about vicious cassowaries disemboweling folks with a flick of their bird wrists.
Right?
No, wait. When you bird... It's an ankle. Is it an ankle if it's just above the foot?
Yes, I think it's actually an elevated toe joint. You're talking about the ankle on a cassowary. It's actually way up super high, more like a backwards knee. Kind of picture that?
Okay.
But wait, hold on. Just listen back to last week's episode about this full cassowary kerfuffle. And I believe you said it was also the middle toe of the cassowary that had the long toe claw. But I think it's the first inside toe that has the really long, nasty
Okay,
claw.
anyway.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
The point is, we already covered that.
Yeah.
The point is, we should have mentioned that Rod Hull fell off his roof to his death after we brought him up on the show.
So last week, we took a look at both the end of the year and winter itself as a metaphor for death, and used that as an excuse to share some unusual stories of unusual deaths that occurred throughout history.
That's right. And here's something interesting to note. In the 36 hours between our recording session and when we were able to release the show last week, we lost 2 more culturally significant individuals.
Right. tonight, astronaut John Glenn, the first American to orbit the Earth, and also Greg Lick, founding member of the band Emerson, Lake and Palmer, who was the second and last member of the trio to pass away in 2016. He was also a founding member of King Crimson and was briefly a member of the band Asia. Do you remember them?
Yes, I do. And in fact, later when Emerson, Lake and Palmer formed, it was Palmer because Powell couldn't get out of his contract with Asia.
Yeah, that's right.
So anyway, but
again, super musicians and just like a powerhouse. Everything he's done is just amazing.
A really great work, and it's interesting too. Going back to 2016, Keith Emerson actually committed suicide in March of this year. So just another one on the list.
That's true, but like we said before, our greats from our generation are getting up there in age.
Well, some of them. And one thing also that we forgot to mention, and it's not a detail that was widely reported after Prince was initially found, but I think he was found partially in an elevator.
I believe from the news reports at the time he was slumped over in the elevator.
I
his
had
own house recording studio, and he wasn't discovered by an assistant for like several hours later. So 4 or 6 hours later.
But that struck a chord with me just because of the whole party like it's night. Are we not going to let the elevator?
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Bring us down.
No,
I'm sorry.
it's
not funny. I'm not.
No.
A huge fan of Prince.
No, but you know what? That made me think
He
of,
actually died in an elevator after having a song about.
He probably passed away pretty quickly, but being in the elevator is what caused him to be obscured, and people didn't find him right away.
Right.
If he passed out in the lobby or something.
Yeah.
Not that there could have been anything done for him, but it actually goes back to what we were talking about, mixing pharmaceuticals. When you do that, you're not sure what you've been taking and how much of a dosage can have really tragic effects. So I believe that's kind of part of it. He had some pain issues. Anyway, it's been a very rough year all around, especially for losses in the music world. You could easily do dozens of episodes on many of the other legends that passed in 2016. But tonight's show and our show in general is not about that.
Yeah, tonight's show is about the other side of the coin. It's about people and stories that seem to defy the odds. Stories of survival that evoke images of divine intervention. And as with a lot of the stories that we share on Astonishing Legends, there are some that have aspects to them that really can't be explained. In other cases, you might say, well, that's all circumstantial, and you'd be right. Everyone has to decide for themselves if a story is just a story and a set of unconnected events that culminated in a favorable outcome, or if something more was at play.
And the years ahead and coming holidays seem like a good time to look at that stuff.
I couldn't agree more.
So I know we have a few tales to share tonight, but weren't you going to start with a personal one?
It's funny, I went back and forth on whether or not I wanted to share this story.
Oh boy, so you know it's good.
Yeah. Well, it's extremely personal, and it was kind of a jumping off point for me because I don't know how paranormal or supernatural it is, but for me, it was a very poignant moment in my life. And the other thing is the story makes me seem like an idiot, so it's kind of it's a little embarrassing, but there was an aspect to it that felt otherworldly.
Is it one you have told me?
Yeah, you know about it. Okay. I think the show was off the ground actually when it happened.
I do remember because I know what you're getting at here, and you have nothing to be ashamed about. Although it is
all the details.
No, look, if you know Scott, it's kind of the way he does things, which is really buttoned up with a lot of research, and he finds the best possible way to do stuff through serious research, but that left unchecked, it gets a little out of hand.
It does. I certainly learned a lot of lessons from this. This story is a road story, and one of the things that we found out on the show was that a lot of things happen on the road. The road itself is a spiritual place.
And exactly. That's a huge theme, especially in the Skinwalker legends, and especially what I learned from Brian Skinner's wonderful line of books. I wanted to give him a shout out.
Yes.
The rock drawings and the carvings, a lot of it depicts something like a long road. So it's a metaphor. You could say it was an actual road leading to a portal, whatever it is. But that features at least one significant carving where it's a journey, and a road cuts through literally the middles of nowheres.
Yeah.
All around it. And when you do that, you're going to run into something unusual.
Honestly, my favorite thing in the world is to take a road trip. I really love it. I've grown up that way, and I'm actually never much happier than I am than when I've taken a long trip somewhere and I'm seeing something I've never seen before.
Yeah, you're free and easy, rolling around the open road.
And I also enjoy listening to podcasts and talk radio when I'm on the road. That's the second thing that makes it kind of sublime for me. I know we have a lot of listeners that listen on road trips. And
we have a lot of truckers.
Too. And shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for being so supportive. I'll get into the meat of the story. Yeah, I was taking a trip with my son from Los Angeles to Colorado a few years ago. I guess this was maybe going on right around 3 years ago, maybe, or something.
Yeah, that's
something
about
like
right.
that. And I was driving at the time. I had a 2007 Jeep Wrangler Rubicon 4-door.
If you bought one of our T-shirts, there's a little bit of a silhouette on the side.
That's right. The Jeep is down there.
Which we have trouble explaining is like, is this a car show? I know you guys click and clack and all that, but like, the original idea for the Jeep and our cars is that we were planning to maybe be a little bit more mobile than reality would have us.
We're still dreaming.
We're still dreaming about that, but that's kind of the theme and the vibe and the feel is that we both love road trips. We love traveling. We love automobiles.
Yeah.
And we love going out and talking to folks and finding new stories. So we were thinking like, wow, we're going to take this remote. We're going to get out there. It's like, well, life has other plans for both of us.
Yeah, exactly. And in this Jeep, I had it since it was new in 2007. So already at this point, I've had it a pretty good while. And I made a lot of modifications to it. By the time I finished with it, it was essentially an off-road capable mini RV. It had a tent on the roof, a fridge in the back, a stove, and well, just too much to list, as they say sometimes when they sell a car like that. Now, I've been building and modifying cars my whole life. I'm a car guy, as we've said a billion times, and with all that experience, I have kind of a fatal flaw of being convinced that I know what I'm doing, even when I don't. That's a little bit genetics to it, Dad. I'm going to give you a shout out there. And then, well, two fatal flaws, really. That one, and also just making things more complicated than they need to be in general.
Well, you always try to maximize the potential of any, I would say, machinery or piece of equipment.
This is proving to be really, what I'm
Well,
back from Forrest is really fascinating.
No, it's like a therapy session. I admire that. It's probably, I have a lot of the same traits where it's just like, if we're going to invest time with this thing, it should work and work to the best of its potential. But I think you maybe over-exceeded or just exceeded the capabilities of the actual physicality.
I did things in the wrong order. I made a couple of bad errors in this case. One of the main things I did was I added too much weight to it before I modified the suspension to handle the extra weight. And I'm going to come back to that in a minute. Anyway, I'm planning this big trip with my son to take him to see my dad, who lives in Denver, and my stepmom, too. And then we're going to travel down south to visit our friends at that ranch in southern Colorado that we always mention on the show. I was so excited about this trip because when I was a kid, I used to take these same kinds of trips with my dad. It was one of the highlights of my summer, so much so that I'm pretty sure it's what set me out to get a Jeep in the first place, because I wanted to take my son on these big, grandiose road trips and go off-roading and stuff like that. However, nearly all of my logic was flawed. I could go on and on about it for quite some time, but the long and short of it is I was rushing things, both with the Jeep itself and also with my son, who was probably about a year and a half too young to be taken on a trip like this. And so essentially I was taking risks that I wasn't even aware I was taking because I've been blinded by this goal of making this certain thing happen, Clark Griswold style. Even though in the back of my mind, I knew that maybe it just wasn't the right time. And the other thing about my dad and me is when we took our trips was that he had me when he was much younger. He was in his early 20s, and I had my son when I was 40. So there's a whole different game going on there for the old man in the driver's seat. But anyway.
Yeah. How did your son take long trips with nothing but you and maybe some adult audio? Yeah,
he loved it. He's a good traveler. He's a good traveler. And when he was much younger, I had taken some longer trips with him too. And when my wife and I moved from the East Coast back to the West Coast, I drove cross country with him that time too. He was very young. But in some ways it was easier to manage because he was super predictable. He rode in the back and did great, and I would stop every 90 minutes or so at a Walmart or a Home Depot, and we would go inside and just let him run around and go crazy.
Yeah,
right. Get back in, hit the road back, and he was fine.
Yeah,
okay. But this was later. He was closer to 5 years old now. He's cognizant. He's having conversations. He's talking to me about stuff. And we were on I-40 coming out of LA, heading towards Arizona. Theoretically, I should be excited about taking this trip, and I was, but I wasn't actually that comfortable because I realized that my Jeep, now that it was loaded down with food and luggage, along with the heavy-duty bumpers and the winch and everything else that I added, it was extremely squirrely. It felt like a 1970s Cadillac with a two-story house on top of it.
Pretty floaty.
Yeah, super floaty and unstable, and I could tell that if I would have had to make a panic stop or swerve for any reason, it was going to be real difficult to control.
Yeah.
I was extremely tense. My neck was tight. I was like gripping the steering wheel super hard. Less concerned for my own safety than that of my son.
course.
who I'm in charge of protecting.
And he's a child seat.
Yeah, in the middle and the back, which is the safest place to be. And the Jeep had an internal roll cage too, which was part of the weight issue. But it was safer than most in terms of the collision or a rollover or something. But also, it was more prone to making one at this particular point.
And of course, the overriding rule is keep the shiny side up.
Yeah,
It wouldn't have happened in a suburban incident.
right. So being hell bent on making the trip, I kept going in spite of the wobbliness, thinking that as soon as the trip was over, I was going to look into beefing up my suspension and get it up to par for all the added weight.
By adding more weight.
Yeah, because I just need to keep going.
Right.
And I think it's safe to say that my decision to continue on the trip was probably one of the worst ones I've ever made. And in hindsight, it was one that might have led to a tragic accident, and it's something I still beat myself up about to this day.
No, don't do that too much.
Well, it was dumb, and it wasn't even pride. It was just sort of a blind
Goal orientation.
Yeah, goal orientation. So anyway, I'm touring along, continuing to ignore the signs that I should turn back and cancel the trip. That's really what I should have done. That's when the Jeep began to have an unusual problem, one of the worst kind in the automotive world, aside from a wheel cutting off or something. An electrical issue. The dash began lighting up. Things were cutting on and off. It was a lot like what happened to good old Roy Neary in Close Encounters at the train tracks. It was just lights were flashing and everything.
Yeah.
This usually means that you have an alternator problem.
Yeah.
But I couldn't be sure, and I kept thinking it was going to get better because it was intermittent. It was coming and going, and I thought, well, I should pull over, and what I'll do is shut it off and start it back up, because in the past, I had a few very minor problems, and actually spoken to a dealer, and he said, just reset the computer, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
And you do that by turning it off, let it sit for 30 seconds, turn it back on. So I pulled over onto this off-ramp, going up this big ramp, was on an incline, and I pulled past the road at the top of it, and then about 50 yards back down onto the on-ramp on the other side, which would take me right back onto I-40 once I hopefully got everything sorted out. So in a long chain of unfortunate events, the ramp I chose, or really had to choose, was in one of those cuts in the rock, where they blasted out and put a road through. And because this was just an on-ramp, there was really only one lane. It was a very narrow and very tall cut, so I essentially had like 2 6-story buildings on both sides of it.
Or cell reception is what you're getting at here.
Yeah, that's what we're about to find out. So I turned off the car thinking, well, it's sputtering anyway, and maybe a computer reset will get it sorted until we can get to the next town. So I turned it off. And it stayed off, really off. It was done. It didn't want to restart at all. So now, I'm broken down on the side of I-40, pretty far out in the middle of nowhere, about 20 miles east of Kingman, Arizona. In the back seat, I have my son, who I think was probably right around 5 years old, and who relies on me to protect him from the dangers of the world. It's very difficult to explain how upset I felt about this absurd predicament that I brought him into. At this point, I'm thinking, okay, well, I got AAA, just going to get on my cell and call for help. Meanwhile, he's getting hungry and wondering what we're up to, and I, of course, didn't want him to be scared, so I'm not giving him the full story. On top of that, felt like a complete idiot, and no dad wants his son to see him that way. But I also just wanted him to feel safe, so I played it cool. Got him a snack out of the fridge in the back, something to drink, went around to look under the hood. Whatever was wrong was not immediately obvious. There was no smoking gun. So it was time to make that phone call. It was at this point I discovered that my cell phone had, as you alluded to earlier, Forrest, no signal whatsoever. The cut I was in with the valley, with the rocks around it, it was zip. I didn't have a half bar. I didn't have LTE. I didn't have the phone, just said no service.
Well, now that's going to be a hike up to the top, the nearest hill.
Yeah, and there was no way to get anywhere. I mean, to add to all of this, the spot where we pulled over was virtually invisible to the passersby on I-40. Because of the rock cut and the length of the on-ramp I had come to a rest on, I would have had to walk a quarter mile easy just to get someone's attention down the freeway where the sporadic and light traffic was traveling an average of about 80 miles per hour. So the car is dead, the phone won't get a signal, we're in the middle of nowhere, and it's getting late, and I'm not in a position to even flag down help. It was at this point that my son started feeling bad. In fact, it seemed as though he might have a fever. It was a nice day, but it was the desert, and it was the fall, so that meant we had to sort something out because it was going to get real cold after dark, and it was already 4 or 5 p.m., what I remember. Now, I'm a pretty resourceful guy. I like to think generally better prepared than most folks, but I was easily in one of the worst situations I could imagine at this point, and in my mind, I was failing royally as a father. I mean, I've been a dad for nearly 8 years now, and we all have those moments, parents do, I think, where you're like, holy crap, I can't believe that just happened. I almost dropped my child on his head or whatever. But thank God, me and my kid got through that. But this was different. I've taken a lot of road trips, like I said, a lot. And I understood the gravity of the situation. We were broken down and isolated, and now my son was getting sick. And the sense of vulnerability that I had was overwhelming. Not wanting trying to hike down to the interstate with my ailing 5-year-old where the cars were flying by and traffic was light, mind you, but I wasn't about to leave him alone in the car either, so my phone was in a dead zone and I was completely out of options. We weren't packed for camping. The vehicle was set up for camping, but I didn't have that kind of stuff. We were mostly staying at people's houses and in a hotel here and there, so I didn't have the thing to weather a very cold night and the tent on the roof. Which
Well, now you are responsible in my view. Okay.
Well, no, I mean, the blankets were up there, but I'm not going to be able to get in the tent with a feverish 5-year-old and
you don't
spend
want
the
to.
night.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You don't want to sit
Especially on an on-ramp where I should be sleeping with an eye open and a gun. Which,
Yeah.
no, I didn't have that either. This is one of those times
You're out in the middle of
you want
nowhere.
to have something
Yeah, no, I
to
get
get
it.
yourself, especially with your child.
Exactly, and there's nowhere really to picture this for you to pull over, right?
Right.
You got road and maybe 5 or 6 feet of shoulder.
Yeah, we're right up against the edge of one of those blasted out cliffs. So I'm sitting there in the driver's seat in full-blown MacGyver mode, trying to figure out what I'm going to do. And I'm coming up with nothing over and over and over. I can't figure out a plan. And at that very moment, I heard a loud rumbling sound, and a tractor trailer came up the off-ramp behind us on the other side of the little road that the exit was for, which was only there for access to a giant ranch. There was no town off that road, no public destination. The truck pulled up all the way up behind us, not ominously, but probably about 50 feet.
You and your son also like to watch the movie Duel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is
So the driver, he got out, and I didn't know anything about this guy. He's a total stranger. Where we were completely out of sight from any witnesses, and let's just say I was concerned, but by the same token, he was our only shot at getting help at that moment. I told my son to stay in the car, and I cautiously approached him. I couldn't figure out really why he would have gotten off there, and now it was just him and us, or him and me outside. He climbed out and walked up to me, and I told him my car had broken down and my phone wouldn't work to call for help, and he said, well, let's try mine. And he went back to his truck and got it for me. It had a full signal. Here in this place where I had none. I used it to call AAA and arrange for a tow truck to come meet us. The only problem was the tow truck was super busy that day and it wouldn't be by for at least an hour. I told the driver my son was sick and in the car, and without the tow truck, we would be in danger. And he just smiled and said simply, I'll stay with you guys until he gets here. He went back and sat in his truck, and over an hour later, the tow truck arrived. That was after once it disappointingly showed up at the top of the on-ramp, turned across the bridge to go the other way down the interstate to help someone else. It was like, it's here!
And now that's the stranded castaway on the island, and the plane, veers off to the other direction.
That's exactly what happened. So a little while later, the tow truck arrived. I thanked the truck driver for waiting, and he said really it was no problem at all. And he got back in his truck, headed on down the on-ramp, and back onto the freeway. Now, that guy could have been anyone. He could have been not such a nice person. And things could have gone real different for me and my son. As long as I live, I will never forgive myself for putting him in that position. And I can't say that truck driver was an angel of some kind, but I can say that he showed up in our time of need and stayed with us until we were safe. Maybe he was sent by someone. I actually asked him why he got off there, and he told me I'm not sure. I guess I needed a break for a minute. Maybe it was all just a coincidence. I suppose it says something about the world that it's a shocking surprise when someone stops to help you who has absolutely nothing to gain by doing so. I don't know a whole lot about being a truck driver, really. I mean, I know we have a lot of drivers that listen to us, as I said earlier. Hey, guys, but I do know that time is money, and that sitting on the side of the road for an hour when you've either got a load to pick up or deliver or going home, it's not something everybody's going to do. When we start researching for an episode, there's nothing better than finding a really trustworthy source of information because we're always looking for the real story.
Even before we started this podcast, it was important to us personally to know what we were talking about, or at least sound like we did. That's why the Great Courses Plus is such an awesome resource. And boy, do I wish it was around when I was a student.
Me too. That's why it makes such a great gift for the students in your life, or anyone that loves learning. And now you can try it out and get a full month of free video courses from the Great Courses Plus when you sign up using our special URL, thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends.
When you sign up, you'll get access to over 8,000 engaging video lectures presented by award-winning professors, and more courses are added every month.
There's so many topics to check out, from history, science, and art, to learning a new language or learning how to draw or cook. And with this offer, you can check out as many as you like.
And the learning couldn't be more convenient. Stream as many different lectures as you want, anytime, anywhere, from your smartphone, tablet, laptop, or TV. What better time to learn something new when you're taking a break from all the relatives and festivities this holiday season?
If I can find any downtime at all, I'll be watching the rest of our current course, the early Middle Ages. Where are you on that one, Forrest?
I actually skipped ahead to a lecture called Arthur's England because I love the legend of King Arthur. I'll go back and pick up where I left off, of course, but Arthur's definitely going to be a future episode of our show, so I just couldn't wait.
Okay, then tell me something about him. Where should we start?
Well, it's a bit murky, but after the departure of the Romans, the indigenous Celtic people of Britain resisted the invasions and migrations of the Anglo-Saxons, and it's possible, although not certain, that a British war leader named Arthur won a decisive battle against them at Mountbatten around 500 AD. Now, they're pretty sure there was actually a battle, but no accounts from that time clearly indicate that Arthur was there or that Arthur was even a king. And no one really knows where Mountbatten is today.
Well, that sounds like an astonishing legend for sure.
Indeed. So much more fascinating information awaits you at the Great Courses Plus with a special offer. Sign up today to get 1 month free as one of our listeners. Go to thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends.
That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jordan Bonaparte from the Nighttime Podcast, and this is Astonishing Legends. So let's get back to the show.
Well, that's interesting, especially the fact that he wasn't kind of sure, really, why he had taken that remote offering.
Yeah.
Folks, if you can picture this, it's not like he can see it's got the sign like food, camping, gas, and, there's a truck stop there for him to pull off. And as Scott said, if you're out there on the road, time is money. And, yeah, you're either on your way to pick something up or dropping it off, or you're done and you're going home for a spell, and you want to get there as quickly as possible. And so they don't really want to be lollygagging around doing stuff. So it's interesting. Now, I will say there's a lot of stories out there about even ghost truckers. And as the letters and emails that we got from truckers out there, they can tell you that they see a lot of strange things.
Be sure and tell them Large Marge sent ya.
An old email we got, some guy up north where I'm from, he goes to this quarry, which is pitch black in the middle of the night, and I think he dumps his load or something out there. Listening to the spooky stories puts a different spin on it.
Yeah.
Down the middle of nowhere, there's no one else around, and it's totally dark. There's tons of stories about that kind of happening in all variations. Off the side of the road who get helped. Or there's an accident and somebody shows up and they ask who it was, and it's like, oh, they're gone now. They just stopped by the help. That doesn't mean it's paranormal right at their age. It could just be somebody who just decided to stop and help, and they don't really need to be thanked. They're glad they helped. They put their time in there.
How are you, Bitcoin Robin Williams?
What's interesting, though, is just for the little aspect, I don't think, but maybe
Good to
something
see you.
was put into his mind that it might
What'd
be
you know?
time to pull over and take a break.
Well, the interesting thing is, it took me a while to
What'd
find
you say?
out. I actually never found out exactly what was wrong with the vehicle.
You
which was
Francis,
also
what do you know?
difficult for me.
What?
I've been patient, do you know?
You've been patient?
I've been painting, you know?
Oh, you've been painting. Yeah, good, good for you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Thomas.
Excellent.
So what's going on?
Not too much. How about you?
Not so much, man.
All right, baby. Well, I'm gonna go back and take a nap.
I close, yeah, a little bit about that kind of thing, and what's wrong with the car, what's right with it, or machines in general. Yeah, I called several times to the dealership that I wound up towing it to, and they had fixed it relatively quickly.
They replaced a part, right?
Yeah, they said something about the battery cable being chewed through the battery, some vibration or something.
Oh, that's right.
And it caused a short, and maybe that was the case, but I never could actually talk to the technician who worked on it. He could never come to the phone. I tried 3 times.
They were all angels.
I'm not saying that, but it was weird. I couldn't reach the guy. I was like, oh, he's at lunch. Oh, he's not in today. Oh, and by that time, I had gone back to Los Angeles with my son in a rental car because he needed to go to the doctor. So I had the Jeep towed back to Los Angeles, and I guess when I look back on it and how wonky the suspension was with all that weight on it, finishing that trip honestly would have been a mistake, especially going up through the Rockies. So for me, when I think about whether or not someone or something is looking out for me, or just my son, which I'm fine with, I think about how I was ignoring signs that the trip was not meant to be, and how when I ignored those signs, something stepped in and made sure that it wouldn't happen and broke down. And after that, we were guarded by a good Samaritan that came out of nowhere and stayed with us until we were safe. That moment where we were stuck and the phone wasn't working and my son was getting sick, it was getting dark, it was a life changer for me. So since then, we've taken several successful road trips, one in the very same Jeep after I got the suspension right, and another one more recently in the Jeep's replacement, which is a huge Land Rover that happily gets us all at the same places the Jeep would have, and thankfully I've been cured of my desire to extensively modify cars, I'll tell you that.
Well, you have a vehicle that will safely get you to the nearest hotel.
Well, yeah, like I said, it's part of that generation. I'm getting older, and I'm okay with that. It still does pretty well off-road, you know, and it can do the things that I want to do occasionally, besides being a grocery getter. And mine has been off-road several times, I will say that. Just a whole 9 yards.
Right. I always take a longer, wider view of history, especially the past, and you feeling bad about taking your son or putting him in that kind of danger, I get that. Yeah, look, I don't have any children of my own, but I certainly do empathize, and I understand it. On the other hand, all of the past history where people just took their kids, imagine the pioneers, like, come on, family, we're going out west to the Oregon Trail.
Yeah.
Through Death Valley.
Yeah.
Well, there's a reason they call it Death Valley. We touched on that a little bit. You can easily die there.
Yeah.
What I'm getting is that don't beat yourself up too much. That's really life. That's getting out there. However, I will say, yes, if you're going to do that, I've certainly heard tons more stories, way more than people being responsible, is people being kind of irresponsible and not thinking things through. Yeah. The DJ, do you know what area you're going into? Do you know what you should take? You got to realize we have it really comfortable now. I know people like to gripe. It's like, well, the Wi-Fi's out on this plane.
Yeah.
You have it very easy, and rarely does death come knocking at your door. So we've gotten too soft, and we don't realize that accidents and tragedies and mishaps and misadventure is right around every step, around every corner, and it can happen to anybody.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something else. Your cell carrier, you might think you're on an interstate and you've got signal everywhere you go, but you don't. You don't. And you don't on a lot of the major byways either, which is to be expected. But even the interstates have dead spots. And, well, that's why I also got a used satellite phone.
Yeah, well, no, that's a good idea.
If I can see the sky, I can make a phone call now. And that's what I always have it with me if I take a road trip.
The type of offering we like to at least just think about it.
Yeah, actually think about it.
I'm going to tell you about is called overlanding. And so the idea is that you're not boulder crawling, you're kind of out in the open Bureau of Land Management.
Yeah, free range camping.
Yeah, just out in the open spaces. None of it's going to be in cell range. And yes, satellite phones you do have, but also a lot of overlanders take shortwave radio.
Yeah.
Because that you can communicate with from virtually anywhere.
I also have a personal locator beacon.
Yeah, that's a
emergency button. But you can't, if you press that button and you don't actually need help, you get a bill for like $400,000.
Right.
Because when you hit it, it's like an E-perb on a sailboat or a boat. When it capsizes, the E-perb automatically sends a signal out that the Coast Guard picks up or the satellites pick up, and then they send help for you.
Right.
So when you press the button, you've got to seriously be needing the help.
Yes.
It mobilizes a rescue team to wherever you are.
Right. Well,
and it's a great thing to have. It's peace of mind.
Yeah.
But it might not work in every scenario. Again, you have to be able to see the sky for that because it's satellite based.
You try and prepare as best you can for what you're getting into and do your research, find out what you're getting into before you get up there. And there was just a story where the GPS failed and this family ended up in a very snowy pass and got stuck and didn't get to, I think, for at least 24 hours.
Yeah.
They were lucky. There was a story a few years ago about a family, I believe he worked in Silicon Valley, and got his family stuck. At the top, this would be Donner Pass area, I believe, and they got stuck up there, and they miraculously, most of the family survived. Unfortunately, the father went out on foot. Left the vehicle, which is never a great thing because do you know where you're going?
Yeah.
And he didn't, and what they found was that he was suffering the effects of hypothermia, where you start to think you're really hot, and you start taking off his jacket, his coat, his clothes, and they just found him, unfortunately. Now that they had an infant with them, you're thinking like, well, you know, people take family trips, you do. Doesn't mean you can't just wait till every kid is 10 years old before you venture out. I believe our family was going to move, but I think I was 6 months old. They took a long trip from wherever I'm from down to California, so that was going to be the thing. And we had an old 46 Ford. That kept overheating, so they made it as far as Oregon, and then they had to kind of stay with relatives and then head back. So my life could have been totally different. But I'm from the era where people aren't so knee padded and elbow padded and helmeted these days.
Yeah.
They take more adventure. But I will say that people were more in tune with with common sense and nature and mechanical things, and they knew more about it. Nowadays, nobody knows anything.
No, but I can
work on their
fix.
content.
Yeah, exactly. I can fix an old 350 with a 4-barrel on it. I cannot fix a car with onboard diagnostic 2 system and 15 computers under it. If I can't immediately see what's wrong, now if I'd have noticed an electrical problem, I could have fixed it. But anyway, we're getting too far off topic. That's not what this show's
But
about.
here's the thing: it's what we're going to talk about here coming up is people finding themselves by chance, by ignorance, somehow in very precarious spots with surprising results.
I feel like I just got insulted.
What?
By ignorant.
No,
You know what? It's funny. I was thinking about, like, if they did dispatch someone to help me. I was thinking about the conversation about, like, they see my car wobbling down the road. I've got, my son in there. It seems like it's going to flip if a mosquito
Why
flies.
don't you take a 6-cylinder car and load it up to 7,500 pounds?
Yeah. And then I can see them. What the hell is this guy doing? Hey, you know what? Kill the electrical on that thing. Oh, good Lord. Why on earth would he pull over there?
Yeah.
All right, send Fred to watch him until they get out of there.
You're talking about
It's always Fred.
Well, This American Life. Well, Clarence, yes.
Yeah.
He's got air in his wings, so he's watching it.
Yeah.
A good man going through trouble. But I do believe that sometimes there are forces that are keeping an eye on you, and a lot of times people just ignore that gut feeling. That's usually when people get in trouble. They ignore that gut feeling.
All right, so I want to talk about another story. This actually took place in 2007 when I was still living in New York City, and that's relevant because I actually remember when this happened. It was a story about a couple of window washers that the whole city took notice of. They were washing windows at 265 East 66th Street on the Upper East Side. They were a pair of brothers who had been doing it together for about 12 years, so they're fairly experienced. However, on this day, something went wrong. The cables that were supposed to connect their scaffolding to the building were improperly set, were broke or something, and the platform they were on fell 47 stories. Right. So let me just tell you a little bit about this. Your chances of survival falling from 3 stories are about 50-50. Your chances of survival above 10 stories are nearly 0.
Yeah, it has happened, but it's extremely rare.
Extremely rare. So the 2 guys, Edgar Moreno and his brother, Alcides Moreno, were on the platform, and when it started to fall, Edgar actually got separated for it, but Alcides rode it all the way down, apparently. Not only did Alcides live, but when the paramedics arrived, he was sitting up, clutching his chest after falling 47 stories. Now, make no mistake, he had some injuries. Both his legs were broken. His right arm was broken. His right wrist was broken. He had organ damage, including collapsed lungs, crushed vertebra, and his brain was bleeding. So it's not like he was going to walk into the ambulance.
No, but that's why he was clutching his chest.
Yeah. But he was alive. Somehow he lived. Now, to start with, Alcides stayed with the scaffolding all the way down, like I said a few minutes ago. Some reports said he was essentially riding it like a surfboard, and it actually bounced off the building before landing in the alley on a pile of cables. Presumably the cables from the last window washers, I guess. I don't know. The thing about those alleys, there's so much trash. There's all the stuff that's fallen down from the buildings ever since they were built is in there. There was an alley like that in the building I worked in, much narrower. It couldn't fit a person in it. It was only 8 inches wide, but it had detritus from the early 1900s.
Jeez, I always wonder about that because basically they're sealed off.
Yeah, you can't really get
anything in it. It's gone, right?
Yeah.
1,000 years from now, maybe 2,000, it's going to be some archaeologist's delight.
Yeah.
To dig that up.
Yeah, it probably would be now if anybody bothered. But everybody's like, I don't care.
Right.
So Alcides went to the hospital where his injuries were so critical that he received 24 units of blood and 19 pints of plasma, enough blood to replace his entire body supply twice. After that, the doctors put him into a medically induced coma to protect his brain. And they do this, it shuts the brain down so that it doesn't have to worry with the higher functions and it can just focus on healing.
Focus on healing, I think, reduces swelling.
Yes, it reduces swelling. 18 days later, on, you guessed it, Christmas Day, 2007, he woke up and spoke. According to one news report, he'd been reaching out with his hand to touch his wife's face when she was near the bed, and he did this to a nurse who was standing there. His wife was sitting in the room and was like, "Wait a minute." And he said, "What'd I do?" At this point, she said, "You can speak." So, 18 days in a coma after a 47-story fall, and he comes out of it joking around. According to most reports, Moreno and his brother were probably falling at close to 125 miles per hour.
I can't remember how many feet it takes to fall before you reach maximum velocity.
Well,
Terminal velocity.
we talked about that in the research corps. Of course, Chris Cogswell chimed in, as well as Devin, who are both scientists.
Back off, man. I'm a scientist.
They'll tell you that a person falling will achieve terminal velocity after falling about 550 meters, which is a lot further than a 47-story building. So they'll also tell you that depending on the size of the scaffolding platform with wind resistance, it could have been slowed down significantly. But these are all things we can't know right now, not without contacting the company and finding out exactly how big the scaffold was and talking to eyewitnesses who could tell us if it fell perfectly flat or at an angle, and somehow ascertaining if there was an updraft in the alley that further slowed it down. These are all reasons that I got a D in calculus physics, by the way, which I signed up for by accident.
See, again, that sounds that's a very Kilberg thing to do.
Yeah.
But you know what? None of that matters.
Yeah, and it passed, though. A D's passing, right? I passed it. Calculus-based physics.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be jobs at lab soon.
No.
None of this really matters as far as the math. Is that stranger things have happened? I believe there's a story about a photographer. I can't remember if it's El Capitan that, and I don't know if there was any witnesses, but it's what he claimed that he wasn't looking where he was going, fell off an edge, and there was a huge updraft, a surge of air, put him back up on top.
Oh, wow.
I guess kind of like the show Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Where he jumps into the quarry.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of those things where, like, divine intervention, strong wind, I believe it's possible with just physics and wind and weather. It's kind of, we always talk about strange things can happen with extreme weather. And wind's a very powerful force. So,
well, yeah, I got to tell you, I did a little research on this, and I found out the building that the Moreno brothers fell from is actually 472 feet tall, not over 500 as most of the major newspapers did. We probably didn't bother to reference the actual height of the building in records versus guessing by the number of stories. Keeping in mind, it probably doesn't even have a 13th floor, so you're off by 10 feet right there if you're doing math based on the 46th floor. And it's not 47, it was 46 floors that they claimed it was, but it was 46 minus a 13th, so it's probably 45. Now, at that height, according to an amazing website I found called the Splat Calculator, link in the show notes, which is more about mountain climbing, but the math is all the same. Falling from the very top, they would not quite have gotten to terminal velocity, but they still would have been going around 119 miles an hour if you take other mitigating factors out of the equation. The whole thing would have lasted about 5.4 seconds. Now, the truth is, Alcide's brother Edgar was probably falling faster because he wasn't on the platform. Alcides was, and it was like, as we mentioned before, a giant surfboard, so his speed may have been slowed down significantly by wind resistance, but it's hard for us to know without dropping a bunch of window washing platforms off the same building. Now, since that accident, Alcides has made a miraculous recovery that rivals the fact that he lived through the fall in the first place, and after a multi-million-dollar settlement with the global hoisting company Tractel Incorporated, he went on Google looking for a nice, warm place to live with good schools. Now, he and his entire family are in Gilbert, Arizona, outside of Phoenix, where he does fundraising walks for charity.
It was a short time after that he was actually up and walking.
Yes, his recovery was remarkable. In fact, doctors described it as a miracle. Doctors also described the fact that he survived as a miracle. So I guess you have to ask yourself, at what point does a series of seemingly disconnected events that work together to prevent a death become divine intervention of some kind? A series of circumstances that come together in just the right way to prevent a death. The platform just the right size for wind resistance, the angle of descent, the updraft from the alley, the friction of cables still attached. Is that a miracle or just pure chance? So we can do a 3-year investigation, try to get all the facts on all that stuff, but we'd be doing what I'd like to call chasing the odds. And even if we got down to a scientific and rational explanation of how Alcides' descent was slowed to a survivable speed by that confluence of factors, do we accept that as just a coincidence that added up to survival, or do we ask ourselves if somehow something intervened to save him for some reason? Which I think is the question he probably asks himself every day, and anyone else would who's lived through something like that.
I think it's a very personal thing as far as him being saved. Did he live to cure cancer? Did he...
Well, don't put that on him.
No. See what I'm saying? No, that's my point.
That's it, because then we get into the whole survivor skill.
None of that matters. For whatever reason, he survived.
Yeah.
And he goes on living. And think of all the times where that usually doesn't happen, when the person just dies.
And he lost his brother.
Well, I think if there's any meaning in it at all, it's a very personal one.
Sounds like WTFI study skies this afternoon. Highs
Hey, have you ever gotten an engraved gift?
I have actually.
Well, how'd that make you feel?
What are you, my therapist? If you must know, it made me feel like the person who gave it to me really cared and wanted to make me feel special. And it did. Personalization means a lot.
It does. And now you can give someone that extra special touch with a Harry shaving gift set. Their very popular Winston set comes with a chrome handle, which you can get engraved with a person's initials, along with shaving cream, a travel cover, and replacement blades. Or Harry's has the Truman set with your choice of handles in 3 cool colors, also with shaving cream and blades starting at just $15. This is a gift you know will get used. It's that guy who tripped on his beard and died. What was that story again?
Oh, right. We actually accidentally left this guy out of the Unusual Deaths episode. In 1567, the burgomaster of Brunau, Hans Steininger, tripped on his 4.5-foot beard and broke his neck. And normally he kept it rolled up in a leather pouch, apparently.
Wow. Friends don't let friends trip on their facial hair and die. So to help make sure that doesn't happen to you, we have a special offer for our listeners. We've partnered with Harry's to give you $5 off your order when you enter code LEGENDS at checkout.
Ground shipping for the holiday ends on December 16th, so act now. Go to harrys.com right now to get a holiday shave set, and don't forget to enter code LEGENDS at checkout for $5 off. That's harrys.com, code LEGENDS.
This is Haley. Thank you for listening to Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
All right, so moving on, we're going to start this next story. There's a lot of Arizona tonight.
Well, it's a very enchanted whole region.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like there's an Arizona connection in every single story, except one of them is Utah. Close enough.
Yeah, it isn't connected. It's only divided by our imaginary human-made lines.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, it only exists because of our imaginary human-made.
As a state, sure. Yeah. No, but as a region, I kind of group it together as the magical whole southwestern United States.
I guess what just popped up on my phone for us. We're recording on Tuesday, December 13th here.
Arizona has seceded?
No. From my app called Starwalks, one of those apps you can point at the sky and see constellations.
Yes.
It just said, tonight, watch out for the last full moon of 2016.
Oh, there you go.
All right, so it's a fitting end for this year. All right, so next story takes place in a town in Arizona that we've mentioned several times on the show before, and I'll let Forrest say the name of it.
Prescott. Prescott.
Not Prescott, like a biscuit.
It's going to keep coming up. But
yeah.
I think people who lived there for however long, for one generation or 5, say it in the 2 different ways. Well, thank God there's only 2 different ways.
Yeah.
Prescott or Prescott. And I believe probably my theory is that it depends on where your family originally immigrated from.
How many ways are we going to say immigrated?
Exactly. No, it's like how you folks say your words. Like an older lady I met in California here, renting me an apartment, calls it a frigidaire. So it's a combination of refrigerator and frigidaire.
Yeah, so when I was a kid, apparently my mom tells me I said frigiderator.
Yeah, it's pretty damn close.
But that's nothing.
Yeah, no. So again, he's tired of me asking. I keep asking my friend John, who's lived there all his life, and I said, "Do many people?" Said, "Yes, I've heard." He said, "No, but most people do not." And he said, he went to baseball camp all of his youth in Prescott every summer. Right. He said nobody there that he ever met ever called him Prescott.
Yeah.
So again, except for his stepdad, who was originally from Alabama. So it's a southern thing.
Well, maybe it is. Well, I wonder if John has ever heard the story of the Hatbox Baby.
He may have. It's a great local Arizona story, but it takes place. Yeah, but it takes place quite a while ago, 1931.
That's right, Christmas Eve, 1931. Ed and Julia Stewart were on their way home to Mesa. Well, actually, had an aunt that used to live in Mesa, so I'm quite familiar.
Does she know about it? Should have asked her.
Well, I would have. She passed some time ago, before I knew about this story. So anyway, they were driving home to Mesa after taking their teen twin cousins out to see some snow, presumably in the Tonto National Forest area. And they were coming back from that, and they were just about 7 miles west of Superior, Arizona, when their car broke down. You know where this is, right?
It's really not that far from Phoenix, right? It's kind of...
Yes, it's east of Phoenix, and guess what it's south of?
Well, Superstition Mountains.
That's right.
I believe it on the map. It's the Boyce Thompson Arboretum State Park because it was 7 miles outside of Superior.
Yeah, 7 miles west of Superior.
Exactly. On the highway, though, is that 60?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. So, in the Superstitions, as everyone knows, is home of the KGC Mother Lode. If you don't know what I'm talking about, find episodes 27, 28, and 29 of Astonishing Legends for more information.
Yes, the hometown of Elijah Rivas.
All right, so here's a classic case of the kinds of things we find when we start digging on stories like these. A few stories say that Ed and Julia got a flat tire. There's another story that says it was some kind of mechanical failure. Actually, there's several that say both things, and that Ed was messing around with the fuel line, and that was repeated in other reports too. Either way, the car stopped, and they had to pull over to figure out what was wrong with it. It was a beautiful night, and while Ed got the car fixed up with the twins huddled in the back trying to stay warm, Ed was either changing a tire or repairing a fuel line, depending on which journalist got the details right. And Julia decided to take a little bit of a walk down the side of the road. It was a clear night, the stars were bright, and as she was walking around, and actually I don't know if she walked up or down the side of the road or if she walked into the desert. I've certainly pulled over on the side of the road in the desert and had an interest in venturing out a little ways.
You know what? Especially for me, I'm kind of lured when there's a full bright moon.
Yeah.
A walk out in the desert among the rocks like that.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's kind of beautiful. You don't want to wander too far away.
No, it's a good way to find rattlers.
Yeah, or just break your ankle or fall down a ravine.
Yeah, that's true. So anyway, Julia is taking a walk while he's fixing the car. I guess she came up upon a hat box on the ground. Now, you know, everybody knows what a hat box is. People go shopping and see a hat box. But back in the old days, it was kind of a suitcase type of hat box.
Yeah, usually for women, for ladies' hats, it's a big round box.
Right.
Just watch I Love Lucy to see one pop up, I'm sure.
Yeah, they might have a hinged lid, or they might have a lid that comes all the way off and it's held on by ribbons or something like that. But anyway, there was something about this hat box that was kind of freaking Julia out. She thought she heard some sounds coming out of it. So she yelled for Ed to come over and check it out. Now, every article has different versions of the circumstances and conversations surrounding the story. Flat tire, broken fuel line, even what was said between Ed and Julia when they found this hat box. My favorite version of what they said, however, which is one in which I learned a completely new word. This is from an article in the Arizona Republic by Don Dodera entitled State's Christmas Baby Miracle of the Desert, dated December 25th, 1961. As you can see, we're not the first ones to roll the story out at Christmas. Here's an excerpt from the article with the new word. We're going to pick up after he's fixed the car. This, by the way, is the second article to state that they were humming Silent Night when the car broke down. This article says they had a blowout. Anyway, Forrest, I want to let you read this if you don't.
From the article here?
Yeah.
Mrs. Stewart strolled off the roadside as her husband wrestled with the tire. How quiet, how dark. The yellow window, the nearest home, blinked 10 miles across the sweep of desert wilderness. A vague blackness of the ground drew her attention. It seemed to be a round hat box. Yes, an ordinary hat box. The lid was shut. Ready to roll, honey, shouted Stewart. Ed, she answered, come here a minute. Hey, come on, it's Christmas Eve. Ed, please come here. There's something. Impatiently, Stewart walked to the box and kicked it. Just an old hat box, he said. Was that a sound? Stewart knelt and lifted the lid. He drew back a layer of blankets. There lay a tiny baby swathed in cotton strips. The infant cried. It could not be. As if at the brink of unreality, the Stewarts re-wrapped the babe in a coat and drove directly to Mesa Police Station. Constable Joe Mayer was on duty. What tunket's this? He asked, looking down at the bundle the Stewarts had placed in his vast lap.
Okay, so we just had to stop there for a minute. This is kind of unbelievable, but it's 6:30 p.m. on December 13th, as we said earlier, and we just got word that Alan Thicke has passed away.
Yes, that's too bad. He was a beloved TV dad and father of Robin Thicke.
Yes.
Singer. Well, his dad's been on TV for many, many years, so he's known as a TV dad for a lot of us in a certain generation.
Yeah, I guess, it's crazy how it
Again, just one more, yeah.
Anyway, so getting back to the article, what in tunket's this? Well, first of all, that whole article, I love the way these articles this one's only from the 60s, I guess, but...
Yeah, a little bit of a literary, dramatic tone there.
Well, it sounds like an episode of Lassie.
Well, yeah, it could be, yeah, you're right. You could be a little influenced by that.
Come over here. I see something. Come on, it's Christmas Eve. You just wonder what
is it, boy?
You can just see that the Dan there that wrote that article just writing it alone in his office without even talking to them.
No, didn't he?
No, who knows? I'm just saying. But can we talk about the word tunket for a minute?
Yes.
Is that a word you've heard before tonight?
No, but it's a connection, or as you say, it's kind of an expression, a U.S. colloquialism for the word hell. And I have heard of the word tofet.
Okay.
Which,
Well, that's what we need to explain how that's connected. So, because I checked a few word origin forums, and they listed it, as you said, as a colloquialism for hell. And then it was further indicated in a forum that I found from a poster named O.P. Tipping that it was a minced oath for Tophet that you just said. That's right. Which is a place of human sacrifice referred to in Scripture. Tophet itself is also used as a mild synonym for hell, so tunket would be doubly euphemistic. Right. So more specifically, if you take a look at Wikipedia on Tophet, in the Hebrew Bible, Tophet or Topheth was a location in Jerusalem where worshippers influenced by the ancient Canaanite religion engaged in the human sacrifice of children to the gods Moloch and Baal by burning them alive. Tophet became a theological or poetic synonym for hell within Christendom.
Yes, kind of a trigger there for some very dark stuff, but it's also referred to as Gehenna, which is an episode in the show Millennium. That's right. Okay. The spin-off of the X-Files.
I saw him at the grocery store.
Lance Henriksen is the actor. Great voice, great deep voice there. It refers directly back to a very dark era, yes, when the followers of the Canaanite religions would burn children, babies, and alive as sacrifices, and also sometimes I think it was a practice of the kings of Judah.
What I was able to find is being polytheistic, the Canaanites had a ton of gods, but Moloch was considered the god of fire, and Baal was the storm god or master of thunder. So obviously a sacrifice to these two is not a pleasant thing.
No, neither was the experience. And so, this being a very dark thing, I'll just briefly mention, though, that it caused a little uproar when it was announced that there would be replicas, because there was a temple of Baal, and the arch was going to be recreated for archaeological purposes because it was destroyed by ISIS in Palmyra, Syria.
Oh, right.
So they were going to say, hey, we've taken scans or we can rebuild this. He's going to have a statement. But people didn't take that very kindly.
Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah.
So that's all we'll say about that. You can certainly find a lot of that kind of stuff on the
Well, since the word tunket has fallen out of the zeitgeist as a substitute for hell, I think it's our duty to bring it back.
Well, I love tunketness. I love old-timey expressions, as you may know. I think now the art is probably collecting.
Yeah.
Some reference to that. I'm not sure how to take that, but it's kind of funny. I love expressions. My friend Carrie, way back when, had a band. He's still a musician now, has an interest in all this stuff, and he had a band that he found in a book of expressions called Page 8. It was an old-time colloquialism like, that guy doesn't know his butt from Page 8.
Wow.
Yeah, so I love collecting stuff like that, but I've not really heard of that one. But it's interesting because, I made the connection to an abandoned baby.
Yeah, it's about a child sacrifice, and here we are. We have this abandoned baby on the side of the road in Arizona. Let's get back to that, actually. When they found her, she was apparently very cold, and she was in a fetal position and hungry. One report said that she was a 1-week-old baby girl. Another report said she was 10 months old. It was a big difference. But we've seen the pictures, and I can tell you it's clear she was a newborn. She has red hair and blue eyes. And in fact, one of our ARC members found a pretty amazing archived article from Desert Magazine, which was in print from 1937 to 1985, and was reborn online in the past 10 years or so with archives of the digital continent. The article, published in December of 1962, has lots of pictures of all involved, including a local Mesa woman known as Ma, or Ma Dana, who took it upon herself to take in homeless folks and people in need and help them out. The police officer that the stewards had brought the baby to, the same one that said, "What tunket's this?" apparently went on to add in an old-timey way, "Let's take her out to Ma Dana. She'll know what to do." So they did, and Ma Dana promptly named the Hatbox baby Marion, after the Virgin Mary.
More biblical references.
Yeah, and when you read all the old articles about this story, they're peppered with plenty of biblical references. In fact, the one in Desert Magazine talks about how they were humming Silent Night when the car had a blowout, and it's Christmas Eve, and we got to get home and play Santa Claus to our newborn infant baby, which they had. which wasn't with them in the car.
No, but quickly before I forget, not only is it heartwarming, and it's not about abandonment so much, but that's the way it starts off, or sacrifice, but a new beginning, and finding of life out in the middle of desolation. And what other story do we know about a baby sent down the river to be raised by other folks? Moses, that's right.
Yeah.
So anyway, classic beginnings here.
Right. So here we are again with the regular questions. What caused the car to break down right in that spot? What gave them enough time for Julia to get out and walk around? And more importantly, what took her in the direction of that hat box, which was 150 feet away from the car? Imagine that, 150 feet.
Yeah, go walk that out, folks, and see how far away that actually is.
How far would you get from a car in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, on the side of the freeway in Arizona?
Well, I mean, if I was paying attention, again, nothing against them. I certainly pulled over to the side of the road, stopped to take pictures in the moonlight, and I just know that you don't want to get too far from the roads.
Yeah,
But it's quite a walk up the road. This is what we didn't know or don't know at this point, because I asked Scott about this, is that she didn't want 150 feet out into the open desert. We don't know. It could have been 150 feet up the road. Still,
or back down the road.
You still don't want to be by yourself out on the side of the road. I mean, people could be driving by, and that's not a safe place. So, but anyway,
whichever way she went, though, it took her to the hat box.
Exactly. Whichever way she went, for whatever reason, it was quite a miraculous find.
Well, word got out. Within 24 hours, 28 families had applied to adopt Marion. In the end, a local judge chose a stable middle-class one over the poorer ones and over the richer ones, and the adopted mother, Faith Morrow, said in court, quote, "Please never tell where Marion is. Let her grow up without publicity, not as a freak found on the desert. Please never tell," end quote. The judge nodded and quietly but sternly glanced around the courtroom, and without a word, all knew they were smart deceivers.
Well, that's also a bit of a King Solomon in their decision to give the baby to the right person.
All right, so now if you're looking at this statistically and you were to say, well, what about all the other hat boxes with babies in them that weren't found in time? Except that wouldn't work, because if deceased babies in hat boxes were found, it would be all over the news. So we pretty much know for a fact that this encounter was 1 in a million. Unless the whole story is fabricated. Now, there's people that think that. In fact, suspicion around the Stewarts was so vitriolic that they moved away from the area. People surmised the Hatbox thing was a cover story. They were newlyweds, and some suggested that baby Marion was their own baby, conceived in sin before they got married. The only problem with that is they had an infant newborn already. Yeah. You can only have one baby every 9 months, no matter how hard you're trying, unless you have twins.
And you don't always break up a set.
Yeah.
So
it's
not likely.
It doesn't seem likely, but this is a thing that happens with miracle stories. People are either completely flabbergasted by the statistical odds of the happening, or they assume, because it's so fantastic, that something sneaky is afoot, possibly even a hoax. Unsolved Mysteries, one of our primary inspirations, covered this story in December of 1989 and spoke at the time with a private detective who'd been working on it since '88. That detective actually found one of those teenage twins that was in the back of the car, as well as both Ed and Julia Stewart, but they didn't want to appear on camera because of the hoax accusations. They all clearly remember the incident, though, and they stood by their story. Eventually, they were able to determine that the mother, who apparently had the little girl, had her out of wedlock at the young age of 15. Her name was claimed to be Edna Sherman Rowe, and that she had died in a plane crash in June of 1951. It's hard to say what that crash was, but we did find United Flight 610, a Douglas DC-6, flying from Salt Lake City to Denver, that crashed into Crystal Mountain, about 50 miles northwest of Denver, killing all 50 on board. In fact, we found a newsreel about it.
The towering slope of Crystal Mountain becomes the graveyard of a transcontinental plane with 50 persons aboard. Rescue workers toil 8,500 feet up to the site of the crash, where wreckage is strewn for hundreds of yards through the densely wooded area. 45 passengers and a crew of 5 lost their lives as the airliner crashed against the heavy timber, burning plane parts and motors in all directions. Wildlife joins the crash victims as the grim task of removing dead confronts the living. 40 miles off course, an airplane groped its way toward the Denver landing field. Then death on a mountainside.
We couldn't find a passenger manifest, so it's hard to know if Marion's biological mom, Edna Sherman Rowe, was on that flight. But it's the only commercial crash that took place in the U.S. in June of 1951, and that date comes to us from research journalist John DeAnna of of the Arizona Republic back in 2011, leading him to official insurance records regarding a life insurance claim related to her. Other sources erroneously cite the plane crash as 1949. Had it not been Flight 610, it would have had to have been a smaller private aircraft of some kind that was less well documented, we think. No matter what you think, baby Marion grew up to become Sharon Steig Elliott, or Sharon Elliott, and she is now a retired aerospace worker, as of 2013 anyway. She still wasn't exactly sure what happened to her, and almost all of the aforementioned witnesses to the events surrounding her discovery have long since passed away. The relatives of Edna Sherman Rowe had no knowledge of her ever having had a baby, but one relative of hers went on to point out that things like that weren't discussed back then, and, quote, there could be something to it, end quote. So in the end, you have to ask yourself, was this baby found on the side of the road in the middle of the desert on Christmas Eve in Arizona? Was she saved by pure happenstance? Did something force Ed and Julia's car to break down? Or was it all collusion? A story concocted to protect the innocence of a young girl who became a mother way too early in life. There is a connection between Edna Sherman Rowe and the Stewarts, who found baby Marion, or Sharon actually. You see, Sharon's adopted mother, Faith Morrow, told her that she had given all of her adoption paperwork to a dear friend who turned out to be Edna Sherman Rowe's niece. Sharon met this woman, claiming to be Edna's niece, when she was in her 40s, and they apparently looked so much alike they could have been sisters. But the woman told her that Edna had been Sharon's mother, and that she passed away on that flight in 1951, about 20 years before they got together. So for me, having taken a deep dive into this over the past few days, and without casting aspersions on anyone's character, in fact, more having admiration for how this was handled, it seemed to me very much that Sharon's adopted mother, Faith, knew very well that the woman she called her dear friend, the niece of Edna, was in fact possibly Sharon's biological mother. And they would have looked more like sisters than mother and daughter because they were only 15 years apart in age. I too think it's entirely possible the Hatbox story was fabricated as a way to protect both the baby and the mother from assessments of bad character and judgments from society at the time. I also think it's possible they all colluded to make sure that the baby survived and lived a good life, and I think that they might have perpetuated the myth of Edna Sherman Rowe being the mother because she had died in a plane crash. And that made the possible fabrication a closed case that was very difficult to investigate further. Edna was the right age and she was deceased, so she could plausibly be the mother, and it would be hard to disprove. I think that Faith Morrow's dear friend was, in fact, Sharon's biological mother, who visited Sharon when she was in her 40s under the guise of being the niece of Edna Sherman Rowe, who was, in fact, a red herring. However, it's also plausible to me that Sharon was actually left in the Hatbox by her biological mom, who later had regrets after she was found, who may have come forward to covertly identify herself to Sharon's adopted mother, Faith, so she could stay connected and a part of her daughter's life, but far enough away to protect her own identity. When the aforementioned journalist John D'Anna of the Arizona Republic went to try and find Sharon's adopted mother's dear friend, the niece of Edna, to talk to her again in 2011, she had fallen off the grid, couldn't track her down. It's now 2016, and the case, technically, is still unsolved. All I know is this. It's one nugget of a story.
There's so much cooking going on around the holidays, and with so many people coming over to visit, everyone's trying to impress. That's why Blue Apron is such a great resource to have up your sleeve, especially when you have to entertain. And you just don't have time to look for an exciting new recipe or grocery shop for any more stuff. Right. It's an impressive meal you don't have to think about until you're cooking it, which is the fun part. And it also might be a great gift for someone who thinks they're a great chef, but really isn't. I think we've all been to some of those dinners. And no matter where you or your wannabe chef friends are, Blue Apron can be delivered to 99% of the continental U.S. and 99.5% of food deserts, where it can be nearly impossible to find the responsibly raised, Why do you keep giving me this line?
We're going to do it until you get it right.
Where it can be nearly impossible to find the responsibly raised, sustainably sourced, and regeneratively farmed meats, seafood, and produce that Blue Apron delivers right to your doorstep.
Ah, very good. See, this is how we learn.
What Scott is trying to say is that not only can you feel good about the food you're getting or giving because it's a responsible way to do it, but the meals are fresh and interesting, it's convenient, it's affordable, it's fun to make, it brings families closer together, and the best part, it's really delicious. Come see why Blue Apron is the #1 fresh ingredient and recipe delivery service in the country. Check
Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/astonishing. You will love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron. So don't wait. That's blueapron.com/astonishing.
Blue Apron, a better way to cook. Hey, Scott, you ever get a gift for someone, and then when you get it home, it just doesn't seem like much?
Yeah, that happens occasionally, and then you're not sure if they'd even like it or use it.
Right. Well, here's a fantastic gift idea that's always a hit. Sherry's Berries. It's that perfect little something extra, or a great idea for that office gift exchange, especially if you have a price range to consider. I've sent Sherry's Berries a few times over the last couple of years for Mother's Day or as a thank you, and it's always a home run. And I always make sure I'm around when the box gets open because they immediately get devoured.
Yeah, they actually didn't last very long at my house at all. We were actually supposed to do a little bit of social media. I was going to take a picture and put it on our Instagram, and I realized that I ate them all before I could take that I could do it. But these strawberries, I got to tell you, they are juicy and enormous, and they're perfectly dipped in white milk and dark chocolatey goodness. Not only were they delicious, but they look great too, so it makes a really nice presentation. I doubt you can find strawberries this huge and perfect at the grocery store, especially this time of year.
Precisely. So here's the deal. Christmas is about a week away, and there isn't much time left to shop, wrap, and deliver your gifts. And we know everything's hectic, and you don't want to battle the traffic and the parking once you get there, and the lines at the stores. So why not choose something from Sherry's Berries' incredible collection of gifts, and go ahead and skip the crowds and hassle altogether. And with Sherry's Berries, you get to choose the delivery date, so your gift arrives fresh and on time, guaranteed. And it's not too late to get it there by Christmas Eve.
And to make this deal even sweeter, Sherry's Berries is offering something special for our listeners. Use our offer code ALPOD and get a half dozen freshly dipped succulent strawberries covered in chocolate chips, chopped nuts, or decorative swizzles for just $19.99. That's over a 30% savings.
Want an even sweeter deal? For just $10 more, Sherry's Berries will double the berries to make it a full dozen.
Which I highly recommend because that one box, I gotta tell you, I ate it in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, you want 12.
So you might be asking, what if the person or myself doesn't like juicy, decadent strawberries dipped in rich chocolatey goodness?
Well, Sherry's Berries has so many more great gift ideas, like cheesecake bites and brownie pops, a meat, cheese, and snacks crate, or popcorn gift sets, to name a few. Sherry's Berries has something for everyone and every taste. So again, Christmas is right around the corner, and there's only one way to get this amazing $19.99 Sherry's Berries deal.
Just visit berries.com. That's BERRIES.com. Click on the microphone in the top right-hand corner of the web page and type in ALPOD. That's ALPOD.
Once again, go to berries.com, click on the microphone in the upper right-hand corner, and type in ALPOD. Order them today.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nick Heigl, and this is Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
A few weeks ago, there was a bad car accident in Texarkana, Arkansas.
Yes.
And the car flipped several times, people were ejected, and there was a baby in the car that they couldn't find when the paramedics arrived.
Right. She'd been
Ejected, and there was just no sign of the child. So they're looking all around, and as they're milling around the car, they hear something coming from down in the median. There's no sign of anything, though. There's grass everywhere, or kind of hay, mowed grass, I guess.
Yeah, they call it hay. Yeah, they call it kind of hay. Real tall grass has been
cut down, probably, by one of those giant mowers that you see sometimes. So they go in the direction of the sound, and they pull away some of the hay and grass that's fallen down. And down inside of a grating, in the middle of the bottom of the gulch under the median, the highway.
Yeah, it's a drainage grate.
It's the little girl, the infant.
The first responders were saying, like, she wasn't crying or fussing, she was making a little bit of noise. It wasn't like she was bawling her head off, but they had to move the grass aside a little bit.
Yeah.
And then found the grate, and they said in the grate, or under the grate, she was just kind of sitting there, like, she was just waiting for them to find her.
And then there was hay underneath her as well. It was like she was in her little baby.
It's so sweet. It's
amazing. She had a little scratch on her head. That was it. Yeah. So this car rolled and rolled and rolled. She flung out of the car, went down the ravine, and was in the grate. And this is the interesting thing about that. In addition to being essentially uninjured and safe in there. That also was a safe space to be. If another car or something were to come along, she would have been protected in there. And they pulled her out of there, and everyone who was in the car has since been released to the hospital. The last article I said the driver was still in the hospital recovering, but everyone did recover.
Right, it was a bad accident, but I'm guessing she got ejected and didn't do a rainbow arc.
Yeah,
that would have injured her. I think my guess is that you have to imagine that these are all over the different states, but on the sides of the highway, there's kind of a gully, a ravine that's kind of separates the north and southbound lanes or the two directional lanes, east and west. They have to be drained, so there's a storm drainage pipe. You got to drain the water and the snow if you have it out of the way. So I think she got ejected and kind of started rolling down the hill at a very favorable angle. You know what I'm saying? It's like she was kind of caught by the angle of the hill. That got her rolling, and she just hit the rest of the grate, kind of fell through and landed on that little tuft of hay there.
And a little tiny baby pinball.
Well, she wasn't. Yeah, exactly. But what's funny is that they said no, she wasn't. It wasn't like she was screaming. She was kind of making noises as infants do.
Infants are also a lot more durable. It's
They're
so funny.
springy.
You showed me that clip, and you were like, "We can't post this," but you showed me that clip. It was a security camera or something. Or the baby's falling out of one. I think it was
It's in China.
In China, yes.
We can't
Baby
show.
falls. We'll include it in the show notes. The baby falls out of a window, bounces off a car onto the sidewalk, and then gets up and stumbles around like a cartoon character before wandering off the screen.
Yes, we can kind of have a chuckle because the kid didn't seem to be injured. But what happened is that he or she glanced off the side of the car, so you could push your hand and dent the car. So that absorbed some of the impact, and then the toddler fell on the ground. And then what's funny is that they get up and they look like a drunken sailor.
Yeah.
Whoa, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
I can't press on the screens anymore. And kind of toddles off inside, and it's kind of amazing. But when you're young like that, your bones are soft and springy. Now I'd be riddled with compound fractures.
Yeah.
But it reminds me, I don't know, should I tell the story of the toddler here somewhere in Southern California? Maybe somebody would know about it. I won't have to do this now, but
No, you know what? I think that's a good story.
you just reminded me of toddlers falling and being saved.
Yeah. We actually did a lot of research on this and had a hard time finding the original story.
I still have not gotten anywhere. Again, now I'm getting known for at least the last two episodes for coming up with very vague leads of like, hey, there was a kid and then something happened. I don't know how, a couple of years ago. See what you can find. That's it. And now Scott's doing it. So there was a request on that. So like, a lady got hurt. I don't know. Something happened. See what you find.
Yeah.
So anyway, this is a great story though. And I did see it on one of the major 3 or 4 news affiliates here, NBC,
In Los Angeles.
Yes, in Los Angeles. NBC, ABC, or CBS to at least their archival departments to see if they could had any kind of footage at all. And I think what happened, at least I know with ABC, is that they were taken over by Disney, and as a O&O, we were called owned and operated now, Disney went through a few years ago and reset everything. So they kind of dumped all of their stories that were on the websites, cleared out their news footage. So anyway, long story short, found nothing. And I really found nothing on the internet.
Disney deleted old archives from the news stations at ABC.
Yeah, because they wanted it.
So that's a third of the big 3 right there.
Yeah, they wanted a consistent look. I get that because it's has to look the same. And I thought the reason it's like there should be some report of that. Well, really, it was covered by one of the news stations, and again, it was such a great story. I totally remembered it. But this is what happened. So one of the outlying areas, again, could be Riverside. And look at that glorious story here. A child had fallen out of a second-story window, I think by pressing on a screen. And there's so many houses around here in Southern California, they have a big patio, a concrete patio. And the parents had heard, or maybe just the dad, they heard some commotion and they heard something kind of fall in the mud. Like, oh my goodness, they ran because they knew the kid was upstairs. They ran outside. Here's this between 3 and 4 or 5-year-old kid just standing there, perfectly fine. And they're amazed, they're blown away. It's like, they're expecting broken bones or at least crying and screaming. But the kid, the boy, only had a tiny scratch on his forehead. And I don't think it really expressed what happened to him. He just said, I'm okay. And, wow, okay, well, don't do that again. You scared us. Like just don't press on the screen. And they just kind of, went away scratching their heads, not knowing what really happened. Well, maybe he just landed on his feet. There was no furniture. There was nothing for him to bounce off of. They saw the screen, I think, on the ground, so they put that together. Well, the next day or a few days later, the dad is upstairs with his son, in his study, I believe in the same room that where he fell out of, and the little boy points to a picture on the wall. He said, "Dad, that's the man who saved me. That's the man who caught me." And the dad kind of looks up at what he's pointing at, and just miraculously, he's pointing at a picture of the boy's grandfather, the dad's father, who I believe had passed away long before the boy was born. So he had no idea who this was. They never told him who that was of the picture because, he's a little too young to understand. He knows he has a grandfather, understands the term, but he doesn't know that that's his grandfather.
Yeah.
So that one kind of gives you like good goosebumps there that someone was looking out for the boy. You could choose not to believe the boy or any part of the story, but what seems to have happened is that he fell out the window with no injuries except for a tiny little scratch, and he claims that Grandpa caught him.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because it's a good segue into our last story of the evening and subsequently last story of the year, 2016. And this one is something that caught a lot of people's attention. It happened back in March of this year, March 6th, 2016, in Spanish Fork, Utah. This is our one story that does not have an Arizona connection. Other than a touching border at the Four Corners region.
That's true, yes, but kind of in the general region.
Yes, it is in the general region. So Friday, March 6th, 11 o'clock at night, 2016. 25-year-old mother Lynn Grosbeck lost control of her car in Spanish Fork, Utah, just south of Provo, and crashed into the Spanish Fork River. Her Dodge Caliber landing upside down in the icy, cold water. A nearby neighbor actually reported hearing a loud sound around 11 p.m. that night, but when she went out to investigate, she couldn't find anything. At 12:30 on Saturday, 14 hours after the crash, a fisherman saw the car in the water and called 911. First responders raced to the scene and down to the car that was planted firmly in the rushing frigid water, upside down. As they approached the car and worked as hard as they could to get a door open or get into the passenger's compartment, 4 of the first responders heard a voice from inside the car crying, "Help me!" One of them replied, "We're helping, we're coming." Bolstered by the cries for help, several of them worked together to tip the car up on its side so they could get better access to rescue the occupants. Then they realized there was no movement from Lynn in the driver's seat, but to their horror, they also saw a baby inside the car. A fireman climbed up onto the side of the car as the responders held it up on its side. These guys had all been in the icy water several minutes now, holding the car up, suffering themselves from severe hypothermia that ultimately required the hospitalization of several of them. But they refused to let that car settle back down into the water. The fireman on the top of the car, or the side rather, now standing up, is trying to open the rear driver's side door, and he gets it open and discovers 18-month-old baby Lily Grosbeck, unconscious and strapped into a baby seat in the back of the car. There's a flutter of activity as they struggle to find a knife or scissors to cut her seatbelt and free her. She is quickly handed off from one first responder to another until Officer Tyler Beddoes has her in his arms and runs up the rocky bank to an ambulance yelling, "She's definitely hypothermic." They worked frantically to get her blood flowing and her body temperature down in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. She was wearing only a flannel onesie. She had no hat, no gloves. After treatment, baby Lily was able to make full recovery. And in spite of the loss of her mother, Lynn, she is now a happy, healthy little girl. Okay, so by the way, that entire description that I just read is something that I wrote after watching Officer Beddoes' body cam video, which is online, and we've included it in the show links. And you're going to be hearing a soundbite or two from it here in a minute. I can't necessarily recommend watching it. It is one of the most intense pieces of video I have ever watched in my life. I don't think I've ever been so caught up in something. I actually had to turn it off. I was crying, like bawling, crying this afternoon when I was looking at it.
Well, body cam footage is raw and it really, you're right there.
And it's the whole thing with the kid when we see that little girl and he's trying to get her out of there. But let's back up a little bit here. The car had landed in a way that even though it was upside down, the back of it was slightly elevated. And as a result, Lily was suspended upside down in her baby seat with her head dangling just barely above the waterline. So there's a wide variety of factors as to how that might have gone differently. Had her seat not been properly secured, had she not been properly buckled in, if it had rained recently or snowed, the river level might have been higher. Had the car landed differently, the back seat might have been submerged entirely, or even just a few inches more. All kinds of things could have contributed to a different ending for Lily, but they didn't. However, here's the reason this story made news worldwide when it happened. And it also caught our attention at the time, too. And some of you who were listening may have already caught on to it. Remember when we said that 4 of the arriving officers heard voices coming from inside the car crying for help? You can even hear one of them on the body cam saying, "We're helping, we're coming." There's quite a mystery surrounding where that voice came from. Lily's mom, as we said, died on impact 14 hours earlier from blunt force trauma. Lily, as we said, was only 18 months old, unconscious, and hypothermic when they arrived. Which begs the question, who was it that said help? All right, so here's the thing about that. Officer Beto's body cam footage, you can see everything that happens. Right up from when he gets out of his car and runs down into the river and he approaches the car, they do everything they can to get the victims out of it. And at right around the 2-minute mark, anyone who watches this video can hear a muffled voice coming from inside the car. It's hard to understand what it's saying, and even the different officers have said they heard different things, but all of them said it was a plea for help.
We're helping, we're coming.
If you presented this as just another one of those videos or audio tapes you see with the paranormal tags and said, "Hey, listen, you can hear or see this or that happen," but note that no one in the room or space at the time seems to be hearing it or seeing it, that's in a lot of ways a little bit easier to dismiss. You can say, "Oh, there's fakery," but what happens here, what makes this video different in this video, whether you as the viewer and listener hear the help me or not, the point is he hears it so clearly that he actually responds to it out loud, and that response changes everything for me as a believer that something was going on. This is a high adrenaline situation. These folks are in superhero mode, sacrificing their own safety to effect a rescue of the people in the car. And when you watch the whole video, the tension and urgency is palpable, and frankly, as I said, I can't recommend watching the whole thing to everyone. It's really intense, especially if you're a parent. Officer Betos has 2 kids of his own, so you can imagine what was going through his mind as he's frantically massaging Lily, trying to get her back from the brink and saying, come on, sweetie, over and over. It's gut-wrenching. But here's the good news. Lily survived and is alive and well today, and it's a tragedy that she lost her mom, but she has a loving extended family and is happy and healthy now. So the question is, who cried for help in that car? Lily's family will tell you it was Lynn, her mother, who loved Lily very, very much. Others have said it was a guardian angel that maybe stayed with Lily all night until the wreck was discovered. Or maybe it was nothing at all, a trick of the mind. What do you think, Forrest?
Well, I would say if it's a trick of the mind, it's a trick of 4 minds all at once at the same time, because I remember this story distinctly, and we posted it on Facebook.
I remember I shared it. I couldn't remember if it was a blog entry or a Facebook. It was a Facebook share.
It was a Facebook share from, I think,
before Tess was running our blog.
Yes.
It's now much more efficient.
Yes. And well written, I'm sure. It was a Facebook entry on our show page on Facebook. And we just thought it was remarkable at the time. And this was kind of, as news agencies will do, as you'll see over and over again, it was a very minor report because they don't want to get too deep into speculation. I get it. In the minds of a lot of people, when you start mentioning too much of this kind of stuff, they start to doubt your credibility.
I watched a whole report where they didn't even mention a news clip, where they did not even mention the fact that these 4 guys, who later went on to do numerous interviews saying, no, we all heard the voice. We all heard someone saying, help me, from inside the car.
Yeah.
And I myself, I listened to that little bit, that video about 15 times a day with my super high-end headphones. Well, you can hear something coming from inside the car. It's muffled and crazy sounding. And then when he responds to it so clearly, it's like he's there. You know, I'm trying to listen through headphones to a body cam. He's standing there in the real world hearing what he thinks is coming from inside the car.
Right. Now, what's funny is that before we started the recording session, I walked in and Scott had that up. I had really not seen the body cam footage. I've seen news reports. I've seen brief interviews at the time with the first responders claiming that, like, no, we all 4 heard this at once. There was a voice. We don't know where, we can't say. And they didn't speculate on it. So walking into Scott's office there and him playing the clip before he even told me what that was, I thought I heard the voice pretty clearly.
Right.
It wasn't
I just said, hey, watch this.
Yeah, it wasn't like, this is the voice, and then I like, oh, I can hear it too. It's like, I kind of thought that that's what that was, which I immediately got goosebumps.
Yes.
Slightly because
I had the same
knew the
feeling.
story. in that I knew that she had died 14 hours before that was possible.
Right, and even if she had survived a little bit after the accident, she's not going to survive 14 hours later submerged in the water.
Well, that's the other thing. As the way you described the scene, the car is upside down in the frigid waters of the river, and by chance, who knows, the baby's car seat is angled high enough that the baby is strapped in and kept out of the water. Now, it's still cold, so the baby has hypothermia and had been there all night.
Yeah.
But most likely, the woman, the mom, was under the water.
Yeah.
So even if you think, like, well, maybe they got the time of death wrong, she was really still alive when the first responders got there. How is she making those vocalizations underwater?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
So that's one thing. The other thing that I had immediately remarked to Scott about was it's the rules or how do these things happen. Because if you hadn't heard kind of a vocalization off the digital recorder, are they all four then hearing this simultaneously just in their heads as a thought projection, if you want to get kind of trivia on that? Or is it something, an actual sound? And what's funny is that, yeah, we had some numbers in the archive. Before we were talking about, skinwalkers actually being able to capture images on film and video or even audio. And she said, oh, why bother? Why have your camera ready? Because you can't even photograph them. I think that in some cases, you're seeing a fog. We certainly saw Linda Godfrey's, she had a couple of photographs of a trail camp set up, and it just seemed like to be a fog and something weird happened. Yeah. My thinking is that if you can see it or hear it, you should be able to record it. That, especially if other people are hearing it. Yeah. Now, it may be some kind of warping that when you play it back, it's not exactly what you thought you heard, or it sounds different, or maybe nothing at all. Yeah. So, yeah, it could be a trick of the mind, and it's a positive light that they're just going there. They know that there's occupants inside. They have to search. That's how they're trained. Get anybody inside out and into safety and warm. So they don't know who's in there. That's the other thing. They're not like, oh, but there's a mom with a kid.
Yeah, and they don't know until they get eyes on it, and you can tell from the body cam that is pretty late in the game.
Yeah,
they figure it out.
Yeah,
you see the driver, they don't even see the baby until they've got the car tipped up on its side.
Right, they just know that most likely there's somebody inside there.
Because the airbags are all deployed, and there's all kinds of detritus hanging in and around, and it's,
Again, if you take the footage, you got to decide for yourself. If you do click on the link, and again, yeah, Scott said it's a little disturbing just because the circumstances, but something good came from it. A baby lived. If you decide to play it, I think you can definitely hear something.
Yeah.
Some kind of voice. And definitely, like you said, they responded to it, and they all four of them claimed that they did hear something. It was about exactly the same time.
You have to decide whether or not you believe something's happening there.
Okay, so here are some questions that I think popped up once we posted it. I know it's a stretch for people to believe, and maybe you were even a spiritual person who follows a faith regularly, and you believe in an afterlife and all these kind of things, but you won't go this far, that there's direct interaction with loved ones from the other side. So here's a couple of questions that I remember from that post. Were there any houses around where they may have heard a sound of a voice bounced off from a distance?
There were houses around where the accident happened, and in fact, I'm remembering at this rather late stage when I posted on Facebook that we had some comments, actually from a friend of mine who was like, well, maybe it was something from the house or whatever.
Yeah.
And I actually went onto Google Earth and found where the closest house was, and I can't remember the exact distance right now. It's an ancient Facebook post. It's probably still on our Facebook.
Yeah.
But it was a good ways away, like a good ways away.
Yeah.
And I would say standing down in the river where I have seen this footage of the water rushing by, and it's not like, class 5 rapids or anything, but it is making a noise. There are sirens everywhere because they're coming. You can hear this other conversation. You can hear another police call on the radio where a guy's like, there's too many tumbleweeds. I can't get in the house or something. And then another call. You hear Officer Beto at one point going, we don't need traffic control. The car's in the river. It's so visceral. I got to tell you, it's just, even now when I think about it, it gets me upset. But what I remember from the overhead view of the spot where the car went over is that the house that was close enough by that was probably the same person who heard the loud noise. Is too far away to mistake a voice from. And secondarily, is someone going to stand, on the side porch of that house and yell, help me, at the very moment they're trying to get into the car? It just doesn't make sense. Or yell anything, really, because all eyes are on that car and trying to get those people out of there. So, all the stories we've told tonight have their own aspects of spiritual and possibly scientific reasons that people may have survived. Or, maybe my truck driver was an angel. Maybe it was just a guy who pulled over and did the right thing. Maybe the scaffolding turned into a flying surfboard. And Chris Cogswell at one point said to me, it might have been going as slow as 30 or 40 miles an hour with wind resistance.
Yeah.
And there's all these different things, but this story for me, and the reason it's the last story, and I wanted it to be the last story of this episode, it hits you in your core. It feels like the one, like you and I are always saying, and a lot of people say, it's like only a few of these have to be true.
Only one has to be
only one has to be
in that particular genre.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, we always touch upon this. I believe personally that, sometimes things are just coincidences. And maybe you pulling over the side of the road, that guy just happened to be like, I got to take a whiz, maybe, or stretch my legs, whatever it is. Just happened to be right there. It was just totally coincidence that he had a different cell phone carrier and he got a signal than you did, and he got bars and you didn't. And that was just the right time at the wrong place, but he came along and helped you out. When you think about the Hatbox Baby, and it's like, well, maybe that's just a cover story. But you know what? Children are left abandoned all the time, sadly, by mothers who are incapable or unwilling to deal with and overwhelmed. And that's why we have safe places at fire stations and government buildings where the first 3 days, 72 hours, you can drop a lot of questions out.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately that does happen all the time. And babies are sometimes miraculously found all the time. There was a story here at the beginning of the year, I believe, a newborn baby was abandoned and was under a chunk of asphalt. And a homeless man, I think, found the baby and turned him in, and the baby lived.
Yeah.
That does happen. Now you start to factor in all these crazy possibilities, like with the window fall. Like, well, obviously he fell. That was not made up. He didn't make that up. That actually happened, and he actually lived. So strange things happen, but here's the crux of it all. You can believe it's coincidence. You can believe some parts of the story are false. You can believe that for some reason they all decided to collude together and claim it was a voice, and maybe they doctored the tape, or maybe a voice bounced off the ionosphere down from somewhere else, someone else crying out for help. You can choose to believe that or none of it, but here's the beauty of it all. In the end, you get to believe whatever you want. Well, that's going to wrap it up for tonight's show. Thank you so much for such a great year. We'll be back with our first show of 2017 sometime late in the week of January 9th. We'd like to thank the Great Courses Plus, Harry's.com, Blue Apron, and Sherry's Berries for sponsoring us. Please remember that supporting our sponsors helps support the show. So if you're looking for the perfect gift for your loved one this holiday season, look no further. Special thanks to John Bowler.
Hi, I'm Haley.
Hi, I'm Jordan Bonaparte.
Hi, I'm Nick Heigl.
And I give
Permission to Astonishing Legends to use my voice
however they see fit,
galaxy-wide in perpetuity.
in perpetuity.
Our show is edited by Sarah Voorhees, and the theme is by Judson Crane. Sound design is by Ryan McCullough. Special thanks to the art and its lead researcher, Tess Feigl. But most importantly, we want to thank our listeners. You can find us online at astonishinglegends.com, as well as Facebook, Patreon, Twitter, Tumblr, Google+, and Instagram. Copyright Scott Philbrook and Forrest Burgess. Good night.
The National Rail Authority project, the CEO, Brian Kelly, says we're going to need more money. Why is that a surprise?
Want more flexibility when you shop? With over 1,000 stores nationwide, you can get what you need now through Instacart. And with Klarna, you can pay now or later. All you do is add items to your cart on the Instacart app, and at checkout, select Pay With. Then select Klarna. Flexible shopping on Instacart. Flexible payments with Klarna. New customers get $15 off your first 2 orders of $60 or more when you pay with Klarna using code 15Klarna. Terms apply. See Instacart.com or download the app for more details and to start shopping.
EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring substitute teachers, support staff, and more in your local school districts. Make a difference in your community while earning great pay. Apply today at edustaff.org. That's edustaff.org.
Excellence in staffing. Voice Assistant. Programar cuarto nuevo.
Especificar el cuarto de la casa.
A5.
Solo puedo agregar cuartos con internet.
Eso, ahora que tenemos AT&T All-Fi, somos millonarios. Hay cobertura de esquina a esquina, Atlántico.
Recalculando.
Ahora con AT&T All-Fi, agrega Wi-Fi de esquina a esquina. Obtén AT&T Fiber con All-Fi y vive como guillonario. Disponibilidad limitada. La cobertura requiere extensores con un cargo adicional.
If you've ever wondered if you can pull off cowboy boots, then you should pull on a pair of Tacovas. Their Western boots for men and women are made by hand in over 200 individual steps from premium bovine and exotic hides and designed to send you off in comfort and a personal style that's all yours to own. From vintage denim to more formal attire, a great pair of boots will elevate a casual look or add a refined flair that'll draw eyes and start conversations. And with other classic Tacova staples like their lineup of denim, apparel, and accessories, you can craft a look that'll put the world at your heels. Pair that with Tacova's signature out-of-the-box comfort, direct-to-consumer pricing, and free shipping and exchanges on all boots. You'll never have to step out wondering if you found your perfect pair, because Tacova's customer service is always at your service. When comfort leads, confidence follows. And Tacovas delivers both right to your door. Visit Tacovas.com. That's TECOVAS.com. And don't go gently. You'll love where you're headed.
This week's episode of Astonishing Legends is sponsored by Blue Apron, Harry's.com, The Great Courses Plus, and ZipRecruiter.
And we're back for our 58th episode and the first show of 2017. I, for one, am super excited about 2017 for Astonishing Legends. The show is really growing. We've got a live appearance in Detroit in May at Macomb Community College, and we're working on some exciting stories for the year. That we are. And in other news, we're hoping to launch our new website by the end of the month. And if we can pull it off, our revamped store, which has been down for a while. Yes, it has. And we've actually partnered with one of our listeners who runs an amazing graphic artist collective called Abnormal Allies, which already has all manner of wickedly cool screen printed shirts, embroidered patches, hats, tanks, and other super neat stuff. We'll be working with him to create exciting new limited run designs for Astonishing Legends that are episode specific, as well as reworking our existing swag into something you can wear to the roller rink and be proud of. We're ironing out the final kinks in the website now, and we'll let you know as soon as it's live. Also, before we get to tonight's show, we wanted to thank you guys so much for sending us all the fun news and the strange that you've been sharing with us on Twitter and Facebook. We love seeing that stuff and hearing your take on it. And most recently, there's been a lot of buzz about a picture that went viral the week before last of something that a lot of people said looked like a Mothman or demon in Tucson, Arizona. Yeah, that's a fun picture no matter what it is. Well, that and my personal favorite, the 2-year-old footage of a UFO that the Chilean Navy recently released because they can't figure out what it could possibly be. Oh yeah, that one's amazing. Well, the point is, we do have thoughts on these things, but they don't necessarily make up a full episode of the show. So we're going to periodically be releasing shorts on these topics at our Patreon page, where patrons at any pledge level will be able to access them. We're going to post one in a few days with a brief discussion on both of the aforementioned topics. Okay, well that's enough of that. Let's get back into it. Welcome back to Astonishing Legends. I'm Scott Philbrook, and this is Forrest Burgess. He's a man who never dies and who knows everything. Voltaire on the Count of Saint Germain. Join us tonight for part 1 of our series on one of the most enigmatic figures in history and one of my original inspirations to start our show, the Count of Saint Germain. Well, so here we go into the better part of 2 years on the show, and we're finally, we're on the backside of 2 years. I can't believe it. This is episode 58. That's something. Yeah, I cannot believe we are only just now getting around to tonight's topic. And if I had my way, Scott, we probably wouldn't have for this first one out of the gate because this was daunting. Well, as Forrest always likes to say, we're not ready. I know I say that with every show because I always feel like there's something we're missing. There's a piece of evidence or information that we could give the audience that would be really cool and no one else has told them. And then at some point you just have to stop and do it. But with this one,
what Scott's going to talk about here is it was such an inspiration, I think, for both of us years before we even thought to do a show like this or thought this kind of a show was possible, because this guy was so fascinating, and he's the subject of our episode tonight. However, my trepidation was, to tell the truth, Scott said, well, this will be kind of an easy one, right? Because there's not a whole lot. He's kind of a mystical figure, and a lot of it's hearsay, this and that. I felt like, I don't know, man, there's going to be so much rabbit holing going on here, because there's so many little directions that this could possibly lead.
Yeah, and this has happened to us before. It's like Charlie Brown in the football. I don't know how many times it'll be me saying, well, there's not a lot on this guy. We'll just get to speculate and have fun with it. And then we climb down the ladder, and it just goes crazy. And this guy's kind of like the human version of Skinwalker Ranch in a way.
I suppose that,
I mean,
there's so many anecdotes.
Yeah.
Well, and one thing that you point out here, and yes, there might be a part of the audience that finds this kind of frustrating, but it's a lot of anecdotes.
Yeah.
He does pop up in history and at really crucial times.
Documented.
Yeah, in European and even
By
American,
royalty.
even American history, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's a real guy. Don't worry that we're going to get to this and like, well, he probably didn't exist. He's a real guy, but his exploits are legendary by the standards of his contemporaries and even today, because it still goes on.
Let's talk about it. Again, as Forrest said, I think for both of us, this man, known as the Count of Saint Germain, was part of the original conversation that sort of led to the podcast, I would say.
Well, yeah, because you had a project going that centered around the Saint-Germain.
Yes, thankfully it's been scrubbed from the internet, but I had started out with a blog, and it was my creative idea that it would be sort of a cross between fiction and history, and I had drafted a character who was someone who worked for the Count of Saint Germain.
Right.
And the blog was from his point of view, and he was like a liaison between the Count of Saint Germain and modern society. The website was called immortalcount.com, which I no longer hold. I let it go after we started the show, believe it or not. And it wasn't that long ago. I was doing this in 2011,
I think.
Well,
up till that point, I think.
No, it was 9.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
2009 was the last. And you actually, if you have any kind of website, and we've talked about this website before, if you go on the Wayback Machine,
yes,
which has snapshots of the entire internet, believe it or not.
I don't know who did that.
I don't know how it works.
It's a lot of mouse clicks.
So if you go on there and you search Immortal Count, you will find my ancient website, and when you look at it, you will see the flavors that eventually evolved into what Astonishing Legends became in terms of our topics and blog entries and that sort of. In fact, right there on the front page, it's like Diablo Pass and
Dead Water.
Yeah, Dead Water.
Another interesting phenomenon, but it is kind of an early, different-looking version of kind of the site we have now, which of course follows the show. But to precipitate that name, Immortal Count,
yes,
and the reason behind it, and why at the time I thought it was kind of cool, and still do, and I'm kind of fascinated by it. And I think one of the reasons that we're not alone in this is that he might still be alive today.
That's what some people say. So let's talk a little bit about him. There's no real way to tell you, oh, he came and he did this and that and the other. Where his life, by some accounts, has spanned 200 years and is still going.
This is no guy. Look, we're not going to make 8 episodes.
No, we're not. It is going to be multi-partner.
Yeah, but it does. I mean, I would put it this way: you can kind of zero in on a time that this one title and name that is popularly known by, the Count of Saint Germain, is just one of his many names that he went by, and that would be mid-18th century Western Europe,
yes,
and Eastern Europe. You can start there.
By the way, the 18th century,
the
mid-18th century is 1750.
I
love that. I love now. There's all kinds of scholars. Oh, but I'm just going to tell you, I always take delight in pointing out the fact that it's actually the number before the century you're saying it is.
Yeah, good. You have to jump ahead, because what do you do in the year 5? You're not in the first century. You're progressing towards it.
So I wonder if that means I'm in my 46th year.
You can count it that way if you like,
even though I'm 47.
That's right. You're heading up on the century mark here.
Yeah.
But the idea, though, is that...
Thank you.
Oh, yes. All right. Well, join the club. Yeah. So that's a good place to start, and that's where a lot of scholars and people writing about the Count will start. But the crazy thing is, okay, take that point there, the 1740s, 1750s in France and England, where he's more popularly known to kind of pop up on the radar, so we'll say. And you can then scroll back to 600 or 530 BC, by some accounts, to the time of Cyrus and Babylon, or even further than that. Or you could go the other way, to the right, let's say, and into present times, because there are no shortage of people that believe that he may have just assumed different identities and is walking around today.
Right. So why don't we start out with painting a picture of the times that everyone pretty much generally agrees that he was definitely alive and participated in certain activities.
The way that we know that of the time, because again, this would be mid-18th century, 1710, to the 1800s even, and I know that that's longer than generally a human lifespan, especially around that time.
Right.
But that's what we're going to look at here. And how we know that is that at that time, of course, there's no electronic media, certainly. There's no way of recording it. But what people did was they wrote constantly in their journals, especially if they were nobility, especially if they were people with education, because that's what people did. It was kind of a practice at the time, just write down in diaries and journals everything that happened, and interesting people you met of the time. And so we have some reporting in newspapers and authors writing books, and so that's what we're going to take a look at here for our source of information.
Also personal correspondence.
Exactly, letters, right. The letters were a big thing. If you've read any books or studied a little bit about the Revolutionary War of America here,
or seen the movie Dangerous Liaison.
Well, that's a whole lot of letters. It's all letters, because that's how people were communicating. So that's all really what we have to go on in people's archives, and a lot of times the families themselves would hang on to these letters for 200, 300 years.
Yeah, and some are still sealed. Let's go ahead and get into it. Let's talk about it a little bit. So the Count of Saint Germain has been described as a European adventurer, a scholar, a courtier, musician, composer, and linguist. He spoke at least 9 languages: French, Italian, German, Spanish, Portuguese, English, Chinese, Arabic, Sanskrit, and supposedly understood Polish as well.
He was working.
Although I guess he couldn't speak Polish, and I don't know why. I guess he was slacking off.
You know, again, that was an account by Horace Walpole while he was in England, that people back then, if you were considered well-educated, you spoke multiple languages, because you had the time back then. You weren't playing Candy Crush. To learn different languages, what I heard as well is that if you were a member of Parliament back in those times, you were expected to understand Latin and Greek. So every...
Oh, and that's actually not on the list, but in the book, it's also mentioned that he was fluent in Latin as well. Well, I guess we should go up to 10 languages.
It's more. Let's just say plus.
Yeah.
You don't know
all the languages.
Yeah, at least a good section of the Romance languages.
Yeah, he probably wandered into the palace. He's like, what?
So he's the glottal click language.
I love that.
Yeah, it's fun to hear. I do like it myself. The point is that when he talked to learned people of the time, he could keep up.
Yeah.
And he was telling them some things that they weren't aware of. So that's what impressed these people. You have to realize, again, what you're going to hear tonight is that some people have made up their minds already at the time and now, and you're free to do that. Like, well, this guy was a faker. You could say that legitimately. Maybe he did fake a lot of this stuff, but he was really good at it. So, again, to get into these circles, you first had to be of high birth. You couldn't be a peasant. These people knew who their peers were. It's a matter of manners and high culture being brought up in it. So basically, you had to grow up in it.
Another thing that a lot of people said who had encountered him, and various people had said it through correspondence and historical reports, was that he seemed to have this uncanny ability to raise or lower his eloquence or his diction or his disposition in general, depending on who he was talking to.
Yeah, he worked the room.
Right, he could dumb himself down, or he could elevate himself to the highest levels, and that he had this unbelievable, almost magical charisma, of a Robert Downey style. Which is almost like everyone that he encountered, they were rapt with attention when he spoke.
Right.
And he was able to make everyone feel like he was speaking directly to them, and that he was of their station, regardless of that station.
Right, because
and he could do that in 10 languages.
They said whatever country he entered, he could speak as fluently as the locals. He had a slight accent here and there, depending on, I think his French was Piedmontese.
Yeah, that was the only, in a lot of cases, cases you'll say there was no discernible accent,
Right.
but then there's this one notation that's like, well, actually the French one, it was a little Piedmontese.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
yeah, no, he definitely had an accent that was discernible, but his grammar and diction, I think, were spot on. So,
Yeah, and I think English too was one of his weaker languages.
one of the quotes that people often go to again is from Horace Walpole. Walpole's father was the first prime minister of England.
Oh, okay.
There's one good quote here about his languages, and then Walpole also said that he spoke Italian and French with the greatest facility, though it was evident that neither was his language. He understood Polish and soon learned to understand English and talk it a little, but Spanish and Portuguese seemed to be his natural language. So, again, here's a very educated guy himself, Mr. Walpole, saying that, well, I can discern that some languages aren't his natural languages. He seems to be more adept at Spanish or Portuguese. So that's one account where people are discerning a bit of an accent, but in others they're saying like, well, no, he just flowed naturally. So again, that's the variance of these people's firsthand accounts, plus time, plus somebody else writing it down.
Here we are out of the gate. We're talking about a guy that we're saying can speak 10 languages. Some people say it was only 5 or 6, and I say only.
I'm having trouble with this one. Yeah.
We are, but well put. The case of Walpole, that is a legitimate member of society. That's a real person who is giving us a quote about the Count of Saint Germain in relation to his own personally verified story of 4 or 5 languages right there.
Yeah, exactly.
So even if you say, oh, well, the rest of this has been exaggerated or blown out of proportion, we're talking about Horace Walpole saying, well, you know what, actually this language and that language it was okay at, that is confirmation that this man was actually capable of doing this, and it's not just a tall tale.
Right. I think what you're getting at is Scott and I were kind of reading through the materials here, is that he was saying, well, he can do some of these parlor tricks, which are pretty impressive, and people were freaked out at the time, so that's why they loved having him around. He was really entertaining. Yeah, some of that might be exaggerated, but if he did a tenth of those things, he's still pretty remarkable, and truly an international man of mystery.
Let's talk about some of the titles that come up for him. They're almost like aliases, and that's, I mean, they are aliases. And this is an ongoing theme with him where he would turn up with different names in different places. And we say, well, how do we even know we're talking about the same guy? Well, because the common name that was used the most, and that continued to, especially to precede or surrounding an event of almost unbelievable ability, that would always be associated with him referring to himself as the Count of Saint Germain.
Yeah, and that's the one that stuck. And I want to point out here before we rattle off like 5 or 6 names here, that people say like, well, there you go. It's a sign of a fraud. He's trying to get away from something. He's getting away from people. He wants to hide his identity. Well, that was a very common practice at the time. Because if you've watched any shows, any period pieces of the time there, you could be executed or thrown in jail, or that's worse than executed. But basically,
drawn and quartered.
Yeah, actually, the manner of death back then was pretty nasty too.
Gibbeted or gibbeted? Gibbeted. Okay, I'm going with that. Finally got it right.
Yeah, that's a horrible one. You just hope that they killed you first, rather than like wasting away in a birdcage over the docks. Yeah. The point I'm making here is that it's a very common practice because you don't know who's looking at you wherever you're going and traveling. Traveling was very dangerous back then anyway, but the times were very highly politically charged, as we'll see. So if you get to a town or a country and, wait, you're Catholic? Oh, that doesn't fly here. And do you want who on the throne? Oh, no, you're going to jail.
Yes.
So you kind of changed your identity to give yourself a little bit of running room here, a little bit of breathing space to, again, you're not trying to get away with anything. And the fact is that they're pretty certain that he did come from royalty. So all these titles, again, it's really hard to fake back then, either Graf or Count, Chevalier, Comte, Graf, Prince. He was of that ilk.
And his own title, as we'll find out in a little bit, was possibly stripped from it.
Exactly, yeah.
So who do we got here? We've got the Marquis de Montferrat.
Well, Scott gets to use his 4 years of learning French here. He's forgotten.
Yeah, many more times than 4 years ago, by the way. You go ahead with the rest of those.
No, it's okay. Well, how about the Comte Bellemare and the Chevalier Chauny?
Count Weldon, also well done, apparently. We'll get into that later. Well done, sir. I'm now going to name you Well Done. Count Well Done.
That's going to mean something.
Yes.
The Comte Saltykov, Graf Zarogi, and Prince Ragozzi.
tried it and everything, and I must say it came out perfectly. But after all the turkey sandwiches and turkey soup and all the other holiday leftovers, which I love, I'm really ready for a change. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Yeah. Well, that's where Blue Apron comes in. If you haven't tried it yet, it really makes for a great change of pace. Just listen to some of these upcoming featured dishes. Spicy shrimp and Korean rice cakes with cabbage and furikake. Did I say that right? Sounds good to me. Okay. Pork chops and garlic piccata with scallion rice and spinach. Mushroom and chipotle pepper enchiladas with lime sour cream. And aside from the Korean rice cakes, those are all menu items I would never even think to attempt to make. But that's one of the great things about Blue Apron. You can let their culinary team surprise you, or create your own menu from a variety of new recipes each week. And the recipes are not repeated within a year, so you'll never get bored. And you know Blue Apron is going to deliver fresh, high-quality ingredients right to your doorstep that you can feel good about, because the way the meats and produce are sourced is responsible and sustainable. But it's nice. There's actually no tongue twisters in there. Thank you. That's my New Year's gift to you. Well, speaking of which, Blue Apron is not only a great gift to give yourself and your family, but also for people you care about, because it really is the gift that keeps on giving, any time of the year. Precisely. And research shows that Blue Apron families cook nearly 3 times more often. So why not keep building that strong family bond all year long? It's also going to help out with the family budget, because Blue Apron costs under $10 per person per meal. You will love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron. So don't wait. That's blueapron.com/astonishing. Blue Apron, better way to cook.
This is Claire. Thank you for listening to Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
Yeah, I had to look this up. Of course, I've heard the term graph over the years, but I didn't really understand that. I guess graph is the male and grafen is the female version of a historical title of German nobility. Yes, usually translated as count. Exactly. I didn't know that. Maybe you already did.
Well, I know, but I do know as you're reading about this stuff, that's what takes so long to do this. There's so many things that we forgotten about. We have to look up to make sure that we're at least in the ballpark here. But the point is that all these titles are of the same general level, okay? So it relates to what your peerage in England would be, to what from German nobility from medieval ages would be. So, again, he's in his territory here. He's with his people, and they sense that, and that's a big thing. This guy is not a pretender. He does seem to, they instantly know that this guy is royalty. Yes, wherever he might be. Now, he's a character, and he could be a buffoon or just, even a charlatan and maybe a swindler of some sort. But definitely this guy comes from royalty. So they give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and as we'll see there, even people that thought of him as a charlatan still had great respect for some aspects of his abilities.
Oh, yeah. Well,
and still perceived him as royalty, as you said.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of fuzzy lines there. But like you said, they thought he was of high birth. He was charismatic. He was noble in character. And like you said, you can't really get into those inner circles at this point in time by faking it till you make it.
Yeah, right. Well, listen, this guy was friends with the King of France.
Yes.
And, boy, you want to get into dangerous territory, try putting one over on him and making him look like a fool.
Yeah.
You don't last very long. And so people said, well, if he is trying to get in as the rich and famous here, it's a very dangerous game.
Well, and back then, you made the valid point in our notes here that the working class actually didn't get a chance to learn to read or write. They weren't trained in aristocratic manners, which he excelled at. He was overflowing with aristocratic manners, so much that I think some people might say that he was soft.
Well, he was a dandy.
Yeah.
It made me think of William Wallace here and Braveheart, and he meets with the lovely French queen, daughter of Longshanks there, or daughter-in-law, and she meets him and she thinks, well, here's this rough and tumble Scottish guy wearing a skirt, and he's all dirty, and he's got shaggy long hair, and he looks like Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
And she's thinking, why? He's kind of sexy, but he can't be very educated, and he knows Latin and French.
Right.
And she's like, whoa, she's very impressed. And I believe that with the stories that he was raised by a clergyman who taught him Latin and French. And of course, I'm sure he speaks Scots, Gaelic, or whatever they're speaking then. But the point is, it made an impression on her, because somebody of that low birth like he was, you don't get to have those skills. Now, on the other hand, he didn't dress like a dandy. He's an humble Scottish man, and so he's all these other fineries that the Count seemed to have. And what we're getting to is that he had some amazing talents. How do you get all these talents? Well, you can't acquire them over a very, very long lifetime. So, because he was an expert musician, a violinist,
Yes.
he composed music.
Yeah, he actually wrote well over 57 pieces of music. That's documented, including 42 Italian arias and 7 violin solos, which leads back to another theory that he was actually the second identity of a famous violinist known as Giovannini.
Yeah.
We'll get into more detail on that later. And in addition to all of this, he appeared to be extremely wealthy.
He never lacked for money, and he always seemed to have a source of it. And people who were saying, like, where's he getting these remittances? He always seems to have some, but
he had diamonds on every finger, and at one point he was seen in court in jeweled shoes that had so many precious stones on them, an expert who was present valued them at around 200,000 francs.
Right, so there we are saying that he is kind of a dandy. He did like jewels. That's a big theme of his life. Gemstones and the manipulation thereof. And what they say about his dress is that he wasn't, I mean, when we say dandy, he wasn't really flowery. They said that he wasn't really elaborate. He dressed simply, but he was very stylish. So he learned style.
He had a manner of taste.
Exactly. He was artistic, but he wasn't flamboyant. You don't mean to paint that picture, although having diamonds
He's not, diamonds on his shoes.
or this other sort.
But apparently that works at that time. And what you're saying is that there's a difference between new money and established aristocracy.
Exactly.
Personal style.
Which is what you see today on television, especially with celebrities. You can see who looks classy,
right,
and who looks trashy.
Yeah.
And that's what they say about old money and new money. Is new money, you get a bunch of money and you don't have any taste because you weren't brought up with it, and you just buy crap and stick it on yourself.
Right.
He seemed to come with royal fineries where he had good style and taste. He had an artistic eye about him. And he got along, he pretty much charmed everybody, even the people who really didn't like him at the time. But even a lot of people like Casanova, that's one person he met, said, well, you know, this guy, he might be an outrageous character, but he's so fascinating.
Yeah.
Nobody's really beating this guy up. Now, there's a little bit of Machiavellian pushing him around here and there, trying to exert their will on him because they fear him a little, because he is so influential. But mostly he's well received everywhere he goes. People love this guy.
Yeah. So in addition to all these other abilities, the linguistic abilities, the musical talent, he was also apparently a master painter. He's a master of all arts, but I guess he excelled at producing paints with dyes of amazing color that he would not divulge the secrets as to how he would get these colors together. And he also was dyeing fabrics. He had masterful skills in terms of clothing, essentially creating clothing and doing it. Dyeing was a big deal at the time.
Yeah, that's another thing I remembered. You just reminded me is that there's a big theme going on. So one, languages, music, but also dyes, colors, because he dyed fabrics. They said he had a hair dye that he invented. I'm sure that he used on himself, and I'm sure he gave it away to the ladies, as he was said to with other cosmetics that he created.
That's right, paints.
Yeah,
they call them paints, which we call makeup now.
Yeah, you paint your face. So but as far as the painting, they said that when he did a historical subject, and he had women in there with really fanciful dress, that he painted in rubies, emeralds, and sapphires. They said the hue on this was so brilliant that it looked like the gems themselves. And so the famous painter of the time, Van Loo, was watching this guy and said, come on, you gotta tell me, how do you do that? And wouldn't budge, wouldn't tell him, what he was doing.
He was painting with light.
Is that a Thomas?
No, it's Bob Ross. I can convince.
No.
He is still alive. No, wait.
No, he's not. Thomas Kincaid.
Was he the painter of light?
Yeah, he trademarked that. Yeah.
Oh, he was the painter.
Actually, you owe him $10 for saying
that.
Yeah, probably. No, he was called the painter of light. And
what was it, Bob Ross?
Bob Ross. No, well, you gotta back it up. So
in case you don't know Bob Ross, he had big hair.
Yeah, big curly hair, fro.
And he painted.
Yes.
He had a very peaceful, soothing voice. But anyway,
he
could have been the Count.
And that's the thing. Yeah, just the thing is he was able to demonstrate such talent that he's not a schlock at any of this stuff. It's like, the violin's screechy. Well, he's a good joke teller, so let's just go with that. No, he excelled at everything he attempted.
Well, I will say that in the In Search Of that was dedicated to the Count that I'm actually going to make reference to later here in a minute, I did notice that in one of the reenactments where they showed him playing the violin, in the background, the audience, there was 2 or 3 royals in the court were listening to him, and this was an In Search of Reenactment. One of them was yawning.
One of the
You happen to
actors.
notice that?
Oh,
Yeah.
he's fired.
Yeah, I think he was like, well, no, he was doing it with his hanky. I think he was.
Oh, he was pretending. Wait, that's not an extra trying to.
I don't know. Just something that stood out to me when I watched that.
It's like, well, those are all extras, as you should know.
Yeah.
They're tired of the day. They're getting $20 and a sandwich. So
Yeah.
Look at this, the crowd service table.
Well, you know, this painting did remind me of the documentary Tim's Vermeer. Have you ever seen that?
Absolutely great.
This is a world-class documentary, by the way. If you guys haven't seen it, it's actually Penn and Teller produced and directed it. One or the other produced it, the other one directed. I can't remember which one did what.
Right.
But it's a really startling film by a guy named Tim, who I can't remember his last name, but he invented a piece of video technology.
The video toaster?
Yeah, the video toaster, which was responsible for a great deal of special effects. When Forrest and I both got started in the video business back in the early days of nonlinear and digital editing and that sort of thing.
Right.
The toaster allowed you to do all kinds of compositing, and you can pretty much, I don't know, 80% of music videos for the good first part of the 80s used video toaster effects.
Right. And
Anyway, so he made a ton of money as the inventor, this guy Tim, and he decided that he thought he could figure out how to recreate the painted works of the great master.
Jan Vermeer. Yeah.
And that's what he went after, was he wanted to do a Vermeer. And in this documentary, he comes up with a system that allows him to reproduce this Vermeer in such an authentic way that it's considered the likely method of how Vermeer himself painted the paintings. And the reason I bring this up now, I don't want to spoil the documentary, because if you haven't seen it, it's definitely something to check out. It was on Netflix for a while. I don't know if it's still on there. That's right up there with another one of my favorite ones about an artist. But What the Bleep is a Jackson Pollock.
Right.
Look for that one too. But anyway, what I'm saying is there's a trick to getting that done. And
Well, it's highly debated now.
Well,
because there's some people who don't believe in that.
well, of
but-
course, you know, the people that don't believe are the stodgy art, you know, appraisers who are, I refuse, you cannot, this is not a trick, this was pure talent. And they get real mad. And by the way, watch the Jackson Pollock ones.
Yeah, but it's a
No, but if you watch, hey, look, I all due respect to people with talent, but if you watch the Jackson Pollock thing, you get a good sense of what the art gallery owner community seems to think of any work that doesn't have the right provenance, regardless of the fact that in the case of the Jackson Pollock movie, his thumbprint is on the side of the canvas.
Right.
So I developed a certain disdain for that side. That side that evaluates the work of the creative people.
Well, I'll tell you what, those are two different types of art, and the kind that the classic masters did. No disrespect to Mr. Pollock, but it wasn't he was splashing paint around. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've seen people that, you know, they do the same kind of style. It's like, well, yeah, okay, that's kind of artistic. You know, it might hang it up in your central of your house. But what we're talking about here with the Count is that he had the technique down, which, again, if you're not kind of a savant, which he may have been of some kind,
But I'm saying there also may have been a technical trick that he was not sharing.
Right.
And I'm not saying that necessarily makes him a con artist any more than Vermeer was if he used the system
Absolutely.
that Tim came up with.
Right.
It's still, whether you develop this skill set or you develop some kind of contraption that allows you to recreate realism using special methods, without spoiling the documentary again. That doesn't mean that you're still not a talented, amazing artist. You could give me whatever thing that Tim developed, and I'm not going to be able to do Tim's Vermeer. I don't care what, and I get that. But I guess my point was, the only reason I brought it up is this is one of our patented, maybe too long of tangents.
Well, but it is going somewhere,
But my point is just that this points to the possibility that the Count of Saint Germain maybe knew this trick. And he's not sharing it, especially in terms of the light that's emanating from these fine stones that are in these paintings.
Well, that's exactly right. You come around full circle to a valid point here, and that is that there's something about colors and dyes and tints that he was very adept at. And again, this kind of now gets into the area of alchemy. Yeah, and to me, that's the most fascinating of his talents, because it's the most hermetic and esoteric and secret. Because
why don't you explain for our listeners that aren't really aware of what alchemy is? Why don't you give maybe just a short?
I'm not really aware.
I'm putting you on the spot, but
yeah.
But I'm just saying, you know, it's a word that some people may have never heard before.
Yeah.
What is alchemy?
Of course, when people hear alchemy, they think like, oh, turning lead into gold. That's what everybody sees in the cartoons, and then everything else is part of popular
Right,
culture.
it's doing a chemical transmutation
transmutation of one substance into another. It's actually changing matter from, in most cases, not necessarily, doesn't have to be this way, but from an undesirable material into a desirable one through a chemical process.
Yeah, are you reading that? That's pretty
No,
good.
I just
no.
know that.
Am I right? Yeah, you hit on a key word here. That's transmutation. But it's not just minerals or metals. It's also spiritual. This is the thing. It's allegorical. So, again, this is just off the top of my head here. And I purposely really didn't want to get too far into it because there's so much more to talk about. And we'll get to this later on down the line because then you get into areas of theosophy, which that's a buzzword we're going to stash for later. But right now, yes, that's the simple thing is people think of turning lead into gold, but that's not really, that's a transmutation of sorts, and they are related. And, I think even if you look at nuclear science here, there's processes that happen where things are transmuted. But when it comes to alchemy, it's a universal, mystical life lesson that you're trying to achieve. You're trying to achieve knowledge. There's different steps to it, and I can't remember, maybe there's 12, there's a certain number where that's that's the idea that just to be at peace with yourself. Yeah. The idea though is that you take these different steps and the result, the physical item that you're making, whether it's stone or kind of a metal or maybe a combination of both, have different names and they correspond to either different constellations or signs of the zodiac. So like there's Neptune's net. And that could be a stone that looks like it has netting all over it. Anyway, what I'm getting at is that when you achieve the master level, you ultimately come to what's called the Philosopher's Stone. And I'm sure you've heard of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Well, we brought that up, I think, back at the Oak Island thing. That maybe that's what's down there, something precious like that. And, of course, people pointed out that, that was the original title for America, but they changed it because Americans are dumb. And we're not going to get, philosophy, nobody likes that. I don't want to see that, So call it the Sorcerer's Stone. That's much more sexy. Right. In any case, and you Potter fans out there, I'm sure correct us where it was now. But I think that's the story. But basically, that's the end of it. And what you can do is that it prolonged life. It was a universal medicine, as they call it. And if it didn't make you totally immortal, it made you really, really live a long life. Okay. Lifetime. The Philosopher's Stone. Yes, exactly. And that's one of the end goals of alchemy in this process. And again, the idea is that you are transmuting yourself from a base person to a high spiritual person, enlightened, educated.
It's interesting you should say that because in terms of the alchemy, I think we should talk a little bit about Saint Germain's time with Louis XV, who he was most closely associated with. Yes. Probably the man of the highest station.
That's his time.
Who acknowledged that the Count was a real person and had a relationship with him, and that was Louis XV. And Louis actually gave him a suite of rooms at his royal Chateau de Chambord and 100,000 francs to create his own lab where, in addition to all the other arts that he had mastered, he could work on alchemy, like you just mentioned. Yeah. And by the way, I want to mention the Chateau de Chambord. I know that we have international listeners, but for those that don't, you've got to look this place up. It is probably my favorite castle in the world.
Oh, really?
It's so beautiful. It is just stunning to look at.
Yeah, for a hunting lodge originally. It was not too shabby.
Yeah, it's really amazing. So supposedly he had a bunch of lower rooms there.
Yeah,
they were dedicated to him, a suite.
Well, he was given a suite of rooms, and again, like I said, he charmed the king and all those around him in his court, except for one guy that we'll talk about later. But basically, he was so impressed by this guy. He's like, I want you to set up a laboratory here. And he gave him 100,000 francs to do so. Louis XV, as I say, he was tremendously vulnerable to being bored. So
he had been king since he was 5, I believe.
Yeah,
I think he ascended to the throne when he was 5. And at the time, someone else ran the kingdom until he got old enough to deal with it. But this is a guy who probably, he was probably bored. He didn't really get a normal childhood, I don't think.
No, he did a lot of stuff done for you. I can't remember which of the Louis there, 14, 15, or...
Well, the 15, I think he was called Louis the Beloved.
Yes, so, his father was Louis the Sun King.
Very impressive.
One of them was a locksmith because he, again, had a little hobby like that. There's nothing much to do, I mean, you had to make big decisions. But in the case of Louis XV, though, Saint Germain got him interested in making dyes and experimenting with that. And so he let him go, and the king was busy doing that. And he said he actually came up with some good inventions that improved French fabrics on a whole. So he actually did some good work there in the lab. But yeah, he was that impressed with him that he gave him a bunch of money. And, again, people say, like, well, there you go. He's trying to swindle the king out of the lab. But the thing about that is that who does that? Like, usually when there's a swindle, it's like, give me the money and I'm going to go play with it. Yeah. I'm not going to then continue to work at your place with the money. So, as you can see here, I'm trying to even out an argument that he wasn't totally a swindler, as a lot of people think.
No, he wasn't. And this is one of the most famous cases associated with his alchemical abilities, and that was the story of Madame du Hausset. I may be saying her name wrong, but she was a lady's maid to Madame du Pompadour, who was the chief mistress of Louis XV. And she's going to come out much again as we discuss this series. But
yeah, she was very impressed also with the Count. And I think she was also the one who first met him or heard about him and mentioned him to the king, and then the king's going to let me see it.
Yeah, I think she made the introduction.
Yeah, exactly.
So she wrote in her memoirs of a story where Louis had brought, and this is not Pompadour, this is Pompadour's lady's maid, Madame du Hausset. She wrote that Louis had brought a middling-sized diamond with a flaw in it to the Count. He had it weighed, and it had been appraised at 6,000 livres with the flaw. But without the flaw, it would be worth 10,000 livres. So he asked the Count if he could fix it, to which the Count apparently said, quote, "It is possible. It may be done. I will bring it to you again in a month," end quote. A month goes by. The Count brings the stone back to the king and hands it over to him. He opens it up, and it is perfect, only slightly smaller than it had originally been, with no flaw inside. Now, how do you get rid of a flaw inside a crystal? Well, it takes 1,000,000 years to know.
I don't know, but
I mean, did he just go out and get rid of the one and trade it? Did he put up maybe the difference?
I wouldn't call it cubic zirconia.
Yeah.
That's not totally a joke there, because what's been said of him was people said he could, quote unquote, melt diamonds. And they said that if you brought him like 10 small ones, he could make a big one out of it. Right. Here's a clue here about what he did. If it's slightly smaller, then maybe he transmuted it somehow down a size or two to get rid of the flaw, but it's still worth more because it's flawless. Right. So the fact that it changed shape or size,
well, they didn't say it changed shape,
or I'm sorry, not shape.
They said it changed size a little bit.
Yeah. So
it was slightly diminished. Was the exact word.
So there you go. Well, either he just used some diamond cutting techniques at the time, but he could work with it. So, but that's what he said that he could do. Is that I've seen that phrase come up. He could melt diamonds and change them. So who knows? But again, maybe it's not magic or alchemy magic. Maybe it's just a way of like. I'm not sure how they make cubic zirconia. I think it involves tremendous amounts of pressure. So I don't know how he was doing it, but
they're making fake diamonds now.
That's what I'm saying. Well, yeah,
that's what I'm saying, and that is from pressure and heat, I think.
Yeah, you can fake the process and come up with something. But
they're supposed to, by the way, they're supposed to put, I think, tiny serial numbers on them.
They do. Yeah, I believe so.
But
yeah.
No. How do we know they're doing that?
People are.
How do we know?
Well, here's the thing. It's like that's not such a big deal now. Back then, that was a big deal.
Yeah.
I don't know his processes, of course, because I'd be doing it myself. But obviously, he had some kind of inside knowledge, or again, if you thought he was a faker and a charlatan, he was at least able to produce something that blew away people that knew gemstones. They were experts. Like the guy who said the diamonds on the buckles of his shoes, 200,000 francs right there.
Yeah. He's either making them,
right, exactly.
Or they're super easy for him to get. Of course, if he's a wealthy man, maybe he had a bag of diamonds. He just went, took the one, and traded it out for one without a flaw.
Yeah, I mean, that is
perpetuated the mythos around him that he was apparently fond of projecting, which actually we will find some stories and some correspondence. We'll read you some sections.
Not everyone was a fan.
Not everyone was a fan, but there is documentation. There are people that said that he confided to them that it's okay with me if people want to believe what they want to believe about that sort of thing.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. He may have just to perpetuate the mystique, done a little manipulation here. Right. Sleight of hand. these are all possibilities. And I mentioned this to Scott. We didn't have time to really look this up, but I think there was, speaking of alchemy, and fake it until you don't make it, there were two guys in England, I believe, that said they could produce gold coins. They were able to do it in front of people using some other medium, metallic sort or chemical, and it looked like they were able to make gold coins until at one point they couldn't. Right. And then they were thrown in jail. Yeah. So that's what happens again. That's why I said it's kind of a dangerous game trying to put one over on people that could have you immediately killed. Yeah. So he was kind of a character. He was a great entertainer. He was great at parties, but on the other hand, what you read about him is that he wasn't real obsequious. He wasn't unctuous. He wasn't clawing and trying to really ham it up, in a celebrity, hanger-on kind of fashion. People did invite him because they wanted to meet him. They'd heard about him. So he was invited to a lot of courts. A lot of times he would say, like, I can't do all the social things. I'm going to hang out in my room. Yeah, I kind of do my stuff. And even, we didn't want to really come down to big fancy dinners. It's funny you should say that about him not coming out of his room. And you know what that reminds me of is the setup in Grand Budapest Hotel, which is a movie we bring up a lot because it's one of my favorite movies of the past several years. And I say that as somebody that couldn't stand Wes Anderson when he started out. He's really brought me around. I could. I've come around on it. I really love that film. It's great filmmaking for me. And one of the things I particularly loved about it was Jude Law's narration of the story. And he's got a great voice. And Anderson goes on to say, I think recently he said that he fully plagiarized a deceased writer named Stefan Zweig. I guess his work was very similar in tone. Yes, as you'll find with the Cooper Oakley book. Right, which we haven't really mentioned her yet, but we're going to get deep into her book here in a little bit. It's called The Comte de Saint-Germain, a biographical sketch of an initiate by Isabel Cooper Oakley. And there's alternate title, I just want to say this quickly, is The Count of Saint-Germain, The Secret of Kings. There's a subheading there. And the copy I have is just a paperback, which is just The Count of Saint-Germain. Yeah, there's a billion editions of this, but they're all centered around her original book, which I think was published in 1912. In a small edition in Milan, Italy. So it's not... There's a lot of reprints, but really I think 1970s when they started. So you can find it out there, but it might be a little hard to find. Right. So I wanted to read this little passage that jumped out to me when I was reading the book, and it reminded me of both Grand Budapest, but also just painted this amazing picture of the Count of Saint-Germain. And I wanted to, Forrest, you're going to be impressed. This is going to be my first character on the show. Okay. Because this reminded me so much of Grand Budapest, I've decided to read this in my best Jude Law. Look at this. As the narrator of Grand Budapest. He has big British shoes to fill. Okay, here we go. You ready? Yeah.
The Graf Zargi had no servant of his own. He dined as simply as possible in his own room, which he seldom left. His wants were extremely few, and he avoided all general society, spending the evenings in the company of only the Margrave, Mademoiselle Clairon, and those persons whom the former was pleased to have around him.
Wow, dude, that's pretty good. Thank you. You nailed it. Jeez. I'm very impressed.
I wish I could say that was actually me.
Oh, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't.
Wow, you were speaking. I saw your mouth move here.
That you did. But that was actually a friend of mine that I've made over the past few months. His name is Shazur Shah. And he has his own podcast. It's called Dreadcast. You can find it at dreadcastaudio.com. It's pretty cool. He writes short stories. It's kind of science fiction, almost Kafka-esque type short stories, and then reads them himself. And they have music. He's only got 2 episodes out now, but he's planning to do more, and I'm a big fan of his show. So you guys
got a great voice.
Yeah, you guys should check it out. Yeah, so Dreadcast. Anyway, Shazur, thank you so much for providing that clip and letting me pretend to have a much cooler voice than I do for a minute.
15 seconds, sure.
All right, so getting back to the Count, I do want to cover a few more things that were attributed to him before we move on to one of our sources, which is where that quote came from.
Yes.
We did want to talk about a great deal in Oakley's book here in a minute. I wanted to mention that the Count was also a Rosicrucian, which we brought up at the Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross. We brought it up with Oak Island, I think, was the last time.
Yes, Christian Rosenkreutz, who is a mystical figure, which the other thing that you might see here with the Count, well, you will see it because we're probably going to mention it, is that he is attributed to being other famous figures in esoterica.
Yes, and mysticism, occultism,
all the isms, all the good isms, the mysterious and fun ones. So, but he was also a Freemason. We're talking about the Count now. He was a Freemason,
Yes.
and a lot of his contemporaries that befriended him were also Masons. So, again, you can think of conspiracy there somehow.
Yes, and the Brotherhood of the Rosicross, Rosicrucianism, which we're going to talk about in more detail in this series.
Francis Bacon.
We're going to get, there's a Francis Bacon connection.
Yeah.
And it predates the Count of Saint Germain by hundreds of years. However, there are people that will tell you that the founder of the movement, Christian Rosencreutz, was in fact the Count of Saint Germain.
Well, there's two ways to look at it. Either the exact same guy who's really the definition of immortality, or reincarnations of him.
Right.
If you want to go that route. So that's the two the solutions there spiritually of how you get to that.
Yeah, and it's fascinating when you think about it. Now, and the Rosicrucian order initially, for several years, I think only had 8 members in it. They couldn't tell each other who the other one was, or if you died, you had to find a replacement, and it was only 8. But now
that's like the keeper. Was it the 9? The keeper of the ancient knowledge, and then throughout history, if one dies, they have to initiate another one, but there's only 9. And I can't remember what that secret cult is, but basically the keepers of secret knowledge here on Earth to better mankind, but they have to let it out in 15 minutes.
Yeah, and Rosencreutz, the founder of the movement, he was actually, I think, born in 1378, so that's going to be several hundred years prior.
But prime Oak Island time here.
Yeah, the 14th century. Yeah, pretty interesting stuff. But, and that's another thing. There was an image we posted with the Oak Island stuff. I think that one, the Temple of the Rose Cross, which I'm going to connect that with this show again too. It is the craziest looking. There's a 1618 picture of, lack of a better word, some kind of logo that the Rosicrucians use that looks like, I don't know, it looks like a small castle version of what a one-man band outfit looks like.
I think I know what you're talking about.
It's got wheels and wings and horns sticking out of it, and arms with swords and trumpets, and it's crazy.
Slightly Monty Python-ish.
Yeah, it's very Monty Python-ish. So we'll come back to that. We have to come back to that. So Christian Rosencreutz, the Rosicrucians, and the thing is that the Rosicrucianism at the early stages was connected to the Freemasons, and there was I guess it was an order within an order which caused problems in the Freemason movement because it was something you couldn't even get access to the freshman stages of Rosicrucianism unless you were at the highest level of Freemasonry.
Right.
And so that rubbed some people the wrong way, and we'll talk about it more later. But again, this is another thing that's associated with this count, this super, ultra high-level secret society that's like a society within a society of the Freemasons, which is already the craziest society ever, and now there's a secret thing at the top, and there's this guy again.
Right.
Here he is, up there, doing his 10 languages, So,
and here's the ironic part of all that. Really, if you start diving into it and you cast aside kind of the crazy conspiracy corner that people like to put this stuff into, maybe it's a big joke and they're putting one over on us, but they haven't done it yet. This is for the betterment of mankind. This is not getting into NWO or all that business. I mean, we're talking though about the enlightening of your fellow human being so that they're not walling around in the mud. They're bettering themselves. However, it needs to be done with the proper teachers and people to come forth and give out these pearls of better living, shall we say. And that was Francis Bacon's intention, also as a Rosicrucian, that there might be a new Atlantis, and it might be, and people have theorized, maybe it's in Nova Scotia, maybe it's in North America. So getting back to it, that's what people said about the Count of Saint Germain, that he was about lofty ideals, he despised baseness and chicanery and all the bad stuff that he himself was being accused of. So again, Rosicrucianism at this time is about helping people. It's not about just subjugating them, under an oppressive order of mysticism. So there you have it. That's one level. I wanted to kind of explain that because people start hearing about secret societies and the Illuminati, and they start like, oh my gosh.
We did not say Illuminati.
No, but they are slightly connected.
What up, Maddie? How are you, dog?
Any of our research connected here?
Maddie, what's new? Dog. Maddie, we've been waiting for you. How are you, dog? Yo, Maddie, can you hear me, dog? Maddie. Maddie. Yo, Doug, I hear you talking. What's up, baby?
Gary Chan, KFI AM 640. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Stories that we're following. More anti-terrorism Marine Corps personnel have been dispatched to Haiti to try to beef up security at the American embassy. The staff that still remain in the country after the Prime Minister of Haiti announced that he was going to resign was the mounting chaos there. The elite fleet anti-terrorism security team, a fast team, sent in to guard the embassy. We mentioned yesterday as well that several Americans and Canadians have been trying to get out of Haiti. Congressman Corey Mills out of Florida is being credited with helping at least 10 of them get out of Haiti, including author Mitch Albom, who was there. They were working at the Have Faith Orphanage in Port-au-Prince and are now back on American soil.
School active shooter drills. There is a bill in Sacramento that's being considered. It would limit how realistic school active shooter drills can be. Right now, there are a few rules
Illuminati to the Count of Saint Germain. I just want to be clear about
what
that.
I did find, though, is that he will be sometimes mentioned in the same groupings. He's not part of that.
See, you got your various groupings. You got your Illuminati groupings.
Yeah.
You got your Rosencrews. Okay.
Once you start getting into esoteric circles like this, then people start lumping people in together because, well, he was around at the same time. He must be part of this.
Yeah.
And you can see that about the Count. He was around at this time, and he did know a lot of influential people. And even here, it's suggested that he may have been in contact and advising, in a way, Ben Franklin and the founding fathers of the United States.
Yeah, there's some folks that will tell you, and one of whom we're actually going to be interviewing for part 2 of this series. We were very lucky to find her blog. Fascinating work by a woman named Jessie Desmond. And we were really lucky to find her blog. We reached out to her. She has an amazing timeline of events. There's a lot of stuff that you'll find in Oakley's book, who we're going to talk about in a second, but there's also other stuff that she has compiled, and she's also had some people write in with some fascinating stories. One connecting to the Bohemian Grove, which we're going to talk about in a minute, which is another buzzword. And
the Manhattan Project,
yes.
I believe it, and the Count. So
yeah.
tie those all together.
And the blog is findingcountstjemermain.blogspot.com. You have to check it out.
That's ST with a abbreviated. So
Saint T. Oh yes, Saint ST is abbreviated. So we'll have a link in our show notes there, and we're going to be talking to her for part 2 of this series. But she talks about that Bohemian Grove connection that we just mentioned. She also talks about some of the other connections that we were unable to find in other places. So we're going to ask her about where she got that information.
That's what we talked about at the top of the show, or at least I did, was that you have a range of time that Cooper Oakley talks about, and that would be roughly 1710 to 1822. Again, that's going past his expiration date there for the Count.
Yeah.
Officially. But that was kind of the chunk of time. But, like I said, with this story, what's kind of also fascinating about it is that you can scroll back before 1710 and way past 1822, because he was reportedly seen by people before that and after. So those are the connections that
keeps turning up on the microfiche.
Yeah, he's popping up on the radar before there was even radar.
You said Francis Bacon. We got to go back on that a little bit. This is something that other people have said about the Count of Saint Germain, is that he is Francis Bacon.
Well, the same, yeah.
Right, who also theoretically
illegitimate son born in prison of Queen Elizabeth.
Yes, and also Shakespeare. At the risk of angering the Shakespeare wrote Shakespeare people, from a great deal.
Yeah.
We're sympathetic to your cause. We're not saying we believe one way or the other, but there are people that think that Francis Bacon actually wrote Shakespeare. And here's the thing about Francis Bacon, he was a Rosicrucian, and the whole betterment of mankind thing comes back up, and this all ties back to Oak Island and the big picture and Forrest's favorite expression.
Oh, everything is connected.
Everything is connected, which I know we've been criticized for saying that everything was connected.
No, somebody thought I had epiphenalia. What was it? The epiphanies and everything. I just loved that he was very emphatic. Everything is not connected.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
That's one way to look at it. Sure.
It's not connected. But here's what is connected. Rosicrucianism, the Count of St. Germain, Sir Francis Bacon, and Oak Island and Shakespeare, those things are connected.
You can draw a line.
You can draw a line. We're not saying that they're definitively connected, but we can tell you that a lot of people will tell you that they are, or that there's common ground between all these things.
Yeah, that was the previous era. Shakespeare, 1618. That whole time period is before the official real Count's time, because we're going to get into his familial line, his heritage.
Yes.
And when he even claimed himself to have come on the scene, actually being born. Yeah. And a little bit later here. But that doesn't stop people from making a connection, because that's the thing. He was always vague. He was always jumping around. He had close confidants, and he had a lot of close friends that he confided in and maybe even taught some secret hermetic knowledge to. But we're not sure what they knew or if they would even relay that as being true. So what I'm saying is that he gave a lot of different answers to different people.
And Tess has been working hard to help sort of corral all this work that the ARC does, research work, which I want to thank them profusely for the information that they've dug up in relation to St. Germain over the past few days. St. Germain, we are still waiting for you to join the ARC. You will have to sign the requisite paperwork. But if you
There's a lovely
send us an email,
email.
we will send you, we have a special patch for ARC members.
There you go.
You get one of those. Anyway, Tess had pointed out that the theory is that Bacon faked his death, which,
Yes.
by the way, was something that we're going to be talking about, and we have spoken about in the past with regard to Jesse James and the Knights of the Golden Circle, not only the faking of deaths, but also multiple people being the same person, which is something that I might come back to.
I think you should. No, I think you should, because, faking deaths, even the Count himself may be accused of that.
That's right. It's also thought that Butch Cassidy might have faked his own death,
Or just
somebody to talk about this year for sure. He's on the short list. But it's something that at the time, before the UK and the US had cameras on every corner and at every intersection, it was a lot easier to, all you gotta do is go out and kill somebody who looks like you.
You don't even have to kill somebody. You just said, who did you bury? Like, I paid this guy 25 shillings to say he buried somebody.
Yeah.
Done. That's it.
Yeah.
There's a grave,
Pour
dirt.
tooth, put it in the dirt.
What we're saying here, especially with the Count, is that when you're good friends with there you go.
Yeah.
When you're good friends with the person who rules the area, and he's arranging things, then it's not so hard. Now, we're not definitely saying that at this point.
No, but this is the thing with the Rosicrucians. They wanted to disseminate knowledge. At the time, knowledge was being restricted, and it was used as a tool to keep the people down. So the Rosicrucians wanted to share knowledge, and so there was this theory. I'm summing up very quickly here, but this theory that Shakespeare was a vehicle for getting really higher level knowledge about politics and behavior out to the masses. And it was propaganda in a way, a surreptitious way to educate the masses for no other goal than to lift people up.
It's putting you're peeling your hamburger there like a hamburger dogs. You know what I'm saying? You're getting some instruction, you don't even know it because you're just enjoying the plays.
Yes.
And that was where it was coming from. But and you can say, like, nowadays,
it's a very noble cause.
Yeah, but then, and that's the thing, like, people are of a mind that some might say, well, we deserve to know this. If we can better ourselves, why don't you just, release all the information? Why are you hoarding it? That seems to be elitist and controlling and oppressive and all that. Well, just think of all the crap that you read in the comments section that is just nasty vitriol. We've gotten a small sample of that, and most of it's constructive. But people being nasty, mean tweets, and it's like, those people are not ready. They have to be lifted up a little. Obviously, there's a lot of bitterness in the world right now. People are very troubled, and they're taking it out because you can be anonymous in doing it. Well, you can't give them the secrets of the universe. Imagine what they would do. Obviously, right now, they're just very self-centered. Like, I'm hurting, so I'm going to lash out at everyone else. But the idea, though, is to kind of, as we can accept it, uplift all boats with the tide. Lift everyone up and enlighten them on the path to true fraternity and goodwill.
Right, so you look at the common ground of behavior between Bacon and Shakespeare, whether Bacon was Shakespeare or Shakespeare was Bacon or not, but those plays as a vehicle. And then let's say that Bacon did fake his death. And then,
I believe it was Easter Sunday.
It was on Easter Sunday,
which is right. I think is a sign because, like, I'm going to resurrect, I'm going to return.
Yes, that it was a final symbol, that he will live again. And they're saying that he was himself an ascended master,
Okay, now you've touched on
Now we're
another
getting
thing.
into a whole new category of information that is another thing attributed to the Count of Saint Germain. He himself is considered to be an ascended master, whether or not we say that him and Bacon are the same person.
Yeah.
And that puts him in a very high level of a high plane of existence, and it makes him a part of a group known as the Great White Lodge or the Great White Brotherhood.
Not an alt-right thing.
This is not a racist organization. It sounds like the most racist group of all time.
Because you have just because you put the word white in there and green.
Yeah.
No, look,
This is not, that's not what it is.
Don't write us letters. Don't get upset. This is a real thing. Look it up on Wikipedia. It's in there. So if you look at
it's a belief system. It says from Wikipedia. I actually pasted that in here because I want to keep this out of the
Yes.
The Great White Brotherhood is in belief systems akin to Theosophical and New Age, are supposed to be supernatural beings of great power who spread spiritual teachings through selected humans. We're going to talk about Theosophy in the other parts of this series. That's a word you've heard us say a few times. It's pretty fascinating. So in this Great White Brotherhood, it's made up of people who are ascended masters, of which supposedly Bacon was one, and the Count of Saint Germain is one. And these are spiritually enlightened beings who in past incarnations were ordinary humans, but who have undergone a series of spiritual transformations, originally called initiations. And at this point, this is a good time to segue back into the book by Isabel Cooper Oakley that we already mentioned, who herself was a high-ranking member of the Theosophical Society, which is very much connected to Ascended Masters, and she personally believed, so we do have a strong case of confirmation bias here. Sure. She personally believed that the Count of Saint Germain was an Ascended Master.
Well, there
is.
Yes.
Now, this is kind of like...
Well, you kind of
Ascended Master, you're probably always an Ascended. You were Ascended. It's like a Boy Scout. You were a Boy Scout. You are an Eagle Scout.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Right, exactly. Like you transmutated into something greater than what you were. And there are some similar patterns here to the life and experiences of a certain Dr. Alexander Cannon, who is one of my favorite guys, and we'll probably maybe down the line do a episode on him, because he too is maybe considered to have joined the Great White Lodge. I'm not real certain on this. I think it's because a lot of it is mystical, but somewhere maybe in the Himalayas, possibly the escaped decent folks of Atlantis who took their knowledge and wisdom for safekeeping for all of humankind.
Whatever part of it they didn't leave under the Sphinx's paw.
Well, according to Casey, there are several storehouses of knowledge. One would be this other place, and a lot of people have linked that to the Great White Lodge.
Yeah.
Now, Dr. Alexander Cannon, what's interesting about him is that he's an actual physician in England. The 20s and 30s were his time. Member of the Royal London Society, I believe. He was a prominent member of society, but he started studying this kind of materials here, not real new agey or too woo-woo, but he had some very strange experiences and studied more, and basically how it works is, as he said, when the chela is ready, the guru will come, which means when the student is ready, the teacher will come. So they come to find you.
When I left you, I was the student. Now I am the master.
Those are similar allegorical themes. And if you look at the Jedi, it's a little like that. And maybe that's where Lucas and Spielberg and all these guys that we love are getting some of these allegorical ideas. And that, yes, the group of people who are sworn to protect, who have kind of special powers like the Jedi, they are keeping this knowledge for the betterment of other beings.
Right.
You know, so again, it's all for good. And
picture stuff.
It is very big. It's the biggest picture, so at least in this galaxy, that we're in now. So anyway, as far as the Great White Lodge, some would say, like, yes, at some point, again with Saint Germain, because he kind of arrived on the scene and he had all these kind of fantastical things that he can do, and he was quite a remarkable guy anyway. They don't know when he started and what his purpose was, but there was a political aspect to him that we'll get to later that will show that he was trying to broker peace.
Yes.
And he was trying to influence things for peaceful situation in Europe, which at the time was very tumultuous.
Can you imagine being possibly immortal like the Count of Saint Germain?
Oh man, if he was 2,000 years old or more, like some people think, that's over 730,000 daily shaves.
Probably why he left his straight razors behind. Thought he'd just wait for Harry's.com to come around so he could enjoy the same close, comfortable shaves for a fair price like I do.
Yeah, maybe so. But the fair part is why Jeff and Andy started Harry's. They found out that for decades, one big razor company has relentlessly increased prices and reaped immense profits at the expense of their customers. So they set out to change all that.
And the way you change it and still ensure high quality is you control the whole process from beginning to end. So Harry's bought their own factory in Germany. And by taking less profit and selling directly to the customer over the internet, Harry's can offer their blades at half the price for just $2 a blade compared to the $4 or more you'll pay at the drugstore.
And listen to what you get when you order a Harry's shaving set. A weighted ergonomic handle that not only looks cool but feels right. 5 precision-engineered blades with a lubricating strip along with a trimmer blade, rich lathering shave gel, and then a travel blade cover for when you fake your own death and need to get out of town.
Boy, listen, thought about that. Well, Harry's is so confident in the quality of their blades, they want you to try their shave set for free. You heard that right. Just come to shipping when you sign up.
Plus, as a special offer for fans of the show, go to harrys.com right now and enter the code LEGENDS at checkout to get a post-shave balm, also free. That's harrys.com, code LEGENDS.
Hey everyone, I'm Brent Jackson, and this is Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
All right, so we brought the book up a few times that we're getting a lot of our material from, and that most people get their material from when they talk about the Countess St. Germain. And you find this even whether you're looking at blogs, with the exception of Jessie Desmond's blog, where she's got a lot of information that's outside the book. But most of the time, when you go online, you do research, whether it's blogs or you find other information from the Gutenberg Project or all that stuff. It's either stuff that's in this book or it's stuff that's taken from the book. And the book, which we mentioned already before earlier in the show, The Comte de Saint Germain, a biographical sketch of an initiate by Isabel Cooper Oakley, which was originally published, what year did we say?
1912.
1912.
And then there's in a small edition in Milan, Italy.
Right.
And so
as we mentioned, and then there's a lot of editions which you can find easily with various openings and forwards by lots of different people.
There's other people who've written seminal books, and her book is the most seminal, I would say.
Yeah,
but David Hunter's written a book, Monsieur le Comte de Saint Germain, The Great Pretender.
Yes, that one comes up.
There's people who've written articles and such, but when you see a lot of the quotes taken from an assessment of the time, including letters, quotes from letters, a lot of it comes from hers.
That's right. And we asked the ARC to look into Isabel Cooper Oakley's background, and Marie Mayhew, who is one of our more active ARC members, came back with a lot of really fascinating information. Actually, it's pretty surprising to me about Cooper Oakley. We had already mentioned that she was part of the Theosophical movement, which we're going to talk more about in other parts of this series. But she was a prominent participant in the Theosophical movement. But more than that, she was a feminist. She was a suffragette. She was a women's rights person.
She was a suffragette.
And actually to the point where her husband, Alfred John Oakley, took her name, hyphenated her name.
Well, that reminds me, there's another book written by Jean Overton Fuller, The Comte de Saint Germain, Last Sign of the House of Raguzi. It helps to have a hyphenated name. I think back there to give you a little bit of credit, but she was really kind of a pioneer, and not to derail you here, but she traveled. She went to go look at these archives and dig through all these letters.
And that's what people will say about her book, that it is very well researched. It's not just suppositions, although we did mention earlier there's some confirmation bias because she is part of the Theosophical movement. And
she's been on flavoring.
They believe that the Count was an ascended master, or is an ascended master, as we joked about earlier.
Yes.
But
a holder of ancient esoteric wisdom.
Right, but still, even with that caveat, she seems to be pretty good at presenting factual information about him, and the references that she's making to the people that encounter him in the course of their lives are based on correspondence that she actually procured personally and includes in the book in all her appendices.
Yes, there's 2 major sources of information here. One is from the family d'Adhemar, which is, I think, Jean Balthazar d'Adhemar. That family, he was a guy, he was a comte as well. He assumed that title after 1767. He was French ambassador to Belgium, and he was another diplomat and a contemporary So a lot of those letters are in his family's collections, and this is what you'll find. We mentioned this earlier, is that people, it was very common to keep a diary of all the fun and major important things that happened in your life, because you didn't have an iPhone. So you wrote it down in letters and correspondence to people. You kept your own diary. If you could write, you did a lot of writing. Went through a lot of parchment and a lot of quill pens. So you have a pretty good record, and that's what we go from. And it's like I said, if you read some David McCullough, any of those books about the revolution in America around that time, the latter part of the 18th century, a lot of what we know is from correspondence. John Adams corresponding with his wife. So that's one source. The other one, which was called the Mitchell Papers, and I don't know a whole lot about them, but I believe it's a collection of secret diplomatic correspondence that are in the files of the British National Record Office. And I want to make an interesting point here, is that I believe that she mentions, even in the family's collections of these noble families that had letters that she was allowed to see, there are some letters that they did not show her.
Yeah, there was a lot that was not revealed to her and that are still in private collections that are connected to these families that have been around for generations. And whatever these letters are that are from or pertaining to the Count of Saint Germain, they've never been seen, which is interesting. And maybe you want to look at some conspiracy angles here. Not conspiracy, but so much. But is it embarrassing? Is it politically charged? Because in the case of the Mitchell Papers, there were some documents that they did not let her see because they're still classified. Even in around 1910, 1911, when she's writing the book, even 150 years later from that, they were still considered national secret level. So they did not let her see those. Now, she doesn't really make a big point of that, but it's kind of interesting that she did not get to see everything. And I want to continue to talk a little bit about her just briefly before we move into some of the more interesting information that came from her book. But another thing to note about her was that she was on the lecture circuit. She went around speaking about theosophy and other things as well. Alfred John Oakley, her husband, and her, they actually lived in London for a time, and then he got ill. He became sick, and it was that time when they were like, you need to move to a warmer climate. So they moved to Prescott. So they moved to Madras, and they were there for quite some time, and they tried to make a go of it, but apparently that climate was rough on her. Yeah, it was making her uncomfortable with heat and all that, which it actually reminds me of my wife, who will tell you that she comes from, Irish, cold Irish, damp, and yeah, she cannot stand heat, and so I can see.
But she's from North Carolina, where it gets kind of
it gets humid, but it's not like here. The dry heat is the problem.
Oh, interesting.
But I can relate to Alfred's situation with, I gotta go down here, I'm sick, and then she's like, I can't live here. So she went back to London, and amazingly, she became one of the first female shopkeepers in Great Britain ever.
Yeah, she was a milliner.
Yes, she was a milliner. She opened her own millinery. We talked about it. Millinery. Yeah. I thought you said, oh, right, because I was saying millinery. She made hats.
And she was well known for these hats. Apparently, they were quite exquisite and well liked, very popular. She was good at what she did. So,
yeah, there were many members of high society that got their hats from her. She became kind of a big deal. I'm going to read this from this article that Marie got from a Philadelphia Inquirer, dated Sunday, October 16th, 1892, on page 16. The Girton Guild milliner, as she soon got to be called, was one of the first lady shopkeepers in Great Britain. Every month, 2 days spent in Paris enabled her not only to bring back fresh models, but fresh ideas. Those of her customers who really preferred Parisian goods could have them, for she was in constant communication with the leading French houses. Soon a dressmaking department was added to the millinery, and Madame Isabel had the names of some of the best dressed women in London on her books. And this article goes on to point out that she quickly got to a point where she was having to turn down orders. Wow. This is the late 19th century. It's pretty amazing. So she was a groundbreaking woman. This book is groundbreaking. She had a major influence over theosophy at the time.
Yes.
And the research that she did was very diligent to put this book together about the Count of Saint Germain, even though her disposition is to think of him as and I say even though some people will have a problem with it and some won't, but to think of him as this sort of almost divine ascended master who transcends life and is a vessel for improving humanity and is still alive to this day.
Well, yes, this is not how journalism is supposed to be, where it's just completely reportage and unbiased.
Right. Which is hard to find.
Which is hard to find nowadays, because now it's become, I don't care what political branch you fall into, everyone's biased, it seems, these days. So that's not what it's supposed to be. So she's writing a book, though, on his life, and she is making an argument that it's like when people say, like, well, she does present both sides, so that she's not lying by omission. She does say things, though, like, well, there's people that discredit him that thought he was a swindler. But then she makes an argument like, well, no, here's where he probably got his money, and it's a very strong case. So, yes, that's her argument, but she is presenting the counter-argument to the argument, and that's the tone of the book. But what you can say about her is that she is no slouch. Yeah, she's a hard worker at her hats and research, and to back then, like we said, it's much harder to travel. She went to these houses. She got permission. She went through the archive. She made notes. So that's why people really keep coming back to this one account. Yeah. And this one account of the account. Account of the account, which my copy mysteriously showed up on my doorstep late one evening. And that is also kind of a sign, perhaps. And so let's say apophenia, Scott. Oh, yeah, what's apophenia? Apophenia. Oh, wait, she used to sing with Prince. Right, apophenia 6. And then that's the... what is apophenia? Okay, it's the human tendency to perceive meaningful patterns within random data. So I guess you're an apopheniac? Well, yeah, and apparently it's the first stages of schizophrenia, so get ready for that. Well, it's a precursor when you start seeing... The term dates back to 1958 when Klaus Conrad published a work, and it's kind of basically the beginnings of schizophrenia, or the onset of schizophrenia, an attempt to form an analysis of delusion. So, yes, unfortunately, when you see people who are really in the throes of schizophrenia, schizophrenia? I've always said my whole life frenia. Schizophrenia. You know what? On this show, we're going however you want. Okay, schizophrenia. Go schizophrenia. How's that? You can say however you want. What's the difference? Yeah. You start to develop these huge conspiracy theories. Everyone's out to get you. You get a mass sense of paranoia. What was that Mel Gibson movie? I liked that. Bird on a Wire? No. Where he's yeah, it's conspiracy theory. Is that the name of it? It's something like that. Yeah, basically, isn't he a cab driver and he suspects something and it turns out to be true? Yeah, that's what it all turns out to be. Then you're not crazy if it's true. That's the overriding thing. Making somewhat light of this, but my point is sometimes the data does not seem to be all that random. Like I said, if you can make a connection here in these letters that she's writing and the names of people that keep showing up, look, it always comes down to this. You have to make your own conclusions. But hopefully what we can do here on the show is present you with bits of evidence and quotes and letters, and then you're always welcome and invited to form your own conclusions. Yeah, that's what we want to do. And if we can draw a conclusion, we will. We can't always do that. No. But in the stories that we come to, we'll let you know that it's a theory, or we feel pretty sure that maybe this is the way this went down. But and we'll do that. But we want you to come up with your own ideas about it. That's kind of the whole angle of our show. We're going to give you all this information, more than you're going to get on a TV show that's 22 minutes that you never dreamed or wanted. So yeah. But the point coming back to the book is that I think it's a good collection of documentation. Yes. And the appendices alone, the appendices are without any judgment or bias at all, because they are just letters. That's between people talking about the count. And that is one good angle on Wikipedia entries, is that hopefully you're an adult enough person and with a little bit of education to be able to see where something is leading, if there's a tone that you may agree or not agree with. But again, to be able to form your own conclusions. Within the article in Wikipedia, what's great is that there's an appendix. So go look at the sources. Drill down. Always drill down. Yes, and what's great about that is that there'll be a statement. There's a number there. If you hover your cursor over the number, it'll tell you a little brief description of it and where it came from. So if you don't agree with it, go check it out. Read the book, see where it came from, and then read about the author. You've got to get all that framing. You were like, who is this person? Why did they say these things? Right. Why were they interested in this? You always have to consider the source, no matter what you're reading, whether it's a Wikipedia entry or any other research. And we found through the course of this show, I never did a lot of research beyond what was absolutely required of me in college. But the thing that I've learned since we've been doing the show and we're looking at so many different topics is that there oftentimes is a lot of misinformation and confusion. And so what you have to do is you have to look at multiple sources and then coalesce what you think really happened in the middle of all that. And you consider the context of it. And so when you look at the filters of the time as well. Absolutely. What the political conditions were, how people were thinking. And so when you look at Cooper Oakley's book, you consider the time that she was in, where she's coming from as just a person, a human being who's got an opinion on this stuff. And then consider the sources. So when we consider the sources that she's listed in this book, you can take them as they are. They don't seem to be shrouded. They're not too muddied in her own opinion. Although, yes, obviously as you read it, you'll be able to see where she's coming from and the point she's trying to make. But I believe it's balanced enough that it's worthwhile to read. And certainly, like we said, it's the one major thing everybody keeps coming back to. So if you're interested in the Count, go to that.
Yes. Find the book by Isabel Cooper Oakley. And like we said, there's multiple editions of it. I procured one. We had it on the Kindle, but for our research, it's a lot easier to have hard copies. I managed to get one and, overnight it over the holiday break to me. And
they're basically different publications. Again, this one, the copy that I have, which I found out later, was sent to me. It was dropped off by my good friend, Carrie Foss, who I've always, I've known since college, and we've always shared an interest in these kind of topics.
Yeah, it's funny. This was, I guess, over a year ago when we had first started the show, and Forrest and I talked even before we recorded the very first episode. We just we have to do a show on the Count of Saint Germain. Yeah. One of the topics was categorically have to do this. And then this book just showed up on his porch.
Yes, we carried out. You didn't know where it came from. Yeah, I didn't at first, but he's the likely suspect. So I kind of guess that that's where it came from.
He doesn't even live here, right?
No, he does. He kind of lives generally in my neighborhood.
Oh, okay. I thought for some reason I thought he was far away.
One thing about musicians, which he is kind of a side job of his, that there's a lot of time on the van or the bus to read stuff. So there's like Billy Idol. You get to know. You get to meet a lot of different people.
I actually know that's true because who follows us on Twitter and we've actually exchanged a few tweets is Steve Choi, who plays guitars and keyboards for the Sound of Animals Fighting as well as RX Bandits.
Yeah.
I don't know how much touring he's doing. It seems like he's doing a lot of touring.
Very busy guy.
Yeah, so I hope we're keeping it. Here's a shout out to you, Steve. Thanks for listening to the show and following us on Twitter.
I was going to say, Billy
Idol never got back to me, so he's on my bad list when we were doing the Coral Castle. I reached out to him. I was like, hey, dude, come on.
Hey, look, he's my age, so who knows how adept he is at media.
Yeah.
He seems to be, though. Yeah. But the point is that he never met Ed Lee Skelman, but he did go to the Coral Castle.
We had Sweet 16. Yeah, Sweet 16 is about Ed Lee Skelman, which we mentioned in the Coral Castle episode. If you haven't heard that, go back and find that one. It's a fun show.
But anyway, that's the same thing with the Count. Tying this back is that when you were a popular musician, and certainly there were those at the time that said that he could have just made a living being a violinist. He was so good.
Well, you know what? We actually found some music, some recordings of some of the Count's music. In fact, I was wanting to play some of that. This is a perfect time. Just briefly, we're going to duck down here and let you hear a little bit of the Count of Saint Germain's music performed on piano. Right, so that's music that the Count actually wrote. We know that. That is a fact. A man called the Count of Saint Germain wrote that music.
Yes, and there's a modern day effort to reprint his music or republish it. And what we found here from the Society for 18th Century Music and their newsletter, Ilias Chrysokoidis is trying to make a proposal to reprint the Count's music in several volumes.
Oh, yeah,
there's an article here which you should read.
Yeah, well, this is from issue number 16 of their newsletter, which came out in April 2010. The Count of Saint Germain, and then for his birthday, they list a question mark.
Which I think is appropriate.
Question mark dash 1784. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Did he die in 1784? Is the most enigmatic of Handel's contemporaries. It is generally assumed he was a member of the exiled Rákóczi family. First appearing under this title in the early 1740s, he moved around Europe, acquiring the confidence and admiration of Louis XV and Madame Pompadour, the Prince of Wales, and the Prince of Hesse-Kassel. Am I saying that right?
Hesse-Kassel.
I don't know. Contemporary descriptions of his talents penned by Horace Walpole, Voltaire, and Casanova range from astonishment to ridicule and spite. Among his unofficial diplomatic missions, the one for the rapprochement of France and England in 1760 at the height of the 7 Years' War is well documented. We're going to talk more about that in part 2 of our series. Musicological interest in Saint Germain centers on his years in Britain in the mid-1740s, where he acquired fame for his performances, especially on the violin, and his compositions. And you might remember earlier that there is a theory that he was the great violinist Giovannini.
That's right.
Who supposedly passed away in 1782, I believe.
Yeah, but the time frames line up a little.
They do. All right, getting back to the newsletter. Charles Burney identified Saint Germain as a leading spirit in London's private music concerts and confirms the popularity of his Italian arias. We are fortunate to be able to verify these claims in a small, though highly original body of work, including a collection of over 40 Italian arias, 7 solos for the violin, I mentioned that earlier, 6 trio sonatas, and several English songs. Highly intelligent and often endearing, the music of the Count of Saint Germain deserves both publication and performance. Having acquired copies of all his extant works from several U.S. libraries, Library of Congress, Folger, Houghton, and now from the British Library, I am preparing to submit a proposal for a 2-volume edition of his music. Volume 1, Italian Arias. This is French. It's been a long time, so bear with me. Give it away. Musique raisonnée selon les bons sens, aux dames ambroises, qui aiment le vrai goût en cet art. Favorite songs in the opera called L'Incontanza de Lusa, 1747. 3 arias contributed.
And that's one that he is often mentioned as famously contributing to. So that was a very popular opera at the time. L'Incontanza de Lusa.
Thank you, you did better at that. In Volume 2, instrumental music and English songs, 6 sonatas for 2 violins with a bass for harpsichord or violoncello, 7 solos for a violin, 1758. English songs, 1747-50. There's an effort to perform and podcast representative works of his through the Chamber Music Club concert series at University College London. Now, we put the ARC to trying to find that because this was April 2010. We couldn't find it. So either it didn't happen or it's buried.
Yeah, they didn't grant his proposal, or it just didn't.
Or it's got bad ID free tags. That could be. No, there's more to publishing a podcast than just recording it. I'll tell you that.
Absolutely, but that was 2010, so really kind of before the time of podcasting.
Yeah,
it's before it kind of took off. So who knows? It might have went away. These things have to be maintained as well. But what's interesting is that, yes, he wrote classical music, but he wrote popular music of the time with the English songs.
Yes.
And the one, Countess von Georgi, he said that he composed some basically Italian gondolier songs, and they sang them together. It came easy to him to a certain degree. He was able to whip up stuff that people respected at the time.
Right.
So he wasn't a hack at that, and, he wasn't just some troubadour on the guitar trying to pluck his way. Everyone thinks of changing the world, but no one thinks of changing himself.
Oh, who said that?
Well, I just did.
No, I mean, where'd you get the quote from?
Well, that would be the great Leo Tolstoy. But old Leo had a great point, of course. With the new year upon us, what better time to make a goal of improving ourselves and making the most of our short time in this world by learning new things?
Well, you know what? That is one of my New Year's goals, and I'm doing it simply by watching fascinating video lectures from the Great Courses Plus. With over 8,000 to choose from, the whole family can dive into all the topics that interest us and discover new ones along the way. Whether it's great legends throughout history, exploring the human brain, or taking better pictures, and all of it is presented by award-winning, engaging experts.
That is such an important point. There's a new movie coming out this year called King Arthur, Legend of the Sword, and it's a new Guy Ritchie joint. And I like Guy Ritchie, and I love what he did with Sherlock, but...
Yeah, it's going to get the Hollywood treatment.
Well, sure. They're going to try and make it flashy and entertaining, but if you want the real scoop on the legend,
you got to go with the scholars.
Exactly. And that's why Scott and I are focusing on this new lecture series for us, King Arthur, History and Legend, taught by Professor Dorsey Armstrong, PhD, who's a real expert on the subject.
Most of what people think they know about King Arthur, like Camelot, Merlin, the Round Table with knights in shining armor, well, surprise, none of it's historically accurate.
Well, that's not much of a shocker. And yeah, I love the legends too, but what you will find are that the real elements of the mystery of Arthur are just as fascinating. And the Great Courses Plus makes learning about all of this and more really convenient, because you can load up your watch list with unlimited lectures and then stream them from any device, smartphone, laptop, tablet, or TV. Pause it on one device and pick up from any other.
Sign up for the Great Courses Plus right now and get the first full month free. Start watching today by visiting our special URL, thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends.
Once again, to get your free month, sign up at thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends. I have an associate, let's say, who's looking for a good assistant.
Oh, yeah? Well, what are they looking for?
Well, just the usual. Someone who knows a lot about alchemy and speaks all the romance languages, can transcribe music, melt gemstones, and isn't averse to a little light housekeeping and wig powdering.
Well, that sounds like a tall order. What has your associate tried so far?
Well, he tried hiring a town crier, but that didn't go so well. He got some Renaissance fair nerd who almost blew up the lab.
It sounds like what he needs is ZipRecruiter. Look, every business wants to start off the new year right, especially ones that are several thousand years old. And that means finding the right people for the job. Nowadays, you really have to post your job on all the top job sites. So ZipRecruiter is a surefire way for your associate to jumpstart his hiring for 2017.
That's a great idea, because with ZipRecruiter, you can post your job.
This news is brought to you by 1-800-GOT-JUMP. A 6-year-old girl has been attacked by a homeless man in Santa Monica. The girl and her family were visiting over the weekend when the man suddenly punched the child in the face. This woman is a family friend and told KTLA it was awful.
I was afraid he was going to hit her again. I was afraid that my friend was going to get hurt protecting his kid.
Family had just left an ice cream shop when they walked past the man who was on a bus bench and just walked away after the assault. A man has been arrested for multiple felonies, including vehicular homicide in connection with a fatal hit and run in Orange. Police Lieutenant Bill McCullen says Jonathan Lopez was allegedly driving under the influence without a license yesterday when he hit the guy outside the crosswalk and took off.
Officers located him approximately 10 minutes later and went into pursuit of this vehicle. They noticed the vehicle had major front-end damage, and they also noticed that he had 4 prior convictions for DUI.
McMullen says 3 of the DUI convictions were from Orange County and 1 was from out of state. He says all of the convictions were within the last 10 years. Jury selection was tried for the retrial of ex-LA Deputy Mayor Raymond Chan. Chan was pleaded not guilty to 12 felonies, including bribery and racketeering conspiracy. He was allegedly part of a big police scheme ran by convicted former city councilman Jose Rizar. Prosecutors say Chan was the middleman between Rizar and Chinese developers and went on to pocket bribes himself. Last year, the court declared a mistrial after Chan's defense attorney had a medical emergency. If convicted, the former LA deputy mayor could be facing more than 20 years in federal prison. Chris Adkins, KFI News. Protesters calling for a ceasefire in the Israel block traffic into the international terminal and security checkpoints at the San Francisco airport. Alex Jones's people holding signs that read, "Stop the world for Gaza."
They set up stop signs blocking cars from entering the departures area. The San Francisco airport says the international terminal remains open.
Comments, folks, the yeas are 352, the nays are 65. 1 present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. A bill that could ban TikTok in the U.S. is passed in the House by an overwhelming majority. The bill says if the Chinese company ByteDance doesn't sell TikTok within 6 months of being signed into law, the U.S. will prohibit the app. TikTok has about 170 million users across the country, but lawmakers say ByteDance is loyal to the Chinese government and poses a national security threat. Russia's President Putin says his country is ready to use nuclear weapons if its sovereignty or independence is threatened. Says it does not see the need for use of nuclear weapons in Ukraine. It also warned that U.S. troops in Ukraine considered significant escalation since Russia is ready for talks with Ukraine. CNN's Daily Guterres' Putin's comments come just days ahead of the presidential election in Russia. He is widely expected to win. The KFI financial update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is up 137, S&P 500 up 2, NASDAQ down 43.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy in some places. Highs in the low to mid-70s for metro LA and the valleys. Mid-50s to around 60 for the high desert. 60s at the beaches. Upper 60s to low 70s for Inland OC and the IE. Right now, 61 in Seal Beach, 60 in Buena Park, 60 in Agora Hills, and it's 62 in Sherman Oaks. We have a stall on the 110 in South LA. 110 southbound, right is on Slauson at disabled.
Sentences unchangeable in the AM very simple state, but how choose differentiation?
Yeah,
sure. That's actually, if we go back to the beginning of Net Tensor, with the team we created Net Tensor with really clear mission each day. So we just needed to make easier for businesses and for individuals.
They're clear install from the right lane and in Anaheim Hills. 90 minutes bound before you get to the 241. Disabled cars in the left lane of the main line. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Ginny Harmon.
Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Usa un combinar un estilo moderno y mitad de siglo, una galería terracota y una alfombra abstracta. Oh, se ve lindo. Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
Play unstoppable with all new Lego sets. Whether your kids are artists, animal lovers, gamers, or anything in between, there are endless stories to bring to life with Lego bricks. Grow their imaginations through Lego creator sets, or build spellbinding magical creatures with Lego Harry Potter sets. To learn more and discover endless worlds to create, visit Amazon.com/Lego.
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and privacy, and a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line with nationwide 5G included, all while saving big. For the big speed, big reliability, and big savings you want, get Spectrum One. Just $49.99 a month for 12 months. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply. Every March, Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales of every sub are given back to the community.
And to kick off all that giving, Peter gave me an apron. I'm on.
Looking good, Daddy. We've got subs to make, though.
Yeah, and I know why you gave me the apron. Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a sub above.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Telling you, that good story is going to sweep the nation. It's a story about people coming together for a good cause.
The goats.
We don't have enough of those stories.
I have another animal story that's not close to good like that.
Why are you trying to ruin things?
Well, do you know Davos CV is won the Iditarod, his 6th Iditarod.
Oh,
yes,
yeah, I did hear about this.
This includes, so he won, despite the 2-hour penalty that he was suffered because he didn't gun the moose correctly. Last week, his dog team became entangled with a moose, and you're in the Iditarod allowed to carry a weapon. I mean, there are sometimes moose. It says moose. So he used his gun to shoot and kill the moose, but the ethics of the Iditarod race require that when a large animal like a moose or a caribou is killed during competition, the meat must be taken and distributed. So the sledder involved in the accident has to stop dress the animal, but apparently they said he didn't do it well enough. So he incurred a 2-hour penalty as a result. Still,
That's wild. That's a different kind of world, isn't it? The prosecution and defense rested their case in the trial of James Crumbley. Prosecutors called 15 witnesses to the stand during the trial.